tonight's next meeting of Regina City Council. Just want to start with some housekeeping measures before we get into the agenda. As we have in the past, we're taking measures for social distancing. Members of council and administration are attending by video conferencing. I'd like to remind those who are attending through video conferencing that you please have your video camera and microphone turned off until you wish to speak, of course, and turn on your microphone and, of course, your video. And let us know by going into the chat window if you want to speak, and you will get into the queue that way. And delegations will be attending the media through teleconferencing to address council on many of the items that are on the agenda for today. And again, a reminder that we have a mandatory recess at 3:45, and we have an adjournment automatic at 6 o'clock unless there's a motion from council to continue on into the evening. So with that, I would ask the clerk to do a roll call for who's present. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Present.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Present.
Councillor Bright.
Present.
Councillor Murray.
Present.
Councillor Findura.
Present.
Councillor Bresciani.
Present.
Councillor Stevens.
Present.
Councillor Hawkins.
Present.
Councillor Young. Mayor Fougere.
Present.
Councillor Young is not on the line yet, but we have quorum at 10.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So we'll begin by a motion to adopt the April 29th meeting of minutes from the last meeting. I have a motion to adopt those. Okay, thank you. Yeah, confirmation of the agenda. Let's start with that one first.
So moved.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Anyone opposed to that?
Mayor, I think this is the time I want to bring this up, that I want to look at a motion that I have as a notice of motion. I would like to bring it forward to try for unanimous consent to deal with it today.
Okay, which one is that?
I have two, but I'm gonna deal with the one on the petition to allow organized sporting activities. And I'll leave the other one flow through as a notice of motion, the fencing issues and that type of thing.
So that does not go that goes in as a notice of motion, but the one about the sport one is for, you require unanimous consent for that.
Yeah, it's a little bit more of an urgent matter than the fence.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to give you the floor to explain why it's an urgent matter, and then we will vote on that without debate.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure how the process was, but thank you for this. And the problem I'm having is that the province is doing a great job, the city's been doing a great job, but every time you turn around, and May 9th of this year, Minister Warren Keating had a big article in the paper and talked about mental health. And what we're concerned with, and we're hearing it from 811 people, we're hearing it from the SHA, we're hearing it from Mr. Keating, we're hearing it from all different advocate groups around the city, is the physical and mental health of our society is dwindling because we're kept inside. Now that they've looked at the June 8th up a little bit, they haven't opened the door to a lot of other sporting activities, physical activities, which then creates a bit of a relaxation for the mental side of things, because when people are all cooped up, they start to have different thoughts and everything. So what we're trying to do is increase the awareness, and in the motion I've got in here, and these are just some of the things: pickleball, tennis, lawn bowling, cricket, figure skating. Because figure skating, as an example, there's 2 sheets of ice at Everaz that's ready to go. If they use their trade show booth partitions, they could easily put in on June 8th, they could have 15 skaters on the ice, and it would allow them to do that. Some track and field events, modified slow pitch or softball, whatever. And I know in Florida there's a 14-year-old age group of kids that are doing a modified softball, and it seems to be working good. They just have to alter things, and again, staying within the social distancing, staying within the amount of people allowed, so it'd be 15 inside and 30 outside, which would easily accommodate softball, cricket, lawn bowling, a whole host of things.
Okay, Councilor Flagel, thank you for that. You made your case on the urgency of the matter. Now you're getting into each sport, so I'll just leave it that. There's no debating this. It is a question, so I'll ask the clerk to do a roll call whether you want to move this to on the item as urgent business. Mr. Clerk?
I will start with you, Councilor Flagel.
Yes, please.
Councilor Hawkins?
Yes.
Councilor Stevens?
Yes.
Councilor Bresciani?
Yes.
Councilor Findura?
Yes.
Councilor Murray?
Yes.
Councilor Bryce?
Yes.
Councilor O'Donnell?
Yes.
Councilor Mancinelli?
Yes.
Councilor Young?
Yes.
Mayor Fougere?
Yes.
It's unanimous, Mayor.
So we'll put that on the agenda as a business for today as we get into the section on motions. So I have a motion to adopt the confirmation of the agenda. I have a seconder for that, please.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Bresciani, you'll second it?
Okay, thank you. We voted on that, so we'll move into the minutes for the April 29th meeting. If I have a motion, a motion to accept the minutes.
So moved.
So move Bresciani.
Okay, and seconder?
Hawkins, yes.
Thank you. Any discussion, errors, or omissions on the minutes? Anyone opposed? Okay, that is passed. Thank you very much. So we'll move on to delegations, advertised and public notice bylaws and related reports. Our first delegation with respect to the town's lane access overlay is Kathy Rogers and Doug Rogers. Are they on?
Your Worship?
Are you on?
Your Worship?
Yes, Your Worship.
Councilor Bresciani here?
Yes.
Your Worship, it's
Yeah.
Councilor Bresciani. I will be removing myself as a family member does have a conflict of an interest in the town lands at the time right now, so I will be removing myself.
So you recuse yourself, okay? Thank you, Councilor Bresciani. So we have the delegations on the line now? So for Kathy Rogers and Doug Rogers, if you could introduce yourself, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions from members of council afterwards.
Thank you, Your Worship. It was Doug Rogers and Kathy Lawrence, but it's Doug Rogers speaking. And I'm with Terra Developments, and we're the development manager for the town's subdivision. And thank you. It's good to virtually see all of you. We're requesting that City Council approve our lane access overlay, which it has already done in November 2017. The lots included in our application were zoned R5 under the old zoning bylaw, and the zoning was approved by your council. Subsequent to that, we negotiated a servicing agreement, paid SAF fees, and of August last year, we commenced servicing and construction, having installed sewer and water and shallow utilities prior to freeze-up. Road work began this spring, however, was halted after the General Planning Commission did not approve our lane access overlay application. Each one of these lots have a signed agreement with the builder who has a deposit on them. The 15 lots covered in this application are part of a 15 lot in the stage. Pardon me. We have optioned 42 of these lots to one builder. The builder is actually selling new homes in this COVID-19 market. They have indicated that they started 9 new homes in May and expect to start another 12 in June. They only have in inventory around 24 lots that they can currently build on in the towns and will soon run out of lots. They had 11 possessions in April, 6 possessions for new homeowners in May, and are projecting that they will have 8 by the end of June. These lots got caught between the old and the new zoning bylaws. The type of product that is to be built on by the builder under the old R5 zone was a permitted use. They became non-conforming under the new zoning bylaw, and the lane access lane access application was required. In the discussions that RPC had on this application, on-street parking became a central theme of the discussion. On-street parking is not regulated as part of the zoning process, and the builder will be required to provide the necessary off-street parking as required by the zoning bylaw through their building permit application. RPC did focus a lot of its time on both on-street parking, lot width, and eventually did not recommend approval of our application. Since the RPC meeting, we have met in the towns with one of the commission members who opposed our application. After viewing the actual development, product type, road width, parking, he indicated he would now possibly be supporting our application. We commenced servicing and have spent approximately $400,000 to date installing sewer and water and shallow utilities. Should this application not be approved, we would have to redesign these lots and remove a lot of the already installed sewer and water and reinstall to conform to new lots and re-register the lots with IFC plus refund the builder's deposit. This could all cost us approximately $250,000 to $300,000, and we would then be left with lots that would be very difficult to sell in this market. Your administration recommended that RPC approve our application, and we believe that RPC should have approved that application, but instead got caught up on other issues that were not relevant to our application. We are again asking that Regina City Council approve our application. Once we receive your approval, we would immediately advise our contract to once again begin construction of our roadways. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And I know there are questions from members of council. We'll start with Councillor Flegel.
Thank you, and welcome, Mr. Rogers and Ms. Laura, Kathy. I'm just wondering, when you got this approved back in 2017, were there any indication that you were going to have to go through these hoops again with the new bylaws? Were you given any indication?
In 2017 was before the new zoning bylaw came into effect. So no, we did not have that idea back in 2000.
Did you? And thank you through that. Did you know? Do you know why you had to redo this and come in front again once you've been approved?
Mr. Rogers?
Through you, Your Worship, administration indicated that we would have to go through the zone overlay access, which was their decision, not ours.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to clarify because what I'm trying to do is, I mean, I'm sure there's. Are you in knowledge of any other pieces of property within the green or within the towns that would come up under last bylaw and this bylaw that we're going to have to deal with?
Mr. Rogers?
Oh, I'm on.
Through Your Worship, no, I'm not.
Okay, good. Well, that's good because this was a different one. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. Councillor O'Donnell?
Thank you very much to the delegation. I'm aware of the housing project, and it sits currently has been for a few years in West Terra and in Hawkstone. Are you aware of any difficulties in those areas because of this product?
Mr. Rogers?
Through you, Your Worship, no, there's not, because they would have been covered under the old zoning bylaw, so they would have been fine and conforming.
And as a follow-up to that, Mr. Mayor, the area of West Terra and Hawkstone that contains these houses, is it any different than what you're proposing in the towns? Size of road and et cetera?
Mr. Rogers?
Through Your Worship, I believe everything would be the same. Our road width may be a bit wider, but I do not have first-hand information on that.
Good, thank you. That's all for me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Stevens, you're next.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, Doug, if you could provide your recollection, interpretation of why Planning Commission voted against this report that came before us earlier this month.
Mr. Rogers?
Through you, Your Worship, a lot of the, as I said in my presentation, a lot of the discussion got caught up in on-street parking, width of lots, how some of the streets were tagged as no parking, which may not leave room for guest parking. I think there was some confusion on what this application was for. It was not to do with anything with parking. It was simply to do with the zone overlay to make the lots, the building type conforming.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, one more question. We met on the site. How much on-street parking is there, legal on-street parking is there in comparable housing types in and around the vicinity of this particular development project?
Mr. Rogers?
Through your worship, I think you're referring to other streets surrounding. There are legal parking stalls, probably about I don't have that number. I'm going to say probably 4 or 5 per block, and it depends on the distance between the driveways and how a vehicle could park and have the 2 meters separation to a driveway. But I believe the number is 4.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had for now.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Any other questions of the delegation? If there are none, so Ms. Lawrence and Mr. Rogers, thank you very much for appearing before Council today and answering questions. You can exit the meeting and we'll move into consideration of the report, and I'm going to pass the microphone over to Councillor Young to introduce the report. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm bringing forward CR 2030, the Town's Lane Access Overlay, and I would like to move the recommendation from Planning Commission to not approve the zoning bylaw amendment for a proposed lane access overlay. And I need a seconder, please.
Seconder, please, for that.
Councillor Stevens?
Councillor Stevens, thank you. Okay.
There were arguments both for and against this, and when the final vote came down, there were 5 against and 4 in favor. Those who spoke against were concerned about the lot widths and the effects of intensification on neighborhoods, and of course, people are always concerned about traffic and the impact of parking. It was noted during the discussion that there's ample parking on the other side of the street because that will consist of single residential homes, and that is a wide street that can accommodate parking. I think Mr. Rogers spoke very well of this, that it was caught between 2 zoning bylaws and became non-conforming under this new bylaw. So what I have to also bring to your attention is that there's a condition on this that if the motion to not approve is defeated and we go to the other motion that came forward to Planning Commission, there is a condition on the overlay that's right in there that says it's conditional on the housekeeping amendment in 2033 that you're going to deal with later this afternoon, has an amendment to put in place an overlay. And so that would then apply to this law. I think we'll just go ahead with this, Your Worship, and see where it ends up, and then we'll deal with the other later.
Okay. So with that, just to reiterate what Councillor Young just said, that if there's a desire of Council to proceed with and approve this development, we have to vote against this motion, which was actually to not approve. Then we reintroduce a motion to approve. So with that in mind, I've got 2 speakers. Councillor Stevens and then Councillor Flagel. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through the chair, my first question to administration, could you please provide an overview of the memo we received regarding this, the town's lane access overlay from the parking setback requirement perspective? That was information that Planning Commission had requested. through the chair.
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So vehicles are required to park a minimum of 2 meters away from the driveways. So those restrictions are intended to provide both for the physical maneuvering of vehicles to access or depart from the driveway, as well as for sightlines for drivers for safe egress or ingress. So that is part of the bylaw provisions, and so that's what was discussed during the RPC meeting. So when we look at that, there was a question about, with those regulations, how many parking for on-street parking would be available. So on this block face, on the side where the LA overlay would be, there would be no parking availability for legal lots. Across the street, based on our estimates, there would be potentially 2 to 3 parking spots available on that side. Oh, pardon me, a maximum of 5 vehicles could park on the street on the east side of the block, so across the street, pardon me. So those are regulations with respect to the 2-meter setbacks.
Councillor Stevens?
Okay, thank you. Through the chair. The delegate has said there had been no issues. Is that true? And I guess my question here is about the housing type. Does this housing type in particular necessarily take away public access to the street, specifically parking?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So this housing type does have a small frontage, and should the 2-meter the 2-meter setback that's required through our bylaw be required, it does limit the amount of parking that could be available on street because of the fact that there isn't enough space in between the driveways and to accommodate the 2 meters.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair. A neighboring streetscape with the same housing type has no parking signs everywhere. So there's signs every couple of meters. Would those signs and that ban on public parking have to be placed along this street as well?
Ms. Harlock?
Through Your Worship, it wouldn't have to be, no.
Okay. Through the chair, can you comment on how many service requests, tickets, and parking enforcement calls have been made to this area regarding parking?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So when we looked at the service requests and the tickets on Greenstone Road at the 3200 block, there was 2 service requests and 3 tickets issued. On Greenbrook Road. Sorry, you wanted the whole area in the vicinity? So Greenbrook
Please.
Road, 3200 block to 3500, there was 4 service requests and 4 tickets. Greenwater, 3600 block had 3 service requests, 0 tickets, and then Daphne, the 3200 block, had 3 service requests and 4 tickets issued.
Councillor
Okay,
Stevens?
thank you. I'll save the rest of my questions for the housekeeping amendments because I think this is a bigger issue. I would recommend to council that we vote against the report and turn down the commission's recommendations simply because we made a promise in the past. But I think this design concept needs to be revisited as we get into a subsequent report. So I'm going to vote against the report, and I encourage others to do as well, simply to ensure we fulfill our promise. But the housing type and the policy around this, I think, deserves some consideration in the next report. Thank you.
Councillor Flagel, you're next.
Thank you. I echo Councillor Stevens' thoughts because I sit on planning as well. But the reason that I went against the voting, I was one of the 5, was that there wasn't the information there proper, and then also that the information we've since got has clarified some of the things, and in the other reports we're going to deal with that again. But I definitely agree with the fact that this was done in the old bylaw, and I still question why they would have had to, because if you have a building permit that was the old bylaw and the new one came in, I don't think we stopped them. Or am I incorrect in assuming that if you're halfway through a build and the bylaws change, do they have to conform to the new bylaw, or do they have to? Can they stick with the old one?
Ms. Harlock?
So in this case, they needed to get their permits for the remainder, and because the zoning of the properties changed, they had to conform to the new bylaw, which required them to get the overlay. So that is why.
Okay, so the permits weren't in place. So let me ask you, if they would have been building and had their permits, this would not have been an issue. They would have just stuck with the 9250.
Through you, Your
Ms.
Worship.
Harlock?
That is correct. We don't go retroactive. It was because they had to comply to the bylaws when they were applying for their permits.
Okay, so just on this particular thing, let's say this thing lapsed out and it went past the 2 years of a bylaw. Do they have to come back under a new bylaw, or can they reinstate the existing old bylaw that they were currently under? For financial reasons, let's say this development went south and sour, and it took over 2 years to get going, and the permits were expired. Do they have to apply under the new permits, or can they go back to the old because they had already started but failed to meet the financial for the time being?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So specifically with the lane access overlay, it will remain in place for perpetuity. So there would be no time limits, but it's only, as per the report and the recommendation, it only applies to the lots that are listed on here. So
Okay.
when they,
So it's only 15.
pardon me?
It's only
Could you repeat
for
that?
those 15 lots that are there, or whatever the number is.
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, that's right. It's lots 1 to 18.
Yeah, okay, or 18, yes, sorry. Okay, good. No, but just to say, I'm going to vote against this report, and I want it to go back and get it approved to allow them to build, so thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Fundura, sorry. You're next.
Okay, Your Worship, I'm just gonna, there we go. My comment first is that, is there a real need for all those parking signs being there? And the comment, drove to that area. Can the neighborhood police themselves? And then my next comment would be, how does the parking enforcement, even if there's no parking there and the bylaw states you have to be 2 meters from the driveway, how does the parking enforcement that comes through knows that that is the homeowner's car that's sitting just about at the edge of the driveway? How do we control that? How do we take care of that? How does that work?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So we're working with bylaw enforcement and parking services and ourselves with respect to when and how signage gets put up. In these cases, there was signs put up, and unfortunately they were taken down. There is legal parking on that street, and so there is a we are going to take them down because there is areas to park, but only being a few spots. So we are working out when those signs would come up and go down. As far as enforcement goes, they'll go out and they'll assess the situation. But if a car is not meeting that 2-meter setback, then the car would be ticketed regardless of who's the vehicle, who owns the vehicle. It's about the vehicle not meeting the distance requirements.
Councillor Fundura?
Okay, to Your Worship, so then, as a resident, a regular citizen, would someone moving into the area like this, would they know, they have understanding of how the bylaw reads for parking? Do they have knowledge? Who would inform them? Did the builder informs them? How would I know when I move into the area like this that if I park my own car, even in front of my own driveway, or like right on the edge of it, how do I know that I can't do that? So because now now the area has 25-foot lots, and like you mentioned, Sarah, that there's not much space to park. It just doesn't seem to be correct. So how would you educate me if I'm moving into the area? Yeah, it's in the bylaw, but how do I know that? I don't go there. I mean, as a regular citizen, I wouldn't have gone to a bylaw and read it, right? To Your Worship?
So just before Ms. Harlock answers the question, I don't want to stop that conversation about parking, but just to remind members of council, we're talking about an overlay here, not about parking. That's not the subject of report before us. Not that parking isn't important, but that's not the subject matter of the report before us. So, Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship. So I should have mentioned too, All of these issues with enforcement are complaint-driven. So it's when someone calls in and has a complaint. So I don't think if somebody was parking in front of their driveway, they're going to complain upon themselves in most cases. But to your point about how do people know, that's, as we said, these are the things that we're going to talk about in terms of how we deal with these situations to notify potential purchasers of the restrictions on parking within that area. And it might not be signage, so we are trying to work those details out so that we can have informed residents that are buying into these areas where there is limited on-street parking.
Councilor Fedora?
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, thank you, Worship. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councilor Murray?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just my questions for administration. You talked about notifying folks in the community or when potential purchasers come forward. Is that done through the developer, or is that something that we actually do the outreach for? Thanks.
Ms. Howard?
Through you, Your Worship. So these are a number of things that we're going to look at and what's the best way forward. In this case, we did put no parking signs up. But unfortunately they were taken down in advance, and some purchasers were not made aware, and when we put the signs back up, a lot of people were surprised that that was a requirement, because we were asking the developers to put the signs up at time of construction. So I think there's a number of issues that we need to look at and address to find out what is the best way forward with this, whether or not it be signage, caveats on title, those sorts of things. So we are going to work through all of that. But as I indicated previously, it is all complaint-driven when we have these situations.
Councilor Murray?
Okay, thank you. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Other speakers to the report? I just have one comment. I'm going to vote to proceed with the project, so I'll vote against the recommendation as stated from the commission, but I'll vote in favor of this to proceed. I think that it was by and large approved in a previous bylaw, and I know there has to be some changes, but council consented to this, and we should keep our word and move forward with one. So I know that the conversation of planning commission was a bit sidetracked, and I understand the reason for that, but this is a good project. The company building products are selling them in a tight market, and so Mr. Rogers and the builder know the market, and they're providing a type of housing that is the market wants to see. So I will vote against the current motion, and then if someone introduces a motion to concur with the development, I'll vote in favor of that. Okay. Councilor Young, do you want to close debate?
I think I would just say that I actually voted for this to go forward, and was surprised when it went to a 5-4 vote. I think all the arguments for voting against this are what should happen, and so I would be supporting voting against this motion.
Thank you, Councilor Young. So, Mr. Clerk, there's no other speakers. If you would do the roll call, please.
Councilor Young, I will start with you.
I would vote no.
Councilor Hawkins?
No.
Councilor Stevens?
No.
Councilor Findura?
No.
Councilor Murray?
No.
Councilor Bryce?
Opposed.
Councilor O'Donnell?
No.
Councilor Mancinelli?
Against.
Councilor Flagel?
Against?
Mayor Fougere?
I vote against.
That's 10-0, Your Worship. The motion is defeated.
Okay, so we'll now need a motion to proceed with this. So if I can have Councilor Young, do you wish to introduce a motion?
Yes, if people will look past the first pages to the original motion that was before Regina Planning Commission, that is the one that we would be voting on. And the only comment I would have on the condition is that it's it's conditional on the lane access overlay zone regulation be passed when we get to the housekeeping amendments. And so my question to the administration was, what happens if we don't pass it under the housekeeping amendments? And the answer was that it then has to go back for a change to the concept plan and have to go through all of that and come back to council. So that's just information for council.
Okay. Have a seconder for the motion, please.
I'll second it, Hawkins.
Councilor Hawkins, okay. Any discussion on the motion? So what we have is the original motion, that's the report that went to Planning Commission on May 6th. Is there anyone opposed? Report is carried. Thank you very much, everyone. That's good. So we're going to move on to the next delegation with respect to the RPS headquarters rezoning and street closure proposal. We have a delegation. Shayna Stock. Ms. Stock, are you there? Oh, I'm just waiting for her to... Ms. Stock, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Good afternoon and welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself and who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions afterwards. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Shayna Stock. I'm the Executive Director of the Heritage Community Association. Mayor Fougere and City Councilors, the Heritage Community Association has been in conversation with the City and RPS staff about this project over the past year or so. Our original concerns included access to our parking lot, which is off the portion of Osler Street that is set to be closed. We've been reassured that the southern portion of the block will be open to local traffic. We also had a couple other concerns which are addressed in the report. So after our discussions with the project team, we are kind of cautiously comfortable with the street closure and rezoning proposal. We do have some recommendations for the development of this facility that we wish to bring to Council's attention. The expanded RPS headquarters is a huge infrastructure project that will have a significant impact on our community. We believe that it presents exciting opportunities to think about how this new development can contribute to the vibrancy and character of our neighborhood. The following are our 3 recommendations. Number 1, before designs are finalized for the expanded headquarters, we would like RPS and the city to conduct a comprehensive consultation with our neighborhood, including an open house or something comparable virtually, where members of our community have an opportunity to see and provide input on detailed draft facility designs. We ask that this happen at a stage in the design process when there is still room for changes to be made in response to community feedback. We believe that our community and RPS have many mutual interests for our neighborhood, and that a thorough consultation process will help us meet our mutual interests and also illuminate and prevent any unintended harmful impacts. As owners of a large portion of the neighborhood's land and one of our biggest institutional neighbors, we feel it is the responsibility of RPS and the city to meaningfully engage our community on this development. We recognize that there have been unavoidable interruptions to community engagement due to the pandemic, but we still feel that is a necessary step before finalizing the designs. Our second recommendation is that if the rezoning to institutional does go forward, we would like to be reassured that existing requirements for the direct control district downtown zone remain in place, and that the development is aligned with the core neighborhood sustainability action plan, as well as crime prevention through environmental design or SEPTED principles. This corner of our neighborhood is identified in both the downtown plan and the core neighborhood sustainability action plan as a vital gateway between our neighborhood and downtown Regina. Existing DCD requirements such as max building height, setback range, active use frontage, hidden parking, etc., will help to ensure a friendlier exterior and more positive interactions with the rest of the neighborhood. The core neighborhood sustainability action plan also calls for SAS Drive to be a green boulevard with pedestrian priority and to be enhanced for pedestrian and cyclist use. So this includes things like pocket parks, benches, landscaping, bike parking, and public art. And using SEPTED is also a no-brainer especially given that this is a police facility, and we hope that the crime prevention through environmental design principles are already at the forefront of the project team's plans. And then our third recommendation is a request that the city and RPS prioritize the preservation of the municipal justice building and the revitalization of the corner of Halifax and 11th Avenue as part of this project. The municipal justice building sits on an important corner in our neighborhood. Today, that stretch of 11th Ave is home to many small family-run businesses. The Core Neighborhood Sustainability Action Plan calls for 11th Avenue to be revitalized as a commercial and creative destination.
Ms. Stark, you're just under a
The
minute to
corner is
go.
also the...
You
Sure.
have just
The
under a
corner
minute to
is-
go.
Yeah, I heard you. Thank you. The corner is also the historical site of the Regina Riot, which has national historical significance, contributing to the heritage value of that property. It has been less than ideal for our community that the building has remained vacant for the past many years, and we look forward to the possibility of its preservation and repurposing so that this corner can again contribute to the cultural vibrancy of our neighborhood. These recommendations are all aligned with the official community plan, the downtown plan, and the Core Neighborhood Sustainability Action Plan, and we believe that embracing these recommendations will help this facility contribute to the City of Regina's vision. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You're right on time. Thank you for your presentation. And there are questions from members of council. Councillor Stevens.
Terrific, thank you. Through the chair, Shayna, could you expand a little bit further on why you want the direct control district zoning to remain in place?
Ms. Stock?
Sure. Yeah, my understanding is that the direct control district provides some special requirements that contribute to a more vibrant streetscape in our downtown area, and making it a more positive experience for pedestrians and passersby. Things like hiding parking, things like minimum setback requirements, just overall contributing to a more vibrant streetscape, which is something we want for our neighborhood. And this building is within the downtown boundaries, so for contributing to downtown's vibrancy as well.
Thank you very much. Yes, through the chair. One final question. The core sustainability plan is mentioned in the report. You mentioned it as well. In your mind, does the current zoning and what's envisioned for this new RPS headquarters, does it currently align in your mind with the core sustainability plan?
Ms. Stock?
I have not seen like detailed plans of the design. I think it depends a lot on how the building will look, how pedestrian friendly the streetscape will be, how it generally interacts with the surrounding area. So if there are things like benches or a pocket park, public art, bike racks, a good separation between the sidewalk and the street on Sask Drive where traffic is fast, things like that, I think will help it be more aligned with the Core Neighborhood Sustainability Action Plan. But I don't know yet enough about what the design plans are to be able to know whether their vision is aligned with the plan or not.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much, Ms. Stock, for your presentation and answering questions. You can retire. Thank you very much. And I would like to turn this over to Councillor Young to introduce the report from the Planning Commission on the closing of Osler Street. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm bringing forward CR 2031. The Regina Planning Commission recommends approval of the closure of Osler Street between 11th and Saskatchewan Drive. And it also approved a zoning bylaw amendment to change the zoning on the former transportation building from DCD downtown direct control to institutional zone. And the third thing is that it asked to amend.
We've lost you. Just one moment, Councillor Young, we've lost you here.
I'm here.
There you are. Okay, we lost your voice. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't think it was anything I did, was it? No. Okay. So number 3 is to establish the downtown direct control district and apply it to the area comprising all those lands within the boundaries of Regina downtown as defined in the OCP. Planning Commission gave unanimous approval to this motion, and I ask for concurrence.
Okay, have a seconder,
please.
Seconder, please, for the report.
I'll second it, Hawkins.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Okay, it's good. So we do have some speakers. First up is Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Through the chair, could administration provide some background on the zoning change? Ms. Stock had mentioned the value of the direct control district zoning. What will we lose or potentially lose with this change? First question. And second, are we able to actually maintain some of the streetscape and streetscape design and other intentions in the direct control zoning that might be lost in the institutional change?
Ms. Harlech?
Through you, Your Worship. So right now, what's being recommended is that it all be rezoned to institutional. So the DCD standards will not apply. But the main thing on the DCD was the existing building relative to the street fronts and public realm. That's not going to change substantially from its current state. So the project won't compromise the intent of that downtown building objective. I might ask Mr. Searle to provide more specifics with respect to the DCD zoning.
Mr. Searle.
Yes, through you, Your Worship. I think Ms. Hauerluck has responded that we don't anticipate the condition to change. I think certainly administration is open to having discussions with the owner and developer to look at opportunities through design for conditions around public realm and how building orientation and access occurs. But that's what we anticipate from the with respect to the DCD.
Councillor Stevens?
Thank you. Yes, through the chair, because we're talking about a broad rezoning of what will be a large RPS complex and the municipal justice building is part of that, can administration provide an update on what the future holds for the MJB? And is it still possible that it can function as a community space and not just a wing of the RPS? Through the chair.
So I'll let the question go, but I know we're actually talking, as you know, about the RPS building itself. The municipal justice building is not part of the report, but I'll let one question go forward. Ms. Harlech?
Through you, Your Worship. So further to the inquiry that was brought forward to Council EN 19-6, the future of the municipal justice building, we are still considering the potential uses for that building in a long-term RPS campus solution. So right now it's on the heritage inventory list, and so any future development to consider the elements of the exterior facade that have heritage value would need to be considered and how we would preserve that. And so should the MGB not be needed for the RPS headquarters, alternative uses for the building would be considered, which may include the community facility. So at this point in time, it's still in debate as we move forward with the full RPS campus talks.
Councillor Stevens?
Thank you. I'd like to propose an amendment, and we'll see if this is above board in terms of what we're talking about here. Administration had remarked about engaging with the public. I just want to make sure that this is something we're considering and guaranteeing. And the amendment is that administration engage in a comprehensive public consultation process regarding the RPS facility prior to the final design concept.
So, Ms. Harlech, if you could just say that is what takes place in any case, or so is this motion necessary? Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, if I could just explain, yes, it is part of it that the city and RPS are anticipating that the discussions will continue with the Heritage Community Association as we go through the design process. One of the things that should be noted is it wouldn't be coming to Planning Commission for approval or any of those sorts of things, so it would be a discussion. And as Mr. Searle said and what we indicated, we definitely take into consideration such as how the functioning of the building works with the streetscapes, et cetera. So we would definitely undertake those discussions.
Would that undertaking suffice, Councillor Stevens?
Maybe. My follow-up is there's a discussion and then there's a meaningful public engagement process. So I'm happy to see a discussion, but I'd like to see the same kind of process unfold that we might see for a recreation facility where the public is invited to discuss what they would like to see rather than just a focused discussion with the Heritage Community Association. So, Ms. Harlock, could you provide me the scope of what that discussion would look like, and can we treat this as a broader public engagement process even though one is not required?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, we could undertake to do a similar thing that we've done with other development applications, although, as I indicated, this is a use that's permitted, and so it wouldn't be coming to RPC, but we could undertake that process, such as an open house, so that there is that engagement with the community, the broader community.
Yes, that's through the chair. Yeah, if that's a commitment from you, Ms. Harlock, then I'll hold administration to it. I understand it doesn't come to Planning Commission, but if the commitment here on record is that you'll have a meaningful public engagement process, I will be satisfied, and I look forward to seeing the outcome of that.
I think that you can trust that this will happen, Councillor Stevens.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just to follow up on Councillor Stevens, when we heard the delegation speak, they talked about community engagement within their community, but I believe that it's vitally important that we have engagement for all residents across the city. So I want to ensure that that happens as well. But I wanted to just go back to, I mean, I know we're asking to close those off, but we haven't even, there's not even been a plan to even say, well, what is that going to be about? What is that, how is it going to affect parking? What is this building going to look like? When does that come through Your Worship, if I can ask?
Ms. Harlock.
What are the next steps?
Through you, Your Worship. So the next steps is that we're still going through the design process stages. We will do a consultation process similar to what we would have done with for another application that's on the agenda today, the Sobeys Liquor Store as an example, where we have an open house that's advertised in the paper so that we can have broader consultation with the larger community. Similar to these types of facilities, those designs would just be shared once they're finalized with council and the broader public later on, once they're finalized.
Councillor Bresciani.
Okay, so just regards to, like, would there be an RFP put out for the developer? How is that all work through the chair?
Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship. So the process would be is that we do that engagement, there'd be discussions, the proponents we would do up the drawings, get the final drawings completed, and then it would go out to a tender process after that for construction.
Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. And it says in the financial impact that there's obviously underground sewer and stormwater and all of that, and that cost, there's additional to the changes of that. Then who incurs that cost to the chair?
Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship. So council has approved a budget for the RPS headquarters, so that would all come into play with all of the requirements to build the building, make the site feasible for building construction, which could include undergrounds and other things that are required, such as traffic improvements or those sorts of things.
Okay, so that was taken into consideration, because when it came to council before, it was talked about maybe having a walkway between the two buildings. There was a little bit of talk about maybe closing it, but it was, no one really understood that it could be an actual physical building. So all of those costs you're saying is going to be fitting within the budget, because undergrounds and all that cost a whole lot of money. You're saying that will be incurred. That's kind of this process that we're not going to be going over budget by a whole bunch of $1 million, because that's been taken into consideration.
Through you, Your Worship, that's correct. We'll go through the process, we'll do all of the analysis, and once we have the design, then there'll be more detailed designs done with more firm numbers, etc. We always try and work within our budgets. Obviously, if there's something that comes up that's unexpected, then we would have to come back to council. But the goal is always to stay within our budgets, and we have been working in understanding all of the requirements to bring this facility to fruition, taking into consideration everything that you're talking about, plus the needs of the RPS and what they require for their new building.
Councilor Shannon?
Thank you, through the chair. And again, thank you. What is the timing through the chair for this? So what is you can just kind of from start to finish?
Through you, Your Worship, I'll ask Mr. Lacey to go through the timelines.
Mr. Lacey.
Through you, Your Worship, so I would anticipate that how the project's tracking right now is that later in June, July would be the opportunity to go out and share have that public consultation and discussion about what the design is looking like, and then procurement would occur sometime after that.
And then through the chair, are we saying it's a year to build, or what's the date to have it completed and up and going through the chair?
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship, so I do anticipate we'll be out in procurement early summer, mid-summer. And then once construction starts, I anticipate that construction, I don't have the exact timelines in front of me here, but it will be approximately in the 2-year range.
Okay.
Councilor Shannon?
Okay, good. I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay. Councilor Young, you want to, you'll be closing debate.
Well, yes, and
Can I just see if anybody else wants to speak?
That,
Councilor Young, just a moment, just see if anybody else wants to speak before you close debate. The floor is yours.
thank you. I just wanted to point out that while this will have public consultation, and I think that the streetscape will be important to the area, but the internal workings of a police department are not going to be out there for the public to make comments on. And so I just want to make that clear, that how it fits into the area, what the outside of the building looks like, and what the streetscape looks like will certainly be open to conversations with the public. But and as the chair of the police commission, I would ask you to comment on that, Your Worship.
I'll just make one comment. That actually is true. There are many issues related to security and how people are dealt with related to the justice system. So, but certainly the streetscape, the outside of the building, how it's situated on the street, the points raised by, as I interpret what Ms. Stock was saying, are very much up for discussion and input by the community. There's lots of reports and submissions and documents that speak to what should be done in the heritage neighborhood, and the development itself will honor those reports. And but input directly from the community and the community association will be what will happen on the external side of the building, if I could phrase it that way. So I know Councillor Murray, you have put your name to speak, but Councillor Young was actually closing debate. She closed debate.
Okay, no No problem, that's okay, thanks.
I apologize, if it had been up earlier, I would have got it to you. So since Councilor Young's closed debate, I'm going to ask for the question to be called. Mr. Clerk?
Councillor Young, I will start with you, please.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Hawkins?
In favor.
Councillor Stevens?
Against.
Councillor Bresciani?
In favor.
Councillor Findura?
In favor.
Councillor Murray?
In favor.
Councillor Bryce?
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell?
In favor?
Councillor Mancinelli?
In favor.
Councillor Flagel?
Yes.
Mayor Fougere?
I vote in favor.
It's 10-1, Your Worship. The motion is carried.
Good. Thank you very much, everyone. Our next report is related to 4400 4th Avenue. This is a submission from Beth and Mira Barber. They are delegations, so I could ask them to, are they on the line? Are you on the line?
We are, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. If you could introduce yourself and who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation. And members of council may have questions afterwards.
My name is Mira Barber. I'm the president of Pinnacle Developments, and we are simply here to answer questions, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you very much. There are questions, and let's start with Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to Beth and Muir. I want to start off by first going back to when you first owned the property. Would you please make a comment about the state of the buildings and the property that are no longer there?
Mr. Barber?
At the time that we, through you, Your Worship, at the time that we purchased, the buildings were, a number of them were physically condemned. Many had security on site to prevent people from going into them because there were pieces of the ceiling falling in. The police were called out virtually every day to remove squatters and people from the site. It was a mess.
Thank you for that. And if I could just follow up, I think from what I'm hearing from you, there was no value in saving any of the buildings except for the one that is still standing.
The only one that we've saved is the nursing school, and we've already spent considerable money updating it and making repairs that had been deferred for years.
Okay, thanks very much. Mr. Mayor, if I could get the delegation just to comment a little bit about parking on site and impacts on the streets adjacent, in particular Connaught.
Mr. Barber?
Through your worship, yeah, the required parking for the proposal that we have put forward was 194 cars. In fact, our proposal has 389 parking stalls on it, so we're close to double the requirement of the parking. And we would hope, and we have offered publicly in the open house, that if people on the street were having an event at their home, having company or family over, they're more than welcome to park on our site. We won't be policing that. Of course, if somebody moves a Winnebago in for the summer, that's a different matter.
All right, I appreciate that. Thanks very much. Could you just also comment a little bit about staging? The plan that sits before us has a number of buildings, but if you would comment about what may be an initial plan versus a long-term plan.
Mr. Barber?
Through your worship, given the times, the uncertain times that we're in right now, we really do not have a finite schedule. We are at this time dealing with the 3 buildings on our site plan along 4th Avenue. We're in active discussion on 2 of those, and the 3rd, the one closest to Connaught Street, we're hoping that we'll have some interest in by the time construction rolls around. So likely we would start with those 3 buildings and unless we have interest in the rest of the site, we would stop at that point.
Thank you for that. I want to follow up on a couple of questions that were mentioned at the, to you, at the public open house, and just so that publicly people can hear your response. I heard, because you're a residential area right adjacent on both sides, three sides, I'm sorry, people asked about lighting and about smells from a restaurant or a fast food restaurant. Could you comment on those two items?
Mr. Barber?
Through you, Your Worship, we will have to meet all of the requirements of the building codes and of Regina's building codes in regard to light and light shining into adjacent properties, as any other retail site does adjacent to residential housing. In terms of the odors, again, we have to meet all the requirements laid out under the various design bylaws, and would hope that there's that odors are minimized. Our worst case is likely a bakery or a restaurant, not an abattoir.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. My last question is about traffic, which is always asked whenever there's a development. In this case in particular, I think that residents questioned Connaught and 4th Avenue. So if you don't mind, just from your take on traffic study and that particular intersection and how you see things playing out in the coming years, please.
Mr. Barber?
Through you, Your Worship, previously, prior to us purchasing the site, there was a traffic impact study done which rezoned the property from its former institutional uses to the commercial uses or parts of the commercial uses we propose to put in. We also did a traffic impact study based on the site plan that we had submitted to the city. Through that process, we met with and consulted with the city engineers and made some adjustments. We are meeting all of the requirements of the traffic impact study, all of the suggestions that have been made in regard to the traffic impact study and the comments by the administration. The issues around 4th Avenue and Louvain intersection are not caused by us, nor can they be cured by us, but we're certainly prepared to help wherever possible.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I'm done. Thanks very much for the answers.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Flagel?
Thank you, and welcome back again, both of you. What was your feelings about after you left the open house later in the month of February?
Mr. Barber?
From the area.
Through you, Your Worship, we feel that we were able to put to rest many of the concerns raised to us by the residents in the area. I think that we gave them some comfort around our proposal and around who we are and what our track record is. So I was quite encouraged. I've been to far worse.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. You've been around a while. Not saying you're older or anything, but...
Good recovery, Councillor Flagel.
Sorry, slipped out. Yeah. What you talked to Councillor O'Donnell through you, Mr. Mayor, is you're going to do these three buildings. If I was to look at the springtime, would they be up?
Mr. Barber?
I think, Councillor, probably summer is safer. We don't know how, given the COVID stuff, we're not sure how the permitting process is going to go and how our negotiations through the design process are going to go with the tenants. But I would think by summer, certainly.
Okay, good. That's all I wanted to know. I think we got all the traffic stuff figured out too. So thanks very much and good luck.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Any other questions of the delegation? Well, thank you, Mira and Beth, for being here, for making a presentation and answering questions. You can retire now, and we'll look at the report. And I'd ask Councillor Young to introduce the report, please. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Before I do that, there is a change to 1B. It does not have the correct legal description, so I will read the correct one for you, unless it's up on the screen for people to look at. So 1B should read, rezone Lot 7, Block 28, Plan 59R, 2094-9, and Lot 9, Block 28, Plan 101889344, from R1 residential neighborhood to MLM mixed large market zone, and there you have it on the screen.
It's on the screen, then we'll just take that as the first recommendation, if you will. If I have a seconder for that, please.
Jason.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Councillor Young, you want to continue on?
Yes. So I move CR 2032. Planning Commission recommends that City Council approve the application to rezone the property at 4400 4th Avenue by removing the holding overlay zone from the MLN mixed large market zone for the property. And B is to rezone lots 7 and 9 from RN residential neighborhood to MLM mixed large market zone. So if I could have a seconder, please.
We just got that. We had Councillor Massanelli's on that.
That was for the change, I thought.
Yeah, I accepted that as being the
All right, great.
Yeah.
So then I would like to go on and give you some explanations that the holding overlay was placed on this property as the specific development plans were not known when it was rezoned from institution zone to designated shopping center zone by council in May of 2018. But now, also moving from the old to the new zoning bylaw meant that the name designated shopping center zone has now been changed to mixed large market zone in the new zoning bylaw. So plans have now come to us and are underway, so the holding overlay can be removed. The second part of the motion to rezone on lots 7 and 9 corrects an administrative error during the implementation of the zoning bylaw. Lots 9 and 7 were mistakenly zoned residential neighborhood, and this corrects that and puts them in the MLN mixed large market zone. There were two discussion items that were of interest to Planning Commission. One was the transportation impact assessment, which Mr. Muir spoke about, and some of the major recommendations will be implemented through a servicing or a development levy agreement regarding traffic. The other thing that Planning Commission was glad to hear is that the development will take years to complete, and during that time monitoring will occur for traffic signals, etc., and that the developer will be responsible for those changes. So Planning Commission and I recommend concurrence.
Thank you, Councillor Young. We do have some speakers. Councillor O'Donnell, you're up next.
Thanks. I just would like to speak in favor of what is before us. This area, this very large area, actually sits in Ward 8, and it brings much welcome services to our area. I want to just give you a little background to a couple of things and why both Councillor Young and I will have spoken to a couple of these things. So Connaught Street. One is that a few years ago, we increased density just to the north of this piece of property by allowing a number of townhouses. Previous to that, and this is a number of years ago, Transcona School disappeared, and it was an increase in housing in that area. So Connaught Street becomes rather important as a exit from that area, and turning to the east could be difficult, but not to the west. So the fact that there's going to be monitoring on that corner means a lot to the people that are living in that area, and so I'm glad for that. Again, services coming to the area, most welcome. I thought it was generous of Mr. Barber. He very much spoke to some of the folks that live along Connaught and said, you know, if you lose some of the parking spots along the road, you're welcome to use the the parking area that is being developed. And of course, the nursing school is still there, and they will now have parking on that site rather than have to go onto the street when there was some disarray with the previous development. There have been both a community association and some individuals who wanted to have access to some of the parking information. They were provided that. And knowing that there is ongoing monitoring, I think solves all those issues. That's what they've said to me. There is no issue with this. I ask council to endorse this, and let's get moving. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. We do have some other speakers. Councillor Fundura.
Okay, I'm just checking in here, Your Worship. I'll be right there. Okay, there we go. Thank you. To you, question would be, a report does say on the comments that any kind of damage to the road, the developer will take care of that. But I had a question on the ongoing construction would be shaking the houses that are in the area, especially right on Connaught there. Where does the responsibility lie and to whom? If there's some cracking or shifting in the houses, or do we do assessment before we start construction? Who's responsible for that? Your Worship?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So we typically don't do those kinds of assessments before development takes place. I mean, the development practices would ensure that there's appropriate setbacks and mitigation measures in place to ensure that there is no damage off-site, and that would be the responsibility of the developer.
Okay. Thank you. Good.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Other speakers to the Councillor Massanelli?
Thank you. Through the chair. Just one question. Looking at the responses from this administration in regards to the transportation impact assessment, I noticed that you guys are looking at signals in the future. How far off are we, and would it not be more expensive to do it after construction's always been underway rather than do it preemptively, looking at how much this plan changes how traffic moves through the area?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So we use the warrant analysis that was indicated to Council in the memo. So depending on when that warrant is required for the warrant to warrant a new set of lights and those sorts of things, it really is on a case-by-case basis. In this case, we are looking at some time out based on the analysis. So at this point, it wouldn't make sense to put it in, because then that's a piece of infrastructure that we would have to have upkeep. But also, as the explanation, it does cause other factors when it comes into play too early. So we take that all into consideration when we're looking at those requirements. The developer would be required, as development occurs, to put in those signals at a future date. So it'll be at their cost.
Councillor Massanelli?
Just to follow up, as I've had no training as a planner or anything like that, do different municipalities have different goals to facilitate traffic? Would some be more aggressive in calling the breakpoint for the light or not? Is that something we control, or is there like a national standard that we follow and refer to?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, there is national standards that most municipalities would go for with respect to the minimum requirements. Obviously, it is each individual municipality's prerogative whether or not they want to go to a higher level of service.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Councillor Flagel, you're next.
Thank you. And under the buildings there, the former buildings there were a little bit higher, I think, than the 39 feet in residential. Does that change when we go to new ones? Or did that exist, that old facility have a different height restriction for buildings than this one?
Ms. Harlock?
Sorry, I'm not understanding your question, Councillor Flagel.
What I'm wondering about is I guess the question would be, what's the height restriction if for that land? Are they stuck with the 39 feet or whatever it is, 15 meters?
Through
Ms.
you,
Harlock?
Your Worship, I might ask Mr. Searle for the technical requirement, height requirement within that zoning district. I don't have that at hand.
Mr. Searle?
Through you, Your Worship, I might ask Mr. Fenton to provide the specifics. I believe it might be set at 15 meters maximum, but I will just ask Mr. Fenton to confirm.
Mr. Fenton?
Hi, sorry about that. Through your worship, this is not my file, so I'm not prepared to answer this question, and I wasn't expecting it. I apologize.
That's okay. You know what, I'll go with.
Okay, hold on. I think Ms. Harlock wants to step in here. Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, sorry, I did find it, and it is 15 meters, as Mr. Searle said, so 15 meters. So that in feet? Do you want it in feet?
No, that's good, yeah.
Councillor Flagel?
Normal building height is 13, I think, 13 meters or something like that in a residential. So, no, I'm all for this. This has been long overdue. This building, this land, as Councillor O'Donnell said, is a cornerstone for that, his ward and for sightlines on the city. And one other thing I want to make a comment on is I'm glad to see the Barber name is back, developing back in the city. I know he's done some other stuff years ago, and I haven't seen much of it lately. So I'm glad to see he's back with his family. I'm not sure if Beth is his daughter or who it is. So appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Any other speakers to the report?
Sorry, I just lost my feed. Okay, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay. Other speakers? I would just add my voice of support for the development. It's a sound project, and Mr. Barber's put together a very good plan, and I completely agree with Councillor O'Donnell's discussion about services in the area. This is long overdue, and look forward to seeing that develop over time, and hopefully we recover quickly from COVID and we see some significant development on that site. Last comment I'll make is the comments that Mr. Barber made on the public open house. That was significant too, that he's listening to residents of the area, responding to their concerns and questions, and left that meeting feeling good. And clearly, there are no delegations speaking of concern to this, and that's a sign of contentment within the community. So I'm very pleased to support the report. Councillor Young, do you want to close debate?
No.
Okay.
No, Your Worship. I think everything's been said.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, do you want to take us on the vote, please?
Yes, I will start again with you, Councillor Young.
I am in favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor?
Councillor Bryce.
In favor?
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
And Mayor Fougere.
I vote in favor.
It's carried at 11-0, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, everyone. So we'll now move into consideration of the housekeeping zoning amendments. We have a delegation, and it'd be Lisa Gibbons from the Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District. Ms. Gibbons, are you there?
I am here.
Okay, so if you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation. There may be questions from council afterwards.
Great. My name is Lisa Gibbons. I am the Executive Director for Regina's Warehouse Business Improvement District. And I'm here today because I heard there were some concerns related to temporary parking on the former rail yard site as part of the housekeeping issues or report that's going forward, that's putting together the yards and zone forward. And we are in support of that parking, temporary parking, as long as it is part of interim use or part of another use. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gibbons. We'll see if there's any questions. I'll wait for members of council to go into the chat room. Apparently there are none. Thank you very much for being here to answer questions.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, so we'll now move into Report 20-33. This is Planning Commission's report on the zoning bylaw 19-9 for housekeeping amendments. Councillor Young?
Thank you, Your Worship. I am going to move the zoning bylaw 2019-19 housekeeping amendments report. And I'm going to introduce it, but I would like to say that number 1 amendment will be a motion that Councillor Stevens intends to make regarding recommendation number 1. So I will be speaking about number 2 and some of the major key amendments worth noting, and I will not speak to number 1 at this time.
Okay, so let's get a seconder for the report, please.
I'll second that report, Councilor Murray.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Young, go ahead.
Okay, this housekeeping amendments report for the new zoning bylaw 2019-19 they are in general housekeeping amendments, mostly minor, such as typos or incorrect references or map changes. And some arise as the bylaw is tested, and we have seen that so far today, and in some cases changing back to former zoning language. Page 3 of the main report you have in front of you from administration lists 5 key amendments, though, that are worth noting, and they've provided those pages from the housekeeping report for you so that you can look at them in depth. There's 6, excuse me, not 5. The first one expands delegation of authority for development officers. The second changes or makes a difference between the names of cannabis grow operations under cannabis agriculture in industrial areas and separates them from cannabis agriculture indoor areas. The third is an RU zone outside of the residential infill overlay zones to have consistent streetscapes matching front yard setbacks to existing houses. The fourth is interim parking, which allows development of surface parking as an interim use in mixed large market zone in accordance with the Yards neighborhood plan, which was already spoken to previously. And number 5 gives height overlay flexibility at the airport, which is more in keeping with language in the old zoning bylaw. And number 6 refers to the towns which we just dealt with. This is the lane access overlay permitting both front and rear lane access on a case-by-case basis through zoning amendment applications, meaning that if this passes and any of this comes forward, it has to come to council with the zoning amendment, which means that it would be happening very early in the process as opposed to when the build is already started, as this one is. So I would recommend concurrence in this report, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Young. We have next up is Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, I have a couple points, but I'll start with the amendment that Councillor Young had mentioned, and it reads that recommendation number 1 respecting accessory residential uses in industrial zones be withdrawn, and administration be directed to bring a report to the June 24th meeting of City Council outlining options to address residential land uses in industrial areas within the zoning bylaw. It's a mouthful. I am looking for a seconder, please.
Seconder, please, for that.
I'll second that. It's Jason.
Okay, Councillor Massanelli, thank you.
Great. Through your worship, all this is asking for is more information, essentially, and that a report, a focused report on what's intended and the implications will come back to us in June. If it proceeds, we'd likely see a decision on the actual bylaw and amendment to the zoning bylaw in July. So again, we're just looking for more information with this amendment rather than wrapping it into housekeeping, a more fulsome report on the implications of this and other accessory use approaches when we're talking about residential development on an industrial zone. That's it.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any speakers to the amendment? So there'll be three minutes to speak on the amendment. Councillor Young?
Yeah, I will. And
Yes.
Jerry Flegel.
Okay?
Councillor Young, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am going to approve this amendment. This actually didn't even fit within housekeeping because it is not housekeeping. It's a new amendment, and so this allows the administration to bring forward any information that we would need from a legal perspective and from the aspect of consultation with people who might be affected by it, and other things that would give us more background and information on this new amendment. So I am approving this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Young. To the amendment, Councillor Flegel.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm for this because I think the other clarification on this amendment, if I go back to when we talked about moving massage parlors to the industrial zone, is that a lot of the proponents of that particular thing were having a resident and a commercial business underneath, and then we forced them out into the industrial area. So I'd like to get some clarification on, the commercial and residential above, now that we've pushed that working group out into the industrial area. So yeah, this all works for me and anything going forward. Thanks.
Thank you for that. If I just remind the members of council or the administration who are online to mute your microphone, please. We're getting some feedback. Okay, so Councillor Flegel, do you want a response from the administration? Is that a question?
No, I'll wait for the report to come back, but I'm in agreement with this because of that one particular thing, and then anything else that comes up. Thanks.
Okay, it's good. Thank you for that. Councillor Fundura, to the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Worship. I do agree, but I have a question. Does this need to go to a bigger, more broader consultation to figure this out with the public or wherever we need to do this, or is this something that the administration will just bring a report on what's needed? That's the question.
Ms. Harlock.
Your Worship. We would do limited consultation on this because it is something that is doesn't affect that many properties, and so we'll be able to bring some of that information back to council in the next report.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you.
Councillor Massanelli on the amendment.
Thank you. Just a quick question, how this affects administration. I noticed this was originally part of this policy. Is there any timelines, promises, or commitments that this amendment will affect or workflows?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. No, administration feels that the June 24th deadline to bring a report back is reasonable.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. In hearing that this does affect a few properties or areas, and I noticed within the motion, it's actually, or the amendment, it's asking for industrial residential uses, industrial zones be withdrawn. What about uses that are happening right now? Would that automatically be withdrawn, or would that be something that that we're just taking a look at within this report?
Ms. Harlock?
Sorry, through you, Your Worship. So what's being withdrawn is just the amendment that was brought forward at RPC, and we'll bring a separate report back that'll deal with this issue in a more comprehensive way with options for council.
Okay, so it's not going to affect anybody right now. We're just taking a look at seeing how it might affect people and seeing what's best for the city.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. So, Councillor Steve, did you want to close debate on your amendment?
No, I have nothing else to add.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, you want to take a vote on the amendment, please?
With respect to the amendment, I will start with you, Councillor Stevens.
In support?
Councillor Bresciani.
Favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray. Councillor Murray. Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor?
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote in favor.
I will return to Councillor
Sorry,
Murray.
it's Councillor Murray here.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I had problems with my mic. I vote in favor. Thanks.
And Councillor Young.
In favor?
The amendment passes unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Councillor Stevens, you have some time left on the main motion. The floor is yours.
Great, thank you. I just want to thank administration for being patient with Planning Commission and me in particular as we walk through this. It was actually a lot of work that went into designing and communicating this report. My last question or line of thought is really about the laneway parking overlay, and there is a relationship with the previous report we talked about. What is the purpose of this design and planning concept, through the chair?
Ms. Harlock?
Your Worship. So the lane access overlay was brought in for the exact reasons for the last application, because we know that some of these smaller lots do create on-street parking issues. We don't know of any other municipality, when we did consultation during Zone Forward, that regulates how much on-street parking a development should have. The reason this came in is so that Council will be able to approve where these types of units which limit parking can be allowed. And so I think because the last application was caught between two bylaws, as we move forward here and developers are designing subdivisions, they'll really need to take into consideration where these types of products, which will have rear and front yard access, should be located. In the previous bylaw, as was noted by the applicant of the last application, there was no restrictions. And then we saw some of the parking issues. So the intent of this is to ensure that we do have that ability to address that through a case-by-case basis.
Okay, through the chair. So just to be clear, if this goes ahead, essentially anytime this design concept comes forward, it will be discussed and voted upon on a case-by-case basis by council, correct?
Through you, Your Worship. That's correct. And the one, I should explain a little bit further about the amendment. Originally, it was supposed to be identified in a secondary plan or a concept plan. And that's really problematic, because we have to go through amending that document and then going through this process. So what this amendment does is it takes away that part of it, but doesn't require, but still upholds the requirements to do it on a case-by-case basis and having those discussions at RPC and then ultimately here at council.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, just to be clear about another part of the intent here is that to achieve certain density targets in these communities, this kind of planning concept is a must, if you will, or an option. Is that correct? It's about density.
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, I would characterize it as housing options. Also, more so, because this is a product that's provided that does give higher densities because the lots are lower, but it provides different housing types that can all, working together, can help us achieve our density targets. Because in any communities, we want to see a balance of different housing types to meet different households' needs. And this housing type has shown, and as the delegate had indicated, is very popular because of the price point they can hit, and the ability to provide someone with the ability to get into the housing market. I think in saying that, though, there is those trade-offs between parking and those sorts of things, but I think as developers move forward and use these types of overlays in their design overall, we can see that balance and hopefully will not see those parking issues that we've seen in the past.
Okay, thank you. A couple of the remarks through the chair. I will say that just because something sells doesn't make it good, in my mind, from a planning and city building standpoint. One thing that's important to observe here is that we're actually adding infrastructure where it doesn't seem to be servicing what it's supposed to. So we're building laneways, which the city will ultimately have to maintain, and those laneways are not doubling as places for people to park. So we're both privatizing a street and we're creating new infrastructure for the city to maintain in the long run. So I don't agree with the developer that there's no issues with this. In fact, Parking Services has flagged a series of issues, safety issues, as well as front parking issues. This is not an apple pie concept, and I think there's a disconnect between the developers being able to sell something and it actually being a good design. I would ask, though, to the clerk that when we vote on the housekeeping, if we could separate Amendment 132, which is lane access overlay, as a separate vote, if possible.
Duly noted.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you for that. Councillor Bresciani, you're next.
Thank you, through the chair. I do have the same concern, and I have heard this from my residents. So I just want to be clear that these then will be coming to Planning Commission and coming earlier in the design stages, so this can be picked up. Is that accurate?
Ms. Harlock?
Oh, sorry, through you, Your Worship, that is correct.
Okay. I want to make a point that, you know, in this last 2 months, that this is exactly what I've heard, is that we've got streets within the towns, if it's in the Greens, that, and maybe even in Harbour Landing, I'm not sure, and probably in other areas of the city, but we've got no on-street parking. And the first question that I had asked was, well, if you have guests, where do they park? This is, I believe, this is something that we need to address. I understand developers want to get as many houses on their piece of land that they have, but we also have to consider this from a city's perspective as livability. And what does it mean to have a livable city where you can actually have a nice yard so your kids can enjoy, plus parking when friends come over and family comes over? That seems to me like a no-brainer, but when I heard this in my community, 2 years after, then signs go up, there's got to be a better communication strategy, number one. But number two, this is not the type of city that I want to have, where we actually offer no parking in front of a home. And I don't care if it's only 4 or 5 parking spots, but that the developer has to know that that is a priority from the city, that that's what we want for our residents. To Councillor Stevens' point about the back alleys, there's been a huge increase in crime in my ward, in that area, with these open pads. And many of them don't have fences, and everything is open. The maintenance of these back alleys, and then on top of that, the openness of every backyard creates an opportunity for crime to move in. These are things that I think we need to talk with as a city, that how do we want these developments to move forward with the development community. These are the concerns that they need to, because after they turn it over to the city, it becomes our cost and our problem. And so I would concur with what Councillor Stevens has said, and I think we need to have a discussion to this high density, but also the high density that came in with the SFA, service agreement fees. When those fees came in, that's why the density increased. So we maybe now have to take a look at going back to what, so the average homeowner can own a home that has a 50-foot lot, but they can't afford it at $250,000. So that's something that we need to discuss as a council. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, we can do it.
I'll just get Amber to put it up.
Okay. Councillor Flagel, you're next.
Thank you. I don't have any specific one, but one thing I do have is that we went through 65 pages documents for this housekeeping, And as it says on the top, a lot of it's grammatic, a lot of it's missed a period and all this other kind of stuff. Could we not next time, and I know there's going to be a next time, could we not have these separated out to ones that are actually a bit of an issue as opposed to us having to scan through 65 pages to find? Part of the problem is some of these will get lost, and what I really don't want to have happen is 2 years from now, somebody will come along and say, well, you approved that one, and it was on page 66 of the report, and you guys missed it, and then it got approved, and away we go. Whereas if we're looking, so that would be is that a difficult thing to do, or can we get that done through administration?
I can ask Ms. Harlock. Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, definitely we'll look at how we bring it. We sent the memo and added that additional column for council on all the amendments to identify if it was an interest from, whether it was an interest or technical. So we'll definitely take that back because there is more amendments coming, as it indicated when the bylaw got approved. As we start working with the bylaw, we find things. So there'll be another set of amendments coming forward in the summer around August, September.
Yeah. Thank you. Through you, and I appreciate that. And talking about the parking lot, I want to ask a question about that one. Are we bound by anything by using it as a land use so that in 2 years from now, if we decide we're not going to use it as a parking lot, or is this just strictly a land use? And if somebody comes forward with a proposal for surface parking, then we deal with like a 2-year lease or a 5-year lease, or what's the positioning right now of us approving that particular bylaw?
Charlotte.
Through you, Your Worship, I believe you're talking about the amendment for the MLM zone.
Right.
It is because the Yards neighborhood plan did talk about interim uses being the allowance of a parking lot. So this amendment is just to enact the plan that council approved. And what would happen is that in the future, should an application come forward or a request, it would go through the process. But it is only an interim use.
It's an interim, yeah, okay, good. That's all I wanted to clarify on that. Thanks very much, Mr. Matt. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other speakers to the report? I have just a couple comments and just speak to, I'm glad that recommendation number 1 was pulled away from this report. That is a substantive amendment. I agreed to look at that, of course, too, but this is strictly housekeeping, so I'm glad we're doing that. And Councillor Flagel's comments about separation of this and being more clear what's in here for the public and for council, I think is an important tip. But a question of the administration related to maintenance of back alleys, and we talked about in the development earlier today about development. When we have back alleys as part of a development, the maintenance of that is actually charged to the homeowner. It's not to the city, it's actually recoup the cost of repair of it in terms of if it was a gravel or a asphalt back lane. So my understanding is that cost actually isn't on all taxpayers, it's on the homeowner that actually abuts the lane. Is that correct? Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, that is correct.
Okay. Just an important point to note. I'm not sure what good design is. I think that's a subjective comment, although I guess when we see good, we like it, I suspect. But I have no issue with the development that took place in East End. I think it was good. It's a good design that does meet market demand. We can talk about some of the overall policies of what constitutes density, as we usually do in our bylaws. But and I don't necessarily have a problem with this being reviewed again, as per the report itself. Higher density, I think, is welcome, depending on where it is and what it looks like and how it meets our policies. In this report, we're not talking about amending those policies. It is a housekeeping issue. So if there was a change of how we want to approach developments happening, then that's for another time. So I'm going to support the report as amended, and give the floor back to Councillor Young if you want to close debate.
No, I'm fine, Your Worship.
Okay, I'll pass this off to the clerk for the vote. Mr. Clerk?
So we'll have 2 votes here. We have the vote on the main motion, plus we also have Councillor
That's right,
Stevens' separation.
Okay, so we'll you want to do the one with the one without, just
Sure,
rolling
we will-
back his amendment?
We'll do yes, we'll do the motion removing section 132, which I believe the deputy clerk can put on the screen for you.
Okay, good.
So this is voting for everything except section 132, or amendment 132, which is on the screen now. So I will start with you, Councillor Young.
Yes, I approve.
Councillor Hawkins.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
I just want to be perfectly clear. This is about everything except for Amendment 132, correct?
That is correct.
All right, yes.
Councillor Bresciani.
In support.
Councillor Findura.
In favor?
Councillor Murray.
In favor?
Councillor Bryce.
In favor?
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor?
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
That portion passes unanimously at 11-0, Your Worship. And with respect to Councillor Stevens' request to vote separately on Amendment 132, I will start with Councillor Stevens.
No.
Councillor Bresciani.
No.
Councillor Findura.
No.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor?
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor?
Councillor Mancinelli.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Young.
In favor?
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor?
And Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
And it is passed by 8-3.
Thank you for that, everyone. Okay. Now we'll move on to another delegation, Doug Hudgen. This is from the Regina Portable Sign Association. I'm not sure if he's on the phone or not. Is he there? Mr. Hudgen, are you there? You can press *6 to unmute your phone. Hudgen, are you there? Are you there? Mr. Hudgen? *6 to unmute your phone.
Oh, God, here I go again.
We can hear you now, I think. Mr. Hudgen, is that you?
Yeah, it is me.
Okay, so for the record, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation. Welcome to City Council again.
Okay, Michael. Mayor Michael Fougere, City Council. Thank you for hearing me again today. My name is Doug Hudgen, and I own Classic Portable Sign Rentals, and as the president, I represent the interests of the 7 members of the Regina Portable Sign Association. I thought it would be remiss not to appear today and just briefly review what's on the agenda today and field any questions that might be offered. So, at the April Council meeting, several motions and reports requested by Council were brought forward for consideration. They are as follows and were agreed with and supported by the City Administration, and at the last meeting, the Mayor and majority of the Council approved them in an 8-3 vote. The first point addressed was the distance regulation for a portable sign from a permanent billboard that would be fixed at 10 meters. This distance to be measured from the center of the billboard supporting post to the actual ad face of the portable. The second proposed regulation addressed was the distance for the placement of a second portable sign on a lot will now be 70 meters from the previous 90 meters. Again, the measurement be from ad face to ad face. An exemption or accommodation was agreed upon during our discussions with the administration members. It is as follows. Lots that cannot host one portable sign along their property line due to the combination of driveway or corner sightline regulations and the 10-meter distance requirement for a permanent billboard, whether it be on or near their property, will be exempt from the permanent billboard 10-meter regulation. I would also add that we are in agreement with the proposed small lot sign regulations that are being addressed today. I notice this agenda includes addressing minor errors in the regulations. I am not privy to those at the time of this submission, but will make inquiries and be informed before appearing. Actually, I have no idea what the small changes are, but I'm assuming it's just housekeeping and dotting the i's and crossing the t's. As well as reviewing the past meeting, my purpose for appearing here today is to answer any questions that the mayor and council may have before this matter moves forward. Thank you for your time.
Good, thank you very much for that. Thank you for your presentation. Are there any,
You're welcome.
Any questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you very much, Mr. Hudgen, for your making a presentation. You can retire from the phone, and we'll now move on to the bylaw. I'll pass this over to Councillor Young.
Okay, thank you for your time, all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have 2013 as a separate bylaw. Do you want it added to all the other ones that follow, or do you want to do it separately?
You need
Mr. Clerk.
Just 1 second here. You can all do the same. You do all at once, Councillor Young.
Okay, thank you. So I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that bylaws 2013, 2020, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33 be introduced and read the first time.
Which one is to be? Okay, I think that 33 should be withdrawn. That's the housekeeping one. So
okay.
let's just do up to number 32. We'll do 33 separately, and ask for motion to withdraw.
Okay.
So on the first motion, I'll ask you: is anyone opposed to the first reading? It's carried. Councillor Young.
So I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaws 2013, 29, 30, 31, and 32 be read a second time.
Any discussion? Anyone opposed to? That's carried. Councillor Young.
I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that Council hereby consents to bylaws 2020, 13, 29, 30, and 31, 32, going to a third reading at this meeting.
Anyone opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Councillor Young.
I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that bylaws 2020, 13, 29, 30, 31, and 32 be read a third time.
Anyone opposed? Motion is carried. So because we amended the bylaw, previous one, so if I can have a motion to refer that bylaw back to the administration.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Seconder.
Hawkins, I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Anyone opposed? That motion is carried. Thank you very much, everyone. We have Monique Goffin-Miller. She's joining us on Teams, so a bit different from the previous delegations. Welcome to Regina City Council, Ms. Goffin-Miller. If you could identify yourself for the record, we'll give you 10 minutes for your presentation, a bit longer than usual. The floor is yours, and then, of course, there will be questions from member council afterwards. So welcome to Regina City Council, and go right ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Worship and councillor members. My name is Monique Goffin-Miller. I will be representing the Provincial Capital Commission today as the CEO of the PCC. Before I begin, I just want to recognize that we meet today in this virtual world, but also on the Treaty 4 territory in the home of the Métis, on lands that we are very honored and responsible to steward together. So before I begin, I do know that my presentation has been extended to 10 minutes. Thank you for the opportunity for that. I did bring a package forward for your review ahead of time that has been shared on the city website. But I wanted to alert you to the fact that that package has been available and is on the Provincial Capital Commission website, will remain there for the public to see. And those are documents that are intended to be maintained as public documents and will remain on the website as the reasoning for that. So again, just to bring some awareness to some of the language I'm about to use, there is going to be, when I speak about the Provincial Capital Commission, I want to clarify what our role is, and in development around the motion 1914 and the questions that are being asked, you'll hear me use the word the regulator of land use. So the Provincial Capital Commission and its board is committed to ensuring that development within Wascana Centre are responsible to the manners and to the regulations set out by the Master Plan 2016. And we are responsible for Wascana Centre and also Government House, but today we're talking about Wascana Centre, and in motion 19.4, the references to those three different questions that you had, or resolutions that you want answers on. So again, you'll hear me talking about the regulator of standards. That is the Provincial Capital Commission. I'll clarify that further with the package that I brought forward to you. And then you also mentioned the terminology landowner. You had referenced the Provincial Capital Commission as the landowner in the statement of the Government of Saskatchewan. So I'll go into the fact that there are landowners. Government of Saskatchewan Property Management is one of those, but the Provincial Capital Commission is the regulator of standards based on the master plan. We are not the landowner. We are the land manager. And that is a very different role, and I will go into detail, but I am available for your questions after, should you want to delve into that. So they are, as the landowner, we work with that landowner to make sure that the land use is appropriate. And then the last terminology that I just wanted to say before I start is the proponent of development. So that term is used for the person or group that is proposing new development within Wascana Centre and working with the landowners to lease that land. So again, just before I begin, I will now reference the motion, and thank you for the extra time so that I could go into the terminology. So the resolution you asked about, and I did bring a package, please go to 1A, and I will be sharing it with you here if it works properly in our digital form. If I can get a confirmation that that is working, because I cannot see if it is up.
We're attempting to get that right now. Just one moment.
Okay. So again, I shared document 1A. On my screen, it shows that we're now looking at the land use and development policy, bringing awareness to the fact that the question was in regards to Government of Saskatchewan as a landowner of property and leased to CNIB and through CNIB to Brant Industries and provide the process required for development of any property in Wascana Centre as outlined by the Wascana Centre Master Plan. This one document is available on the Provincial Capital Commission website and has been since July of 2017. It clearly outlines and is available to the public for review and to the media. It outlines information about the purpose and the vision of the Provincial Capital Commission. But on page 2 goes into deep development policy. It talks about the scope and how it applies to the guidelines. And again, it brings up the pillars of what the master plan does identify as appropriate land use within Wascana Centre, and then goes into details about proposals must be considered by the board with the master plan. So looking at that document, and I apologize for scrolling so quickly, but I want to make sure I do get all of your answers ahead of time. It does go into detail on what the requirements for development are, and it does give you that, again, with a note that that has been on our Provincial Capital Commission website since July of 2017, and my job is to make sure that people are aware of that today and ongoing. It will give you all of the details on how people have to write their proposals, and even goes into, on the last page, I'll just scroll down, the fee schedule. So there's very transparent information to the public, and that is available on the Provincial Capital Commission's website. So I'll come back to me, and then we will go to artifact 1B when referencing the next question about the process that's been completed in reference to government-owned property currently leased to CNIB it says to Brant Industries, but for the purpose of this, the Canadian National Institute for the Blind, I want to clarify, is the proponent of development. In this case, the Provincial Capital Commission, as the regulator, works with the Canadian National Institute for the Blind. So I will be referencing it as CNIB as you have it written here. In artifact 1B that I put in the package, that goes into greater detail of what the proponent's development checklist that they'd be provided with is. Currently, CNIB, Canadian National Institute for the Blind, is in step 23. So I won't scroll through quickly. I will just show you on record so that I'll share my screen here, and hopefully, again, it will allow me. I'm clicking on the wrong screen. Just so that you can have on record which document I'm referencing on 1B. There is a full proponent development checklist, what is required for each development within the Wascana Centre and how it is assessed, both what is provided to the proponent when they are applying to have a proposed development at Wascana Centre, and our internal checklist. We even released that on the website as well, for the PCC website, to make sure that we are transparent to the public and that you can look at it and understand what it is we are using to assess those steps. So in recommendation earlier this year, that checklist was founded by the Provincial Capital Commission, put on the website because it is the steps that the auditor saw when they were looking in the audit last year for what are the steps followed to assess development within Wascana Centre. We identified the current audited steps. We then made them transparent to the public, and that is an artifact that is in its entirety a new document. But it is, if you go to the Wascana Centre's Master Plan 2016, it follows through paragraph by paragraph what the requirements of development is and the review stages of that. And it just gives it to you in a numbered form so that we could be more transparent when reporting out. So moving to the other process that has not yet been completed as required by the Wascana Centre Master Plan, there was a third point under number 1. I just want to bring awareness again back to that checklist. They are currently in an iterative process starting at step 23 through 28, and that is the review of the detailed design with the AAC, or the Architectural Advisory Committee. And those detailed designs have to be reviewed, brought back to the proponent should there be anything that needs to be brought forward or included in that report for the AAC, and then they would start back at 23 until the AAC is able to make a recommendation and a finding for the board. So there was a resolution, and we will go to the next piece, which is resolution number 2, that talks about making information available to the public around development in Wascana Centre. And if I can, again, just sharing for the record that item 2A and 2B, I will place them up on the screen, are available online for the public to see now. This is an improvement that has been put into place as a response and reply to the audit. This is to make board transparency, exactly that, more transparent. There is a report that is created at the end of each board meeting, and those can be found in 2A and 2B. And I really do encourage you to ask me questions at the end here in regards to whether or not you feel that you want to see more detail in here. I would take that back to the board. But at this time, right here, I'm circling it with the hand. The board has identified in the meeting on January 21st, they did identify and then reported to the public at what step the Canadian National Institute for the Blind was at, and again, the stipulations that were required for that to move forward. Now, there is one more resolution, and I see 10 seconds to go, and I just want to bring your awareness to, for the record, I submitted the reply to the audit, Your Worship, and I would be very happy to speak to the Mayor and Council here and public about what we are doing to satisfy the terms of the response to the audit surrounding development. Thank you for the opportunity, Your Worship.
Good, thank you very much. You're right on time, appreciate it very much. So I'm going to look for members of council to ask questions, and thank you for the presentation. We'll start with Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. Gonfalonier-Miller. Several questions. The first is, do you know yet when the public consultation around the Brant office building recommended by the auditor will be scheduled?
So I am aware that the Canadian National Institute for the Blind, which is the proponent in this proposed development, did come and present to Mayor and Council at the March meeting. At that time, the Canadian National Institute for the Blind mentioned that they would be looking at increased public engagement and communications and be releasing a schedule. That schedule has not been released to me yet. I am very happy to say, however, that as the regulator, the PCC has worked with the Canadian National Institute for the Blind to create clarity around the question of what is a holistic and full process, and provided that in writing to the group, the proponent, so that they could understand and then go forward on what an audited practice that was considered by the provincial auditor as satisfactory in engaging the public, and then they could base that schedule around. So I would encourage you to speak back to the Canadian National Institute for the Blind on when they will be making that public, whatever their plans are for the engagement and communications. But what I can speak to today, Councillor, is that we provided clarity surrounding what the board would be expecting to see as a response to that.
Councillor Hawkins?
Through you, Your Worship, so there's no set date, as far as you know, at this time, when the public consultations will take place.
Ms. Goffrey-Miller?
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor's question, I have not received that document as of yet.
And so I'm taking it that you don't know a set date for the public hearing. Have you asked them when they're going to hold the public hearings?
Ms. Goffrey-Miller?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, we have had conversations, but that date has not been released to me yet.
Thank you. Again, through you, Your Worship, I want to focus on what you mentioned about you setting certain guidelines for the public consultations. I note that the auditors called for a detailed public consultation plan for the consultation process for major projects, a plan that sets both the desired methods for informing the public of the consultations and the process for conducting the consultations. Has the Commission approved a detailed public consultation plan for major projects at this point?
Ms. Goffrey-Miller?
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, the Provincial Capital Commission is currently working on a plan to create more clarity for any proponent of development and the public consultation that they would be required to report out on and do themselves. We're also working on assessing and obviously making public very clearly, based on the Master Plan 2016, our public consultation responsibilities as the regulator for any future master plan renewals, which is a normal process, as well as any of our public engagement plans. So I can speak to Mayor and Council today and state that we as the regulator are responsible to create the clarity of what the desired outcomes are to be based on Master Plan 2016.
So do you know when the detailed public consultation plan that the auditor called for will be complete?
Ms. Goffrey-Miller?
Through you, Your Worship, I do not have a date for that as of yet, but I am very happy to say that there are officials working on that.
Are you seeking any public input into the content of the detailed public consultation plan?
Ms. Goffrey-Miller?
Your Worship, I say that today I'm not here to speak to the details of how we are putting that plan together. I'd be very happy to take that question away, talk to the officials working on it, and respond back through the Mayor and Council should I have the opportunity.
Well, I'd be grateful if you would undertake to provide that information in the interest of transparency. The question is whether the public will be consulted on the content of the detailed public consultation plan that you're preparing. Another question through your Mayor, through your Worship. Will the public consultations for the Brant office building be conducted according to the detailed public consultation plan that the TCC is developing?
Ms. Goffrey-Miller?
I'm sorry, Your Worship, can you ask that question one more time to the councillor?
Sure. Will the public consultations for the public consultations for the Brant office building be conducted in accordance with the detailed public consultation plan that the PCC is developing?
Ms. Goffrey-Miller?
Through you, Your Worship, I will just bring your awareness back to an artifact that was provided to the Mayor and Council, and that is Artifact 1B and 1C, and that is the checklist that identifies the difference between where we are at today and what is the councillor is referring to as public consultation. The public consultation process of the Canadian National Institute for the Blind project had been reviewed by the board previously. So what we are discussing today, and if I can ask for clarity from the question again, is are we speaking to the public communication and engagement plan that the board has made as a stipulation in the January of 21 board summary document? Is that what we're referencing?
Councillor Hawkins?
What we're referencing, through you, Your Worship, is the call by the auditor that there be public consultation in connection with the Brant Office building proposal. The auditor indicated that that had not happened in a satisfactory way to date, and I'm simply asking whether or not those public consultations have been scheduled, whether they're going to take place, and whether they're going to be conducted in accordance with the detailed public consultation plan that the auditor indicated was appropriate for conducting public consultations.
Ms. Goffney Miller?
Through you, Your Worship, to answer the question in regards to the stipulation that's identified on the January 21st board summary document, it speaks to public engagement and communications as a stipulation as an addition to step 23 that was set out by the Provincial Capital Commission Board. The expectation of what that stipulation is was provided to the Canadian National Institute for the Blind in an artifact, and the reason for that clarity was because it was an audited process that the auditor would have seen, an example of a best practice that the provincial auditor called wholesome, I believe, or fulsome rather, wrong word. And so therefore we identified those practices for this proponent and stated that it had been an audited practice. Further to your original question and looping back to the discussion of whether there was a date for when the public consultation step, which is in a different step than 23, would be by the Provincial Capital Commission, that information would be made public, was your question. I do not have a date for that, but as I mentioned to you, Your Worship, and through to the councillors, that I would be happy to go back and speak to the officials in regards to the work that they have done and represent them at a different time.
Councillor Hawkins?
Through you, Your Worship, Ms. Goffney Miller, you indicated that you have provided instructions. You called it an artifact, I think it's probably a letter. You've provided instructions to the CNIB about how to conduct fulsome public consultations or hearings. Are those instructions public?
Ms. Goffney Miller?
I would again ask you to speak to the Canadian National Institute for the Blind in regards to that document, as they had stated that they wanted to share that at some point on their website. I believe it's called CNIB in the Park, is their website, in an effort to show that. But I believe, again, that is a question for the Canadian National Institute for the Blind, as it is a guiding document that they are going to be using for advising them on their upcoming public communication and engagement plan.
Ms. Goffney Miller, you wrote the artifact or the letter. I'm asking you if you'd be prepared to make that public so that the public can understand what the rules surrounding the public consultation are going to be.
Ms. Goffney Miller?
And again, I do have to speak to what my role is. That was a letter on behalf of the board, and it was a board document that I would bring forward in my role as the CEO representing the board as the administrator. So it would be unwise of me to approve of the release of that without consulting my board. Again, through your worship to the councillor, I would be happy to speak to my board in regards to this.
Thank you. I'd be very interested, and I hope your board feels, in the interest of transparency, that that document, which is very helpful to the public if they're going to make public presentations, will be made available. Your Worship, I have several other questions. Ms. Gouverneur-Miller, to help residents prepare for these public hearings, will you release the information provided by the refreshed Architectural Advisory Committee, as Minister Cheveldayoff referred to it, to the PCC board prior to the board's decision to approve the concept design of the Brandt office building?
Ms. Gouverneur-Miller?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to the councillor. With the question on the concept design, the Canadian National Institute for the Blind did go through the conceptual design review as a different step, as step 23. They're currently in the detailed design review, and the board would receive that package for a, again, I'll use the word fulsome review, as well as the response from the review of the Architectural Advisory Committee before they made any of their decisions on the approval of the detailed design.
Through Your Worship, I'm asking for the Architectural Advisory Committee report that was made to the PCC board prior to its decision to approve the concept design for the Brandt office building. We're here talking about transparency. That's an important report. I'm wondering if you will make available to us the Architectural Advisory Committee report leading to the concept design approval.
Ms. Gouverneur-Miller?
Thank you, Your Worship. And with respect to the question that the councillor is asking is for a specific document, I will have to take that request back to my Freedom of Information team, and I'm very happy to do so, and then follow up again with the officials at the City of Regina.
Thank you. Could you also take it back to the board and ask them, in the interest of transparency, to release that document?
Ms. Gouverneur-Miller?
I will take that request into account, Your Worship. Thank you very much.
Take it back to the board. I appreciate that. At the public consultations, the public hearings for the Brandt office building called for by the auditor, will the public be permitted to address all aspects of the project that relate to its compliance to the 5 pillars in the Wascana Centre Master Plan?
Ms. Gouverneur-Miller?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to the councillor for the question. Again, I would say that this is a question that needs to be directed towards the Canadian National Institute for the Blind when they are releasing the information.
Well, with the...
She just froze here, just a second.
Will ask, I will request. I believe I've just dropped out.
You did.
Yeah. Now, I'm not sure how far I got into the answer.
You should start over again, perhaps, I think.
Okay. Okay, so Your Worship, through you to the councillor, again, I believe that that is a question that needs to be redirected to the Canadian National Institute for the Blind when looking at their public engagement and communication plan that they will be releasing. And that's something that I have myself not received yet for dates. And I would like to obviously educate myself before I answer a question to the councillor.
Through Your Worship, would you encourage them to allow the public to address all aspects of the Brandt project as that project relates to the compliance with the 5 pillars of the master plan?
Ms. Gouverneur-Miller?
Would you hope to see that?
Ms. Gouverneur-Miller?
Your Worship, again, I believe I have a major delay, so please let me know if I am cutting out. This is always an interesting exercise. Your Worship, I suspend my opinion on this as an official that works for the Provincial Capital Commission, but what I will say...
I think you're frozen again.
Make sure that, again, I think I've dropped out.
Yes. Maybe if you turn your video off, perhaps that might be helpful.
Yeah. Again, I will do that and see if that encourages a better connection. So what I was saying, as the regulator, the Provincial Capital Commission, Your Worship, is to encourage that the master plan be reviewed. So our role as the regulator is to provide that clarity as to what is found in the master plan. And I do not believe I have a further answer for the councillor.
Councillor Hawkins?
All right. The problem, Your Worship, the problem here is that, and I appreciate Ms. Gaufney-Miller coming forward, is that when we ask her questions, she refers to the CNIB, and when we ask the CNIB questions, they refer to the PCC. So it's a little bit difficult. I just have one more question of Ms. Gaufney-Miller. Are you aware that prior to Brant partnering with the CNIB on this project, the CNIB had prepared a building design which it was using as a fundraising model for the project?
Ms. Gaufney-Miller?
Your Worship, I believe that I want to loop back to motion 19.4 and discuss the resolutions that are there, but I also don't want to look as though and appear as though I'm not answering the questions of the councillor. I was prepared to speak on the resolutions, the 3 resolutions brought forward. And of course, there is a question as to how many steps the Canadian National Institute for the Blind has moved through. I'm referencing what is considered their proposal at the current time that has moved through the conceptual design review and approval process, and now into the detailed design review and approval process. If there is a discussion about a previous project, I would like the time to step away, prepare myself to answer that question, and come back.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'd like to thank Ms. Gaufney-Miller. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stevens, you're next.
Great, thank you. Monique, thanks for joining us. I'm going to turn my camera off just because I've had some choppy connection here, so hopefully you can hear me. Because we're talking about transparency, my first question is about the confidentiality agreements and expectation of board members. Based on this document and set of principles, are folks who sit on the board, are they representative of other bodies? So for instance, when we appoint someone from the City of Regina or City Council, are they representative of other interests?
Ms. Gaufney-Miller?
I would like to recognize that the representation on the board is placed on the Provincial Capital Commission website. We do have the board of directors and their bios that are there. So if the public wanted to understand the interests of the board or who they represent and how they represent them, they can find that on the Provincial Capital Commission website as part of the increased transparency, as well to talk about the summary documents that the board, because you had mentioned confidentiality, the board has made the effort to have those documents to provide that reporting structure in a responsible way, and very similar to that is found in municipality reporting at some times as well. So I would say that the board makeup is there available on the Provincial Capital Commission website with their bios, but they are there representing our funding partners, and that has been the same funding partners since Wascana Centre was created back in 1962.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevens?
Yeah, through the chair, is there some consideration being given to perhaps loosening the grip, if you will, of the confidentiality agreement, so board members, especially ones elected by the residents of Regina, can speak more freely and openly, publicly about what's going on there? I think some of that level of accountability might provide some more confidence in the process.
Ms. Gaufney-Miller?
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, I am very happy to be in the room today to present on behalf of the Provincial Capital Commission in my role as the CEO to increase that public communication as well on all of the aspects and positive things that are happening within the PCC. There has been an effort as well with administration to provide those updates, whether it be about events, programming, our horticulture, ecological initiatives. You'll see in the board summary document from April 30th that it talks about active communities, infrastructure, investments in ecological preserves and envelopes, and outdoor educational facilities and investments in those infrastructures. That is, I would say through you to Mr. Chair, through to, you to the councillor, that is 100%. One thing I am very proud of being here today to do is to represent my team. And should the board require those tools to share that information, I am working very diligently with my officials to make sure that the board does have a better update on all of the positive initiatives that the Provincial Capital Commission is responsible to and for.
All right, thank you. Through the chair, I'm going to use a different example, and I asked this question to allow you to tell us what the public will see in this process. So we're going ahead with a Wascana Pool concept design. It is now over in the PCC's court. How does that process work from here, and what will the public have access to in that process in terms of the decision-making, the outcome, and the dialogue between the city, who's the landowner and the project developer, and the PCC, the regulator? Through the chair.
Ms. Goffney-Miller.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the regular process would be that now, if there was a conceptual design review by the Architectural Advisory Committee, the officials of the Provincial Capital Commission, so the administration, would be working with the Architectural Advisory Committee and the proponent, which in this scenario you mentioned is the City of Regina, to make sure that that conceptual design is, again, as our regulator requires us, our role requires us to see that against the master plan. And you mentioned the pillars earlier, or I believe it was another councillor through you, Mr. Chair. The councillors have been asking questions in regards to other projects. Now, it's important that I speak to what is the process of review of that, as opposed to the scenario that you brought forward, as that is something different than the motion in front of us today. But the question surrounding the process of review, the Provincial Capital Commission works with the Architectural Advisory Committee and making sure that the proponent is advised by the AAC of their conceptual design review. They then would have the AAC bring that design and the report to the board for advice, and then the board would review that. Now, with the summary document of board meetings, the public would have information on that review process.
Councillor Stevens.
Okay, thank you. So through the chair, when would the public, in the interest of transparency, if one of the objectives of the 5 pillars was not met by any number of these projects, we'll say the pool, would the public see whether or not we failed that test and what that exchange was what it looked like and how we have to rectify it?
Ms. Goffney-Miller.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, it's difficult because I'm looking at 2 scenarios here right now. And if we talk about the assessment of the project that the board would see, that is something that is board information, and then they would make a decision based around that Architectural Advisory Committee document. That right now, at this time, is not a public document, as it is advice to the board.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I have a question for Ms. Goffney-Miller, just to clarify the different types of public consultation, because I've heard several types and I'm not sure we're very clear on that. One type that I've heard and that we are well aware of is that there is in-depth public consultation whenever the master plan is renewed, and that will begin again in 2021. So that's one. Is that correct?
Ms. Goffney-Miller.
Through you, Your Worship, as the chair, yes, that is correct. Those are different types of public consultation from the public consultation that is identified in the proponent's checklist.
Yes. Oh, okay. And then there are 2 other types of public consultation that I'd like to have clarified to see if I'm correct. One is the one we've talked about with CNIB, where the proponent needs to do that public engagement, and the auditor referred to one that was fulsome and one that was not, and CNIB was not, and so that's why they're being asked to do more public engagement. The second type of public consultation happens if the Architectural Advisory Committee determines that the building itself or that the development is a major amendment to the master plan, then the PCC would be running a public consultation on that major amendment should the board accept the Architectural Advisory Committee's report. So just to clarify, the Architectural Advisory Committee will tell the board if there is a major amendment for whatever proponent, and then it would be up to the board to accept that, and then if they do, they would ask the PCC to run a public consultation. Is that correct?
Ms. Coffey-Miller?
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, it is correct that there is a mechanism for a master plan amendment. Should the board have that as a recommendation from the Architectural Advisory Committee?
Yes. So there's really two kinds of public engagement or consultation we're talking about here. One is done by the proponent, and the other one is done by the Provincial Capital Commission if the Architectural Advisory Committee says this is a major amendment and should go out for public consultation. I just wanted to clarify that.
Ms. Coffey-Miller?
Your Worship, for a point of clarity, I just want to clarify that the proponent of development is required to do public consultation, and in the situation that we are here with motion 19.4, we're talking about the Canadian National Institute for the Blind. Under step 23, they've been asked to do public engagement and communications activities. In the past, that and now, that is the expectation of the proponent, not the Provincial Capital Commission. The Provincial Capital Commission does not do public consultations and has not in the past for development projects. But as the councillor had mentioned, Councillor Young mentioned that the PCC only does pay for public consultation surrounding the master plan amendment or master plan renewal. And the next master plan renewal is set to start in 2021. That would be finalized in 2023, and that is based on the 7-year regular pattern set historically.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. And then one other comment, through you, Your Worship. There was a question about the confidentiality agreement. There is a lot of information that people who sit on the board on behalf of the city have that's not private, that could clarify some things, especially anything in the master plan itself. So we just need a time and a place to have those questions asked. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Any other questions of the delegation? Ms. Coffey-Miller, thank you so much for your presentation and answering questions on behalf of City Council. You can now retire from this, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I do hope to speak with you again.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll move on to, we have the motion that was put forward. That's the, do we need to have a receive and file motion on that one? Receive and file motion on motion 20-3. That's motion, refers to motion 19-4, Provincial Capital Commission Transparency. A motion to receive and file, please.
So moved, Hawkins.
Councillor Hawkins, and I'm not sure who else would second that. Councillor O'Donnell, okay. Anyone against that as receive and file? Okay, that's carried. Good. We can move on then. Thank you very much, everyone. We have another delegation, Laird Williamson, related to Executive Committee report that will be next. So Mr. Williamson, if you're there. Could you press *6, please, if you have not done so, to open up your microphone?
I'm here, Your Worship.
How are you?
Oh, tired. We had some storm damage we had to deal with yesterday, but I'm here.
Oh, I'm glad you're here. That's good. So if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and then members of council may have questions afterwards. So the floor is yours.
Perfect. Through you, Your Worship, my name is Laird Williamson. I am the acting president of QP Local 21, and today I'm presenting on behalf of ATU 588, QP Local 7, and QP Local 21. We want to thank City Council for their motion to look into providing a supplementary unemployment benefit plan for employees who were laid off as a result of COVID-19. We want to thank City Administration for compiling this update to City Council with some information requested from their motion. Our relationships with management at this time are strong, and we respect their willingness to have discussions with us as the representatives of our members and their acceptance of our responsibility to advocate for those members. In the report to Council, administration states that the sub-plan is not available for those who are collecting the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. While we can confirm that information is correct, we are disappointed that this report does not outline any other options to help our laid-off employees. There has been meaningful conversations and movement towards finding opportunities for our laid-off members, including a cross-jurisdiction letter of understanding between Local 21 and ATU. We are working with management on finding opportunities in contracted services, bringing back our members and their employees first, if possible. We appreciate their willingness to engage in these conversations and are encouraged by their decision to look at their contracted services. Our largest concern as QP Local 21, ATU 588, and QP Local 7 is that this pandemic is not over and that the financial results are just starting to show. We do not know what this looks like or the decisions that this or the next City Council will have to make, and we want to advocate that our members be supported through this difficult time. For the sake of the ones that continue to be laid off and for the future of any further layoffs, we need to continue to keep this discussion open. There are still so many unknowns, and while we are hopeful, we are cautious. If City Council decides to support administration's recommendation, we would like to suggest that City Council also look to defer any final decision until administration has determined how the $30.6 million in municipal economic enhancement funds will be used, as well as any additional funding the provincial or federal government may provide. Thank you for your consideration. In solidarity, Kevin Lucier, ATU 588, Laird Williamson, QP Local 21, Rochelle Nixon, QP Local 7. I will take any questions you may have at this time.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation, and I'll ask members of council, do they have any questions? Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Laird, thanks for coming forward. What we're talking about is a serious economic issue for the city as a municipality as well as for the country as a whole. What kind of pressure are you putting on the province and especially the federal government to help buffer your members and other workers from the hardship invoked by COVID? So for instance, using EI and other benefit schemes in addition to what you're asking for here.
Sure. Through you, Your Worship, thank you for that question. We are working in collaboration with our national body to put as much pressure on the provincial and federal government as we are able to. We are currently working with employment advocacy groups to try to steer those conversations towards helping people who may have slipped through the cracks through this process.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Williamson, for presenting and answering questions. I appreciate it very much. You can depart now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you. So I'll now turn this over to Councillor Young as Deputy Mayor to introduce the Executive Committee report on the Supplementary Unemployment Benefit Plan. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm bringing CR 2034 Supplementary Unemployment Benefit Plan forward. The Executive Committee recommends that City Council not pursue a supplementary unemployment benefit plan for city employees impacted by COVID-19 pandemic, and to remove that from the list of outstanding items for City Council. The committee then actually concurred in the recommendation contained in the report from Citizen Experience Innovation and Performance Division. Could I have a seconder, please?
Seconder, please, for that.
Jason.
Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. Okay.
So to go on, Your Worship, I think it might be good to have administration comment on this recommendation before we have questioning, and I'd like them to comment on the concern that the unions expressed that we not do a final decision at this time, but that we put it aside and bring it back if need be.
Mr. Holden.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'd like to start by just acknowledging Mr. Williamson, ATU, and QP Local 7 and 21 just for their very positive working relationship that they have with the administration. I think Mr. Williamson has made it very clear in his comments that there are a lot of unknowns. We are not sure yet as to if we are going to be in receipt of any additional federal or provincial support to support municipalities. So I think there is a lot of things that we need to explore, I guess, in the coming months. We don't have a crystal ball. We don't know exactly how long COVID-19 is going to continue to impact our organization. As we brought a report back in April, we obviously have some fairly significant financial challenges. So I know the ask of the unions is to hold off on a decision. I mean, administratively, we're open should the financial situation change, should the programs that the federal government put in place, if some of the requirements or the limitations in terms of some of those programs. So, you know, we've indicated that the CERB benefit, the Canada Emergency Response benefit, right now, if we were to go beyond that, you know, the federal government is recommending against that. And it also, you know, there's a risk that, you know, any top-up that we provide could get clawed back. So we're open to, as we get new information, if the financial circumstances change, that we would be able to look at that down the road. It's also really important that, you know, we consider what's going on in our entire community and the impact that so many people in our community are facing in terms of layoffs. You know, our city employees are our priority. They're very important to us. But they're also living beside others in the community that are not getting those types of benefits. We're committed to making sure that as we monitor the public health orders and the Reopen Saskatchewan plan, our priority is to try and get our people back to work as soon as we possibly can. We've been bringing employees back as, you know, the Reopen Saskatchewan plan changes. We've made some adjustments. We'll be talking to that in a report that's forthcoming on the agenda. We've made some adjustments from the initial programs and layoffs, and we're bringing people back. So we're hoping that between the combination of bringing employees back, maybe some adjustments to support from both federal and provincial governments, that we may not need to consider these types of top-ups, but if we do, then obviously we could continue to review that as opportunities become available.
Councillor Young.
So I think that I would put this on the floor, and did we get a seconder yet? I don't think we did.
We did, Councillor Massanelli.
Okay, so then if there are any other questions.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions on the report? Mr. Clerk, you want to do the vote on this, please?
I will start with you, Councillor Young.
Yes, I approve.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Approved.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor?
Councillor Bryce.
In favor?
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor?
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor?
Councillor Pindura.
In favor?
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote in favor.
That's unanimous at 11 to nothing.
Thank you very much, everyone. So we'll move on to our next delegation. This would be Bill Naher. If he's available. Seeing if he's... Is he on? Mr. Naher, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Very good. Thank you very much for attending this afternoon. Welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself and who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions from council afterwards. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. My name is Bill Nair of Nair & Associates, and I have the privilege of representing both the discretionary use applicant and the property owner. With over 130 locations in the U.S. and Canada, Dogtopia is considered the gold standard of the industry and is the largest provider of dog care services in North America. They've been in operation for over 17 years, and in that time there have been no issues with any of their locations. Their typical hours of operation are Monday through Friday, 6:30 a.m. to 7 p.m., and 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on weekends. All activities, including play, exercise, training, and bathroom functions, take place indoors. A Dogtopia franchise can often bring to their community support to other local businesses, new customers to the retail corridors in which they're located, and of course, job creation. Locally and chain-wide, they support organizations such as Service Dogs for Veterans, youth literacy programs, and employment initiatives for adults with autism. Dogtopia's organizational strengths include that they are locally owned and operated, but they're backed by the franchise's years of experience. On site, they feature certified canine coaches and trainers and safety experts, and plus they have an effective illness prevention program. When it comes to odor control and waste management, they're the leaders. They utilize advanced HVAC systems that include sterile air UVC emitters, reducing odor and bacteria. They also developed a comprehensive cleaning protocols that include cleaning the rooms 3 times a day. And they also have a well-developed waste management program. Noise control through good design and proper training is the key to being a good neighbor. Partition walls are designed for sound and odor management. Double door systems to the play areas help control the noise. And they use training protocols to help control and develop good behavior and bark control. It's important to note that this is not introducing a new use to this development. The 24-hour animal care center, which is the animal hospital, has been located in this development for several years, and there have been no noise or any other types of complaint. Also, the agricultural and animal support use is already a permitted use in a mixed high-rise zone, but it's because of the gross floor area being over the 500 square meters that it's considered discretionary. And the large size of the Dogtopia concept really has to do with they provide all of the activities inside. And plus they like to allow ample space for each animal, allowing a big part of that success in being a good neighbor and avoiding complaints and overcrowding. At this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions of the delegation? There are.
Your Worship, I do, but...
Councillor Mancinelli.
I just didn't have a chance.
Pardon me? Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Read through your presentation. Thank you for taking the time to come out through the chair. I noticed one thing in your design portion of your presentation. You pay attention to the color of the design. An odd thing, everything else in here speaks to dog lake zones and UV control of the air. How come the color in the design?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I'm sorry, I did not hear that last part of the portion of the councillor's statement or question.
Oh, sure. Looking through your literature here, there's been so much thought put into the design of this facility. I'm so impressed. One thing caught me by surprise. There's extra attention paid to the color of the facility. I just thought that was unique, considering dogs are supposed to be colorblind. I was wondering if you could comment on that.
Mr. Nair.
Yes, through you, Your Worship. Well, as I guess there's been some debate with regards to that, but it's also about making the pet parents feel comfortable in the environment. So I think it may be more for the two-legged participants in the center than the four-legged ones.
I think it usually is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. Councilor Fundura?
Worship, yeah, I'm just going to get my camera on. Thank you. First question on the community comments that were brought back to our report. The only thing was said there, and you already made comments to it, that it was about the noise. There was two comments made from the community. They would approve or they would be okay with it if about the noise, but you already answered that. So does the community understand what kind of facility this is, Your Worship?
Mr. Nair?
Yes, through you, Your Worship. Yes, I believe they do. There's been a significant effort in putting out the nature of the use of this particular type of facility, and because it's an identifiable franchise, people can go on site and do research on the franchise and the nature of their operations.
Great. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fundura. Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. You mentioned things that they do for the community, one of them being providing service dogs. Can you go into a little more detail on that, please?
Mr. Nair?
Yes, through you, Your Worship. It's a program that they utilize through their franchise. How it will particularly play out here locally, I'm not able to respond to that, but I know that it is part of their national effort and that they do work through their franchises to do that. So unfortunately, I can't give you a more specific answer at this time.
Thank you. Is there any other way that they would contribute to the community?
Mr. Nair?
Through Your Worship. Yes, I believe so. Their intent is to also be good neighbors to their fellow businesses and to utilize local opportunities for purchasing and to participate with other businesses in cooperative events. I think the owners are looking for always a chance to contribute to the community, and because the ownership is local, they will definitely look for opportunities to continue to be part of the community and contribute to its success.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Any other questions of the delegation? Thank you, Mr. Nair, very much for your presentation and answering questions from members of council. I ask you to step back now, and we'll now look at the report. And I would ask Councillor Young to introduce the Planning Commission Report 20-35. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is for the discretionary use application for proposed agricultural animal support at 1832 East Victoria. Planning Commission recommends Council approve this discretionary use and that a development permit be issued. Could I have a seconder, please?
Yeah, seconder for the report.
Second that.
Councillor Hawkins, that's good, thank you.
Okay, and then I would just go on to say that Planning Commission really had just a few questions about this, and they were all answered by Mr. Nair and are in this report. I think one of the things is that animals are mostly inside, and that there's been another animal care hospital there for quite some time. So the only reason that it's before us as a discretionary use is because it's over 580 square meters. And also the Dudney East Community Association did not reply. And for the first time in a long time, parking's not an issue in this one. So
you're kidding.
So we ask for concurrence.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Speakers to the report. If there are none, I'd ask the clerk to do the vote, please.
I think Fundura, does he?
Councilor Fundura, do you want to speak?
I think I did I print my name into the chat?
Okay, you are the last person to question, so go ahead, you have the floor.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Worship. I just want to make a comment that I had no communication, but I had communication in the community, but there's been no any kind of opposition. Like Mr. Mayor mentioned, it's a great fit into Victoria East, access and all, a great partner in the community and the businesses around. So this passes here. I just want to welcome them to the east side. Thank you. Thank you for choosing the east side.
Thank you, Councilor Fundura, that's great. Any other speakers? Councilor Young, do you want to close debate?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll start with you, Councilor Young.
I certainly approve this.
Councilor Fundura?
In favor.
Councilor Bresciani? Councilor Bresciani?
In favor.
Councilor Stevens?
In favor.
Councilor Hawkins?
In favor.
Councilor Murray?
In favor.
Councilor Bryce?
In favor, please.
Councilor O'Donnell?
In favor.
Councilor Mancinelli?
In favor.
Councilor Flagel?
Yes.
And Mayor Fougere?
I vote yes.
It's carried unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you very much for that. So we'll move on to our next series of delegations about the 30th Avenue Liquor Store. Our first delegation is Joanne Havelock. Ms. Havelock, are you there?
Yes, just muting my TV.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. Thank you for joining City Council this afternoon. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions afterwards. So please proceed.
Thank you. So my name is Joanne Havelock. I'm just representing myself as an individual here today. I'd like to say that it's difficult for people to communicate during the COVID-19, and many people are unfamiliar with City Council processes, usual times. So we need to keep that in mind, because I was surprised there weren't more people making presentations. There was a petition with over 300 signatures that hasn't seemed to have made its way onto the City Council agenda. And as I noted in my letter to the City Council, 124 people opposed the project, 8 were okay with it with changes, and 70 were with recommendations, even though they approved it. So representing myself as an individual, but I thought I would mention that, and also several phone calls I got from people that were unable to make presentations. So there is interest in this. Regarding the 13th Avenue Retallick project, it does have policy implications. Another type of development would have been suitable for multiple retail outlets and some commercial or residential on the second floor. And I'm just wondering if the current design could be modified to allow for future expansion to 2 stories, a rooftop garden or solar panels on the roof. And in the meantime, while development plans are proceeding, the lot could be landscaped or used as a community garden, because people at the Regina Planning Commission expressed concern that it was just being left as kind of a derelict lot. With regard to the cathedral area, which was brought forward at Regina Planning Commission, the residents of cathedral area are not just complainers. We have developed the area from many decades ago to a vibrant community, and I'd like to credit Ken Mitchell with some of his vision about Cathedral Village. We have infill social housing. We have Davis Muse Seniors Residence. We supported a 10-year-long city resident committee to upgrade Wascana Creek Dike in a naturalist way, of which I was a part. And I would like to say that Cathedral residents, including myself, had been strong participants in the many design Regina processes. In the past, there was a proposal for an intense 4-story retail and residential building on the corner of 13th and Metallic. And it was too intensive. Cathedral residents had concerns. It was recommended by Sean Fraser at City Council that we go back and talk to the developers. But surprisingly, City Council rejected this option, and so that proposal was rejected. So Cathedral residents and the Community Association were willing to work with the developers, but City Council in 2016 seems to have put the kibosh on that plan. I know that City Council administration and staff do their best to include the public in consultation, but there's a gap between official community plan, zoning bylaws, which are the administrative tool for the city administration.
Ms. Havelock, you got a minute to go in your presentation time.
Great, thanks. And a community vision. So I think that we really need to have visions for a site which is an infill development like Cathedral area 13th Avenue to come forward to the public sooner so we can put our ideas in and make positive contributions. This involves upgrading the neighborhood plan, which has not been upgraded for a while, include architectural control zone, and it could include an economic development organization, including business and residents, to create a vision and also investment opportunities. So I think these things together can create a positive vision for projects that we can collaboratively support in the future. Thanks.
Thank you very much. You're right on time. There are questions from members of council. We'll start with Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, Joanne, I was wondering if you could comment on what you're hearing as the principal reason to oppose this development, please.
Ms. Havelock?
Thank you. I think that a lot of people don't see the need for a major retail liquor store on 13th Avenue. We have a number of liquor outlets around the area already. Also, I think people were thinking more of a mixed-use development. The green space on the side is nice, but just having one proponent on the property seems to be a waste of land that could be used for several retail units.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, some of the opponents, as you mentioned, want to see that mixed use. That project was proposed for 13th and Elphinstone and opposed. Why is that? Is it for some of the reasons you mentioned here?
Ms. Havelock?
Sorry, through the mayor. As I recall, part of the concern about that project was that it was going to be taking down a residential unit. The other concern was parking right next to the school, which already has a lot of parking difficulties. People made comments, the city administration made recommendations to the developers, and then at that point I think the developers didn't proceed. So maybe more discussion could have helped.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, Joanne, you and others have talked about aesthetics and the facade and the architecture. Who should be the voice of that kind of design? Is it simply, as you suggested, having architectural controls, or do you think a community should have a veto over what a building looks like?
Ms. Havelock?
Through the mayor, I think veto is a strong word. If there are architectural controls, they would be developed in consultation with the community, and then once those controls are established, I would think that they could be implemented.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, one of your proposals and one of the proposals brought by many community members is a community garden, something to deal with the vacant lot. That vacant lot has been that way for decades. Why hasn't anything been done? There has been years upon years of having the opportunity to do something that you propose. Why is it the case that it's that empty?
Ms. Havlock?
Through the mayor, I think that there isn't clarity about who should be taking the lead on making those recommendations. Because it's a private property, a lot of people have the sense that it should just be left up to the property owners, and then people get disappointed when the property owners don't come through with the proposal that they really like. I think that the community association actually could take a lead role. And the other important player is Cathedral Business Association. So dialogue could be held. I looked at the name of the developer and I thought, gee, why don't I phone him up and him about what could be done on this site? So you need some kind of a mechanism in there to bring people together outside of the issuing a notification and there's an application, and now we seem to be in an adversarial process instead of working together collaboratively.
Okay. Final question through the chair. You mentioned needing more time. We're now on month, I think, 5 or 6 since this development was first proposed. From a process standpoint, how much time do you think is needed for public input and consultation and dialogue with the developer? We've had nearly half a year so far.
Ms. Havlock?
To the mayor, I don't think it's a matter of time. I think it's a matter of process. That earlier on, when this kind of thing is being developed, then there should be consultations with the community association and the business association. But even before that, thinking by the community and the business association of what we'd like to see there. And then that could be communicated to the property owners, in which case a development that comes forward would meet better response from the community. Right now it's this adversarial process, and so it can sit there, but it takes a lot of time. But who takes the lead on developing the proposal to come back to the developers? That's really not clear, and I think that's the problem.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Other questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you, Ms. Havlock, for presenting and answering questions. You can retire now. Thank you so much, and we'll go on to our next delegation.
Okay, thank you for listening to the presentation.
Thank you so much. Next delegation is Ron Halawatuk. I hope I have that right.
You do. Your Worship,
good afternoon.
My name is Ron Halawatuk. Good afternoon to you as well. My name is Ron Halawatuk. I'm president of Hard Rock Properties, the developer of the proposal. I don't have any formal presentation, but I am available for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll see if members of council do have questions. Councillor Stevens?
Great, thank you. Through the chair. Ron, were you listening to the previous delegation, Joanne, by any chance?
I was, yes.
Okay. Do you think you could provide a response to the concerns, at least about what's being proposed, the architecture? Is there room for dialogue around any of the issues that Joanne had mentioned in her presentation?
Yeah, there has been a fair amount of dialogue. Further to your point, in terms of the formal application, you mentioned 6 months, but it's actually, this started April last year, and there were some revisions to the plan. That the size at one time was 6,000 square feet, and it's since dropped with access and architectural elements changing extensively. There's been a lot of consultation in terms of that process with administration, SOBI's, the representative is available and will follow me, has made adjustments to their fixturing plan to incorporate more animation in terms of the street alignment. So there's been an extensive amount, and the architectural elements that exist on the building, I think are aesthetically pleasing and incorporate and respectfully do so with the cathedral architecture, which includes all the materials that we have. There's obviously a number of variations that occur among the architectural buildings there, but I believe it integrates very well.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair. You've heard some comments about what people would rather have. We'll set the Sobeys aside. Why are we not seeing a multi-story mixed residential commercial building? As a developer, you know the market and what people are looking for. Why hasn't something else popped up over the years?
Mr. Halawatak?
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Economics, timing is often everything. And in terms of the mixed-use, multi-level, that it's a fairly small site. That obviously requires structured parking. The economics of that are very challenging. I'm not a residential developer. I'm a commercial one, but certainly we've seen that representative that fact being a factor in redevelopment of downtown areas because of that structured parking. And in terms of the economics for a site such as this to be viable, there aren't a lot of uses that can support the economics. Like I mentioned, the size has actually been reduced through our work with administration. That ultimately the land cost, which is extensive, has thus increased the effective rent on the tenancy that is required. So the economics is supply and demand, and who can actually afford the expense of a project such as this is fairly limited.
Councillor
Thank
Stevens?
you. Through the chair. Final question here. Would you say that it'd be difficult to find a large commercial tenant? Is the pricing point such that the owners of that land can simply sit on it forever and wait for a kind of company like Sobeys rather than a small business in the community to develop there?
Mr. Howard?
Through you, Your Worship, I can't. It definitely is challenging, and obviously the success of Sobeys. Safeway's been in the community a long time. Sobeys buying a Canadian company, buying out Safeway. They have a proven operational track record that can get the efficiencies to be able to execute well, and ultimately, for a single-purpose, small, one-off tenancy, I think the economics, and just in terms of the rent required, make it unviable for most.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Flagel, you're next.
Thank you and welcome out, Ron. I appreciate it. I'm wondering about the, not the architectural, but the fitting of a liquor store close to a grocery store, close to all the other amenities that are out there. Have you ever built similar locations that 5 years later you go look at it and it's a complete flop or it's a complete success?
Mr. Holotuck?
Through you. Yeah, through you, Your Worship. Sorry, I didn't quite understand it. Have this particular tenancy mix? Is that the issue, or is that the query?
Can you repeat the question, Councillor Flagel?
Yeah, I'll just kind of throw it back out. The concerns are that, it doesn't fit the area and it doesn't do anything for the area, and it's always just a deterrent for the area. But have you ever come across situations where you've had that kind of opposition, built something for somebody, whoever it is, and it flourished or flopped? Do you have any statistics on that kind of stuff?
Mr. Holotuck?
Through you, Your Worship, in another life, I can just give you a personal example. I actually was with Safeway, and it was in Winnipeg, where there was a fair amount of opposition for a internal River and Osborne development. And there was a lot of community involvement, as there has been with this one, and there was still some opposition, but I believe it ended up being, and perhaps the representative of Sobeys can speak to that because they now own that Safeway. that's been a success. It ultimately helped revitalize an important corner, and grocery and liquor. I know Sobeys can speak to this. Having the synergies of both in the area just helps serve the residents of the area, and that's ultimately why I believe they're making this business decision, because it makes there is a demand, and they know they can execute on it. So yeah, I've been personally through developments that have had opposition, and that River and Osborne one comes to mind. That ultimately it took a long time, but was a great success.
Yeah, exactly. Now, if I understand you right, you're just building. You're not the guy that's going to go in there and stock it and put the right products in. That's Sobeys direct.
Mr. Howell?
That is, and yes, through you, Your Worship, yes, that's the case, and representative with Sobeys could certainly speak to how they integrate their operations, but I know they take it very seriously in terms of health and safety of their customers and staff, but as well as just the merchandising of their stores and making sure that it addresses the demands.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm good with that.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Any other questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you very much for presenting and answering questions today.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Okay. The last delegation is this is Phil Busby, if you're there. Mr. Busby, are you there? If you are there and we can't hear you, *6 would open up your microphone.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can you hear me now?
We can now, yes. If you could, welcome to City Hall and City Council. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Absolutely. Thank you, Your Worship, and members of Council, and thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I appreciate it very much. My name is Phil Busby, and I am the Director of Development with Sobeys. I do want to speak just briefly. I'd like to reinforce only a few key points as you consider your decision on the applicant's proposal that's before you today. First of all, Sobeys are very excited to bring our liquor store offering to the local cathedral community, and we're very committed to being here for the long term and servicing the community needs. The applicant has put together a strong proposal that introduces quality building materials and proposes public realm improvements that enhance the site's prominence along 13th Avenue. There were some questions that came up about safety and security. I wanted to address those. So safety and security are our employees and customers are at the forefront of how we conduct our business, and we work tirelessly to maintain this safe environment for our stores. By doing so, we mainly use cameras, we provide employee training, we provide well-lit, open environments throughout our site and building, and we work closely with our loss prevention team, who work closely with local authorities as required. The liquor store proposal itself is consistent with the policy framework outlined in the Cathedral Neighborhood Plan as it relates to improving the commercial viability of 13th Avenue, and it contributes to a positive pedestrian shopping experience. As a local partner, Sobeys Liquor prides itself on being the #1 supporter of local brewers and distillers, with over 50,000 units sold in the past year, and various other advertising and event partnerships and sponsorship opportunities. To conclude, I hope that you will recognize our efforts and our commitment to the local community here and those of the applicant, and approve the discretionary use application. I'm available for any questions that you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Busby, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Any questions? Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for being here, Mr. Busby. Just to ask the question in regards to, we've received some emails from residents asking, they've been long-term, some have been business owners, just asking about the vibrancy. What does, will this revitalize the area by having this there, and just kind of previous experiences in other cities, since you do this for Sobeys? To the chair.
Mr. Busby.
Through you, Your Worship. Yeah, no, that's a great question, and it's been a long-term success and a very proven strategy when we have situations where we have liquor and grocery in close proximity to one another. We find there's very good synergy between the two uses, and we have a lot of customer spin-offs between one or the other. And we expect that to be the same in this situation. And again, taking a mostly vacant site that's certainly underutilized and bringing this use, the complementary use to the food store and the adjacent businesses, we think will be absolutely a good thing.
Okay, good. The last question I have is, Sobeys, of course, is a big chain, Canadian, proud to have that. Giving back to the community, can you just talk a little bit about that through the chair?
Mr. Busby?
Through you, Your Worship, absolutely. We have a pile of a number of different brewers and distillers that we support. Rebellion, Pile of Bones are just a few. I have quite a big list of local brewers and distillers that we work with quite regularly. We sell a lot of their product in our stores. We provide them with advertising opportunities to help bolster their business. We support a lot of different local events. I could share. I have quite a long list of these events that I could share with you at another time. But absolutely, being a part of the local community, both as a business operator and as a corporate neighbor, is absolutely part of it's one of the pillars of our success and of our business.
Great.
Councillor
Thank
Shanny?
you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Flagel?
Thank you very much, and welcome to the meeting. I've been asked this question, and plus it would make sense. The product line that you're going to cover, is it going to be kind of a generic, or if the demand was there, would you bolster your wine list or your Scotch list, or to service an industry and service an area? Because you're going to get a lot of people from downtown working there. So I'm wondering about your product line. And I will make this comment about it, is Rochdale location for Sobeys carries a wide variety because of the clientele. So I'm hoping, are you susceptible, or have you got it kind of set in stone as to what you guys do?
Mr. Busby?
Through you, Your Worship. No, we're absolutely flexible, Councillor. We work very closely with the local community and the local demographic, and we really try to tailor our offering to the people that shop in our store. Absolutely. So, we're trying to be a boutique-style shop here, so there's a strong focus on local products, wines of the world, craft beer, different spirits. And certainly, we rely on our customers' feedback. If we're not pleasing our customers with the offering in our store, then we're not doing the right thing. We're not listening. So we absolutely try to be flexible and to work directly with the local community.
Right. Thanks. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The other question is this a average size store for you guys, or smaller or bigger?
Mr. Busby?
Sorry, through you, Your Worship. It's probably sort of in our mid-range. We have some stores, depending on the local demographic they serve, that are slightly smaller than this, but I would say, we do have some that are larger. This sort of fits into what I would call a mid-range store to serve this community.
Well, just so you know, the one on Rochdale is a huge success, so appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you, Mr. Busby. There's no more questions. Thank you very much for presenting and answering questions.
Thank you very much.
Okay. You have a great day.
You too.
Okay, so we'll move on to the supplementary report. This is information that was requested at the Planning Commission stage. I'd ask for a motion to receive and file this report.
So moved, Hawkins.
Thank you. Seconder, please.
Rashiani.
Thank you very much. Anyone opposed to that? Thank you. So we'll now move into the main report, and this is the development on 13th Avenue. So Councillor Young, do you want to start us off, please?
Yes, I will. So I'm bringing forward 2036 discretionary use for proposed resale trade shop at 2824 13th Avenue and 2067 71 75 Retallick Street in the Cathedral neighborhood. This application is discretionary because the floor area is above 300 square meters. The building floor space is 514.2 square meters, so it's processed as a discretionary use. The proposed design is generally consistent with the Cathedral neighborhood plan, which supports a pedestrian shopping experience along 13th Avenue. The development meets the requirements of the zoning bylaw, including parking, landscaping, and setbacks. So could I have a seconder, please?
Seconder for the report.
Jason.
O'Donnell.
Okay, Councillor
Okay.
Massanelli, okay, go ahead.
So the communication and public consultation was held and included the Cathedral Community Association. The feedback summarized in Appendix B, the Cathedral Community Association was advised of the application and their preference was no to provide a specific position. The Planning Commission asked for the supplementary report, which Council received, and the Planning Commission also was interested in the architecture and the design. There were very few speakers. I think it was almost the same speakers that came today that addressed Planning Commission with I think one or two more added to that. And then the only other thing that came out at Planning Commission was this has been a vacant lot on this property for many years. So the vote was unanimous, and I ask for concurrence.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Speakers to the report. Anyone want to speak to the report? Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question for administration, there were several undertakings, supplementary data. Can you please comment on the findings of the cursory social impact analysis, please?
Ms. Harlock. So we've all read the reports, so we all have done that, so a cursory one would be good because we don't need to go through the entire process. You've just highlight that, please.
Yeah, so through you, Your Worship, as the report indicates, we did a cursory review, and basically without confidence, we couldn't draw any links between the resources found within our review, that there was this link between the alcohol and the social impacts that was found. And we talked to SLGA, and they didn't have any of that information that could link that to the social impacts.
Okay, thank you
for that. Councillor Stevens.
Through the chair, the Planning Commission also asked for some data from the Regina Police Service, and we just today got the detailed data from RPS. Can you comment on the findings of that report, please?
Ms. Harlock, did you receive that yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
Through you, Your Worship. Thank you for that. So the findings were that they looked at the different uses within Cathedral, whether it be the Safeway, et cetera, to see what types of calls that they were getting. Overall, I would say that, for the Spearling Silver Distillery that's on Albert Street, there's a variety of situations where the police were called. And it depends on what exactly we're looking for. Like intoxicated persons was 22%, but there's other uses within that vicinity. So at this point, we'd say that generally the most common was the 4 liquor stores were unwanted guests, intoxicated persons, and and calls to assist citizens.
Okay, thank you. Would you say that based on this data that crime increases in and around the vicinity of a liquor store?
Ms. Harlock, I don't know if you can answer that.
I don't think I could answer. I would have to ask the RPS. I mean, I think at this point the data is just showing what the police have had to go out to with respect to calls.
Okay, thank you. Some of the opponents or some people who have commented through the chair talk about architectural controls, the fact that liquor stores are allowed on 13th. Others have commented on distances and buffer zones between schools, community associations, liquor stores. Is it possible to have that made part of the Cathedral neighborhood plan review process, or do you need a motion or a clear direction from council to put that in?
Charlotte?
Through you, Your Worship, it definitely could be part of the conversation. We could take that as an undertaking, that we would have that as part of that neighborhood planning process, to have the discussion of whether or not those types of uses should have separation distances, similar to what cannabis has.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to include that as an undertaking as that public consultation process unfolds, please. Through the chair, to your knowledge, how many applications for development have been brought before administration or council since the arson fire demolished that corner?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, I'm aware of one application that went forward to build a multi-story apartment there, or pardon me, mixed use, that did not go forward. I'd ask Mr. Searle if there was any other applications received for that site since the fire in the 90s.
Mr. Searle?
Yes, through you, Your Worship, I can recall one other application that came forward for a interim fast food outlet that was placed on the property for a few years.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, what we're actually debating here is the size of the proposed building. Obviously, what it's selling is of value. Why is the size requirement in place? I know we discussed that during the zoning review. Can you comment on why 300 square meters, please?
Ms. Harlock?
Your Worship, so I'll start and then I'll ask Mr. Searle to add anything. Through the consultation process, it really is about when it becomes a permitted use and then switch over to a discretionary use. So in this case, because it's 514.2 square meters, it triggered it to go into the discretionary use process. And in that case, that's when we would look at the use because of potential impacts to the area and the neighborhood. And I might ask Mr. Searle to look at, or to add anything else.
Mr. Searle?
Through you, Your Worship, no, I really wouldn't have anything further to add to that. It just triggers the requirement for that process, and through the discretionary use, the assessment on the regulations and compatibility with the area.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Stevens?
Just a couple final remarks to my council colleagues. One, this has been quite contested for the last few months, but it's split. So I would say that it's really drawn down the line. It divides neighbors and neighborhoods actually around this community about whether or not this should go forward. There's no consensus, I would argue, on why for or against. What I will say is there are some accounts that have been brought to our attention around the social harms, the vicinity, within the vicinity of the neighborhood center, Alcoholics Anonymous and other organizations. Those concerns are merited and need serious consideration. At the same time, so too does the development of underutilized land, and the legacy of turning down the 13th and Elphinstone project on the community is severe. I'll be honest with you, I think that has really put a sour taste in people's mouths. That said, I think there are reasons to oppose what's going to go in there, and not on the grounds of aesthetics, but based on what Sobeys is, the scale of that building, and so on. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Mancinelli, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevens covered off a couple of points I had to ask. I only have one left to ask. Reading through the report, there's mention on the mural on the side of the building, which is a memorial mural. What's to happen to that? And is that ever captured? Is that part of our history or heritage of your city now? I'm just wondering what the outcome for that is.
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, So I might ask Mr. Searle to talk about the discussions with the applicant regarding the mural.
Mr. Searle?
Yes, through your worship, I'm going to maybe ask Mr. Jeremy Fenton to respond to the question because he was directly involved in those conversations.
Mr. Fenton?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have been informed by a representative of the applicant that their intent is to replicate the mural that's currently on the west side of the existing building. It's a homage mural, paid in homage to an individual, that their intent is to replicate that on the west side of the proposed new Sobeys liquor store outlet.
Oh, I'm very encouraged to hear that. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. Councilor Flagel?
Thanks. Couple of things, and appreciate all the delegations. Yeah, Councilor Stevens brings up the one point about maybe the building, maybe the structures that had been approved, and that was 13th and Elphinstone as one 4 years ago. But the other one that I always look at, when one of the delegations came to planning, they talked about they wanted something that was local. They wanted something that was mixed use. They wanted something, well, that was 13th Avenue and Elphinstone Street. And the neighbors, they let it go. When you look at the other big one, and I'm not sure who was all around, when they brought in the Safeway, there was an upheaval of people that came and did not want it, it was changing. But I'll guarantee you, if you took that away today, people would scream twice as loud. And so, you know what? Adding something new is never a bad thing, because if you look at the traffic flow, and I think it's been regulated, we've not heard any big problems with multitudes of car accidents and stuff by pedestrians. Everything, I think most people are respectful when they drive down 13th Avenue, because it has a different feel to it. It has a different feel than the block to the north on Victoria Avenue, where people speed a lot more. There's a pedestrian feel around 13th from, say, Ray Street to Garnet, and that's a big difference. A friend of mine has a coffee shop over there, and they're loving it. And, you know, I talk to them, and the more traffic that they get and the more people they get coming down there, it's just going to be better for business. I wanted to go and talk to the guys at Pacific Fresh Fish, but they would be another one that would, you know, benefit to have an extra 10 or 20 vehicles coming through there and spending more money after they buy a nice bottle of wine. So I think, you know, we're always challenged with change, but in the grand scheme of things, you know, to have somebody coming from downtown or wherever and picking up a $50 bottle of wine or a $10 bottle, whatever that is, and then all of a sudden stopping at the Mercury for a lunch, or stopping over here for kitchen tools, or stopping at the Safeway or the bank, that person probably would never be in Cathedral, because the liquor board store brought them there and they didn't want to go there for anything else. But then all of a sudden they saw what bonuses that they had. So this is a good thing. You know what, it's a development. It's not I don't think it'll be an eyesore. A vacant lot for 20-some years. I do have a question, though, for administration. There was 2 projects you said that did not go through. Do we know why?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, I do not know why the developer didn't proceed with the developments that they had got approval for. I'm not sure if Mr. Searle has that information.
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, no, I don't have that information at hand.
Okay. I just wondered if it was anything to do with economics or anything. I'm sure it was probably couldn't afford to do what they maybe wanted to do. But anyway, I haven't heard anybody say that they're for this, but I will say that I'm for this because I think in the long run, in the grand scheme of things, it's going to make Cathedral busier and make all the other businesses around it more viable and sustainable, because Sobeys is a big draw, as is Safeway. So good luck to them. I hope it goes through, and I'll be voting for it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Young, do you want to close debate?
No, I am finished, Your Worship.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Massanelli, I can't give you the floor again, I'm sorry. You've spoken once on the report. I know you asked to do that. I apologize, but the rules are that way. So I'm going to ask the clerk to do the roll call, please. Mr. Clerk.
Councillor Young, I will begin with you, please.
Yes.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
Against.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
And Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Carries by a vote of 10 to 1, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, for that. And we have, I believe, is our last delegation today for us.
Councillor Young, I will begin with you, please.
Okay.
Councillor Hawkins.
Oh, we got someone's mic on there.
Councillor.
Delegation, okay. Okay. So Shannon, so Shidniak, I hope I got that right. If you can correct me if I'm wrong, and you can introduce yourself and tell us who you represent. You want to unmute your phone, *6?
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Please, welcome to Regina City Council. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Hi there. Okay, thank you very much. I'm Shannon Sakidniak, and I am the founder and co-chair of Enviro Collective, which is a Regina nonprofit environmental organization. And I also have a master's in environmental studies from York University. I'm speaking on behalf of Enviro Collective today in support of Councillor Hawkins' checkout bag bylaw motion. As mentioned in the written submission that I wrote, there are several reasons to support this motion. City Council has committed to becoming a more sustainable city, and this bylaw would create progress toward that goal. Second, city residents and businesses have expressed strong support of regulations on single-use plastic. In surveys from October 2019, 77% of residents and 78% of businesses said a ban on single-use retail checkout bags was very important or important. In the same survey, respondents indicated that they believed all levels of government should take action to reduce single-use plastics. And of course, all levels of government do have a role to play. The city has an opportunity here to take a leadership role in promoting sustainability, which it has expressed an interest in. The City of Regina can't afford to wait for leadership from the provincial or federal government and has no control over when and if other levels of government will choose to make progress on their sustainability targets. We have an opportunity now to promote increased sustainability for our city, and we believe it is imperative that we do so. Third, the city has a target for diverting 65% of residential waste by 2020, yet we've hovered around 19% for the past 5 years. We need to embrace any progress we can toward this target, especially initiatives with broad community support. Fourth, the benefits of this bylaw would extend beyond reducing landfill waste. This bylaw could lead to decreased plastic bag litter, and plastic bags are estimated to take between 500 to 1,000 years to break down. And it could also lead to reduced ingestion of plastics by wildlife. Fifth, there are many examples of how to do this from other jurisdictions that have regulated single-use plastics, and so there are many best practices that we can follow. In summary, we hope you will support this motion. We see it as a win-win to improve the city's sustainability, and because of the broad support of those who have weighed in about the issue. And we see it as an opportunity for the city to be seen as leaders in promoting sustainability. That's everything.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There are questions from members of council. We'll start with Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Shannon, for coming forward. You've taken just about the entirety of my speaking notes for this. So let me just ask you one question. Can you tell us a little bit about the Environmental Collective, who your members are, what your activities are, and why you're particularly interested in this issue?
Sure. So we formed as a grassroots initiative in the fall of 2018, and it was in response to the IPCC report that stated that we had 12 years to significantly reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And it was just kind of formed like in this grassroots sort of way. Let's get together as a group and talk about ways that we could make a difference collectively instead of individually. So we started off with meetings. Anyone was welcome and still is welcome to come to those meetings and propose environmental initiatives that they would like to see us take on. And so anyone is invited to come. We don't have specific membership yet. We incorporated in March of this year, and we are focused on promoting environmental issues and action, and also climate change, and action on climate change specific to the city of Regina.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your coming forward.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you very much for your presentation and appearing before City Council. You can retire now. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. Thanks.
And we have the motion to check out bag bylaw, the motion from Councillor Hawkins. I'll give you the floor, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move this motion. And if I get a seconder, I'll explain the motion and give a few reasons for supporting it.
Second.
Councillor Murray.
Should I say the rest of council, I guess? Okay. Councillor
Thank you very
Brashani, I
much.
heard your
Let me
voice.
make my presentation brief. This is a motion which asks the city solicitor to draft a bylaw for consideration by council prohibiting retail businesses and food services businesses from providing, distributed, selling, or using plastic checkout bags. Bylaws in all jurisdictions like this contain a fairly standard list of exemptions. I've included as an exhibit the Prince Albert bylaw. It contains a standard list of exemptions, and as the solicitor drafts this, I'm sure you'd have reference to those and other bylaws. Prince Edward Island is another good one. 2 points about this. Enforcement of this bylaw will be delayed for a year from passage to ensure that an education program could be mounted, to ensure that retailers would have a proper opportunity both to get rid of current stock, but also to retool with reusable bags or cloth bags. The other point that I think is important is that this bylaw would not take effect during any COVID-19 or other health emergency as we're currently dealing with at the moment. That's the shape of the proposed bylaw that I'm asking the City Council, the City Solicitor to draft. A couple of reasons, and these points of, and I want to say one other thing on that. Enforcement. I don't imagine enforcement of this bylaw will have to be very heavy-handed at all. I see businesses adopting measures like this on their own as it is. I think education will be important. I think warnings will be important. I think that any enforcement will be driven by complaint-driven, and I don't expect there'll be many of those, given the broad support in the community for this. So I don't think enforcement here is going to be a major issue. I just want to make a couple of other points. It was mentioned the strong residential support in the survey that was conducted. It's the strongest residential support the strongest support I've seen in any survey since I've been on council. 10,538 respondents, 77% said either a ban on single-use bags was either very important or important. Business survey also indicated strong support. 101 replies, 82% said that reducing single-use plastics was very important or important to them. It was also interesting to me that the Retail Council of Canada was not opposed to a municipal ban, providing that no provincial program was in place. I want to mention some of the other jurisdictions that have adopted a ban like this. The cities of Vancouver, Montreal, Moncton, Prince Albert, the whole provinces of Newfoundland and Labrador, Nova Scotia, and Prince Edward Island, numerous municipalities in this country, and then in the United States, 8 states, including New York and California, representing nearly 50% of the U.S. population. So this is a widespread movement, I believe, because there's a desire to protect the environment by replacing non-degradable plastic bags made from non-renewable resources with biodegradable paper bags made from renewable resources and or with reusable cloth bags. It was mentioned the litter is another reason. Litter that catches our streets, our fences, clogs our waterways, gets caught in trees in our yards. And finally, preserving our landfill is important here. This is not going to solve the problem of reducing our landfill, but it's going to help. It's going to help a little bit. Our target is 65% of waste reduction, even with the organics program that's coming, and even once we reduce waste from commercial and industrial enterprises, we'll still have about 20% to go to meet our target. And plastics will reduce, eliminating plastics waste bags will help us with that. One point that hasn't been mentioned is that countries in the Far East, China, the Philippines, are now refusing to take North American plastic waste, including single-use bags, so that the disposal of these bags is going to become increasingly difficult. We're not going to be able to ship it offshore, and we're going to have to take responsibility ourselves for reducing this kind of waste. Finally, the city has passed a sustainable cities bylaw brought by Councillors Mancinelli, Murray, and Andrews. Councillor O'Donnell has put tremendous effort into the conference, which is disappointing that it can't go ahead. Hopefully it will go ahead one day. And I just say that...
Councillor Hawkins, your time is up. If you could wrap that up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are other speakers to this. Councillor Murray.
Hi there. So thanks through the chair. My question is for administration on single-use plastics and our diversion strategy. How many single-use plastics, or what percentage, are actually being diverted to the landfill as opposed to through recycling? And how is that going with the Chinese national sword that's changed how they accept plastics? What are we doing right now? I know we had an update, I want to say almost a year ago now, so I was looking for an update on that.
Through your worship.
Mr. Onway, go ahead.
I'll start and then I'll ask Mr. Doney to add some comments around the Chinese sword. So the percentage going to the landfill for single-use plastics is approximately 1%. I'll ask Mr. Doney to comment on the Chinese sword and acceptance of plastic bags.
Mr. Doney?
Through you, Mr. Worship. Just approximately 5% of all recyclables collected through the City of Regina's recycling program is plastic. And I'll ask Ms. Ayer to provide a bit more detail on the National Sword program.
Okay.
Through you, Your Worship, the impact of the Chinese National Sword have not changed the plastics that we collect or recycle in our recycling program. Film plastics, like the plastic shopping bags, were not ever accepted as part of that program. And
Councillor Murray?
That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you, to the Chair. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, for bringing this forward. This is something that I think is very important to our environment, but I think there's many organizations already that are calling upon us to get this moving. businesses have moved forward already on this, but they are waiting for some kind of direction and leadership from the municipalities. So one of the things that I think is very important, as Councillor Hawkins has talked about, as to why it's important, but we know that they don't break down. And, you know, if we really truly understood the energy that it takes to produce these bags, and then after that, really there's nowhere for them to go. One of the things that I participated in is, you know, picking up garbage in our community here in our ward, and it was unbelievable the amount of plastic bags that were caught on trees that actually do get caught in the creek and are stuck there, and then it's the little geese and everything else. So this is something that I think we absolutely should be moving forward quicker. And I think that residents, I think, really want this. They've, I think, have been very vocal about it. And I think it's no different than when we go to Costco or wherever. They don't offer bags. I mean, they give you a box if you want a box. Everything done is paper, but people know that you bring your own bags or your own big recyclable containers or whatever you want. But my question for administration is, the reason I like this motion is we're going to give the industry some time. How will that work, and how will that engagement piece work? Through the chair.
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship. So once the bylaw is drafted, we will have get into conversation about the communication plan, the education plan going out. As Councillor Hawkins has noted, the enforcement piece is 12 months out. Conversation with legal, and Mr. Weary can further comment if there's a change to this. If approved, we would bring legal would bring the bylaw back in July. There will need to be an education program built around this, and then if there were further budget requirements or requests, further budget money required in terms of the education piece, we would bring that forward for the 2021 budget. At this time, I don't know exactly what that looks like, but would definitely come back to council with that conversation.
Mr. Weary, do you have any comments on this?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. What's unique about this bylaw is that it is directed at businesses, so it should be a little bit easier to develop some advanced work with affected businesses, and sufficient lead time will be critical in developing that, because the retail businesses will be the ones that will need to make the necessary changes, and also members of the public as well, in terms of using, once COVID restrictions are lifted, using reusable containers, which many people are already using now. So I think a longer lead time will help with that, and the fact that this is focused on compliance by businesses in the retail sector and food service sector.
Councilor Bershani?
Okay. Thank you, through the chair. So with this, because this is seen as an environmental piece, will the city be also looking for some kind of grants or anything from within the federal government through FCM or wherever in order to help us with this, through the chair?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, we are in constant communication with the government. There is a provincial committee set up that we have a position set on that board, so we are very in tune with any potential grants that would be coming forward through a program.
Okay, great. And the last question is also, and again, it's just engaging, I think, even our schools, if our schools are back in the fall, that we engage some of the, the students and looking at maybe collab, just like we've done with our recycle program, because it's a piece of the education, even though this is more geared to businesses, but I think it's an overall message about utilization of plastic bags. So I think it would be worthwhile in that regard as well. But overall, I know that, it's the convenience of these plastic bags. It comes at a very high cost for our environment, and obviously negatively affects the human health, but also wildlife. So I absolutely support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brasciani. Other speakers to the report? I'll just add a few comments. I'm certainly going to speak in support of the motion. I want to thank Councillor Hawkins for bringing it forward. I'm particularly pleased with the understanding of our current circumstance with the pandemic and how we've used that as being a way until we've gotten past all that, but also the time for retailers and others to adapt to the change, but a clear target, and also the education program I think is quite important as well. So I'm pleased to support the motion itself. So Councillor Hawkins, do you want to close debate?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think the essential points have been made, and I just want to say that I appreciate the input both from the public and councillors on this, and I ask for your support.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. So I'll ask the clerk to do the vote, please. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. I will begin with you, Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
Favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote in favor.
It's carried unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll go to the next report, which is a participation in the Regional Economic Development Committee. And I would like to bring that forward. If I could have a seconder, please.
Mason.
Thank you, Councillor Massinelli. So I'm not going to read the report, obviously, but members have seen this. This is an opportunity, I think, to transcend the work and scope of activities of the White Butte Regional Planning Committee to include the Moose Jaw Regina corridor as a much larger group for economic development and opportunities. And Councillor Bresciani and Councillor Massinelli are aware of, and I know Council is in general terms, of the changes to the White Butte Regional Planning Committee, where several members have expressed a bit of frustration and concern about the historical role of the commission itself. The town of White City and Regina are the last members remaining on that, but those municipalities that have left have all expressed interest in being in a repurposed, larger organization that could provide a more balanced and regional approach to economic development. And again, I believe I can speak certainly for Mayor Tomey, and I think Councillor Massinelli, you may have something to say about this one, and I think Councillor Findura as well, who has been on the Moose Jaw Regina corridor, that they see an opportunity to have greater leverage with a larger organization that is both surrounds Regina but goes all the way to Moose Jaw. So the proposal before you is to agree to have a virtual meeting with several municipalities and First Nations organizations, and they are, of course, the City of Regina, the Arm of Sherwood, Arm of Edenwald, the Village of Edenwald, the Town of White City, Town of Balgony, Town of Pilot Butte, the City of Moose Jaw, the Arm of Moose Jaw, the Town of Pence, the Arm of Pence, the Town of Grand Coulee, the Village of Belle Plaine, Cowes First Nation, Ochapowace First Nation, Sakamai First Nation have been invited to participate in a visiting session. And without really speaking to where we get to and what the conclusions would be, I certainly would ask members of council to support the virtual meeting that should take place, I believe, in June. And we haven't confirmed that yet. We're still having invitations out, but certainly would want to have your backing and, of course, the participation of members of council on this as well. So I throw that out for your consideration and ask for your support. The speakers to this, Councillor Massanelli, you're first.
Thank you very much. Very pleased to see this go forward. I've sat on this committee since joining council in 2016, as well an alternate on the White Butte Committee. Very, very pleased to see Indigenous participation coming to fruition in these committees and the interest in revisioning how we do things in our region. This region accounts for almost half a Saskatchewan population, so I think this revisioning of these committees is very important to our future, and I'm very excited about what's happening here, so I hope you guys support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too support this and I hope council supports this. You know, I've been on the White Butte since the time I've been on council, and it's kind of gone through the ups and downs. And but I do think that the regional economic development right now is vitally important to everybody to work collaboratively. And I think with this moving forward, this will help ignite the start to having a conversation as to how we need each other, but we can kind of work collaboratively and yet still understand kind of what the needs are from other municipalities. So this, I think, will be very, I think, educational for everybody, but also a participation so people can share kind of what some of the municipalities are going through and how we can kind of work together to seek some solutions. So I ask as well that I hope it's supported, and I do look forward to the opportunity for also vitally important to have First Nations there as well. So I think it'll be a great group. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Fundura.
There you are. Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, this is a very good thing that's happening. Like you mentioned, I did sit on the Muja Regina. It was like anyone else. It was a challenging thing trying to figure out what this is all about, who we are, how do we deal with our region, how do we fit in the region, who's in the region. So this is very important because when you really look at that, one thing is that together we grow, and knowing what our importance and how important we are in the region, and because now we're looking at, our biggest thing would be if for economy we need water and sustainable. So we need all these things, transportation, that's one thing. So if we look at our region, 100 kilometers around us, it'll make it so much easier when we work together, because you have your White Butte and you have your Muja corridor. Now we get together and make some kind of move on this, because it's kind of was stuck in the mud a little bit, spinning wheels trying to figure out who we are. And it's very nice to see our Indigenous, the importance of our Indigenous involvement in this, because like you said, we're in this together. So very good. I'm looking forward to this, and I very much support this. So this is a great thing. Good to see this coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Feigl. Councillor Fundura, thank you. Anybody else want to speak to it? So, Mr. Clerk, do you want to do the vote for us, please?
Yes, I will start with you. Your Worship, as the mover of the motion.
I vote affirmative.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Fundura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
Support.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Carries unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, everyone. So in accordance with our bylaw, procedure bylaw, we are adjourning at 6 o'clock, subject to a motion to continue on. But if we do that, we either move the rest of the items to our next meeting of council, or we have an extra meeting of council. So I'll take the direction of council. Do you want to continue on, or do you want to adjourn and we could look for a meeting later this week or early next week?
I move we go on, Jason.
Okay. The
Would
second?
we be able to have may I have a discussion on that? Sorry.
Well, I'll put the motion on the floor. So the motion is moved by Councillor Massanelli. I need a seconder to continue on.
Oh, okay.
I'll second
it. Trashiani.
Okay. So discussion on the motion. Do you want to, anybody want to make a comment on whether we should continue on?
Yes, Your Worship,
Yes, Councillor Young?
most of what's left can go quite quickly.
Okay.
Yeah. Your Worship, I also agree that I'd like to continue on. I think if we can get through the next 2 agenda items.
Okay, so let's, if
I could, can the city clerk give us an exact time when we're going to be done?
that's up to us, although I think the bylaw says,
Kidding. I'm kidding. Let's go.
well, if I leave you in speaking, Councillor Flagler, it'll be all night, so we'll try to get to work.
I think I have one more thing I want to talk about.
No, we can't do that, actually. We got to stick with the vote. All those in favor? Anyone against? Okay, we'll continue on. So we're going to move to the city manager's report. I'm going to ask for the city manager to speak to it before we introduce it formally on the floor. This is related to COVID-19. Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is another in a series of reports in, our requirement to continually update council on some of the decisions that are being made related to COVID-19 and some of the delegated authority that has been provided to me to ensure that we can respond in a timely fashion to some of the requirements in terms of how we need to respond to the public health emergency. The report also provides an introduction and an update on the Municipal Economic Enhancement Program, and then of course it provides an update on the administration's plan to safely reopen services to the public. So a reopen City of Regina that aligns with a reopen Saskatchewan 5-phase plan. So just in terms of the actions that have been taken in terms of the delegation of authority, they're listed on page 3 of the report. The food and yard waste pilot project was delayed to the fall of 2020. Year-round dog parks were reopened on May 15th, 2020. That was consistent with phase 1 of the reopening plan. Our outdoor pools will remain closed this summer. So outdoor pools, indoor recreation facilities, they're all a part of phase 4 of the Reopen Saskatchewan plan. The date on those is still to be announced. Outdoor pools obviously take quite a bit of preparation in terms of maintenance, water quality, etc. And we just think with the uncertainty of the unknowns, that it doesn't make sense to open pools at a time when the season will be short, and of course it's always dependent on weather. Golf season passes were prorated for the shorter season, so obviously with a reduction in the amount of time that golfers would be able to play, we reduced the fees, and that's consistent when we've had weather delays in previous years. The other is when we came and put some decisions in front of council around some of the service levels, both mosquito control and cankerworm populations, we were going to scale back some of those control efforts. We've since monitored, and we know that both mosquitoes and cankerworms will be more of an issue than originally thought, so we've brought back staff to make sure that we're able to address those. And the other is transit staff. So transit, we've maintained transit, and I think, at times there's an expectation, why haven't we laid off transit staff? The reality is that with the restrictions on public gatherings of only 10 people, we have restrictions on the number of people we can let on a bus. So if I looked at the peak season or peak afternoon, I think the number is we normally have 93 buses, and what we've done is 90 buses are required during normal peak, and what's happening is because we have a restriction on the number of riders that we can let on a bus, we actually still need to have 80 buses in circulation, because as soon as we get to 10, then we need to bring in another bus. So we haven't had the opportunity to lay off transit operators because the requirements in terms of keeping the fleet on the road haven't changed all that significantly. And the other piece, of course, is just the airport transit service. We've delayed that till April of 2021. And I know that Mr. Bogus has been in the media commenting on the significant impact that, of course, COVID-19 has had on air travel, and there's just less of a requirement, obviously, for the traveling public, but also the employees that work at the airport. The other part is an update on the Municipal Economic Enhancement Program, and I'm just going to ask Mr. Lacey to introduce that. We will be bringing reports in June, but thought it would just be good to give Council just a high-level overview of that program, the amount of funding, and our approach coming forward.
Mr. Lacey.
Through you, Your Worship. So the Municipal Economic Enhancement Program, or MEEP, as we're calling it in short form. That's a $150 million program provincially. We have been allocated our allocation, so the capital funding that we are eligible for that program is $30.9 million. There's a couple of important pieces with respect to that program for Council to be aware of. First off, those funds need to be spent by March 31st, 2022. To access those funds, there is an application process, and the deadline for that application process is July 17th of this year, of 2020, which speaks to Mr. Holden's indication that we'll be back to Council in June with the list of the proposed budget projects for Council's approval to submit under that application process. In considering the proposed projects to bring forward to Council in June, the first comment I would make is the province does have 14 eligibility categories. It would be fair to say that our typical capital program and the projects that we typically have in our capital program would all be eligible under one of those categories. So feel quite confident typical city projects will be eligible. The factors that we intend to consider in determining that list to bring forward to Council include ensuring whatever projects we have on that list will be completed by March 31st, that the projects would include or have contracting out of third parties to complete those projects, and that's to ensure consistency with the province's goal of ensuring job creation and encouraging economic activity. We are going to be looking at opportunities to advance the Council's goal to make the city 100% renewable by 2050, as well as opportunities to advance projects in the 5-year plan, in the outer years of the 5-year plan, in order to advance the OCP and other key priorities in approved master plans. And then finally, one of the factors we'll be considering is looking for opportunities to leverage a portion of those MEEP funds to mitigate the financial, operating financial impacts of COVID-19 on our operating budgets. We have talked to Council about the forecast of the COVID impact on operations for 2020, but we believe there will be one-time financial impacts in 2021 as well as potentially in 2022. So I think a simple example for 2021 is transit. Even though we might be back to full transit operations, and even if there aren't, for example, limits on the number of individuals that can be on a transit bus, we continue to anticipate it'll be a while before we see transit revenues return to pre-COVID-19 revenues, which will have an impact, as an example, on the 2021 budget. So we'll be looking for projects where there's an opportunity for us, perhaps that we had planned in future years, to fund with current contributions, to fund with MEEP, allowing us to reallocate some of that current contribution funding to deal with one-time COVID-19 operating costs. A key example is a $6.7 million in the residential road renewal program that was deferred this year because of COVID-19 related issues. that likely we will have to use part or all of that funding to deal with the impacts on our operating budget this year. We can use MEEP in 2021 to ensure those projects get funded in 2021, as well as any other projects we are going to undertake. So with that, that's a quick update there. I'll just turn it over to Mr. Holden with respect to the last item in the report.
Mr. Holden.
Through your worship, the last item is just a reopening update. So obviously we're in the midst of Reopen Saskatchewan. Phase 3 of that is on June 8th. And then, of course, I mentioned that Phase 4 is the recreation facilities, etc. So we're creating our own Reopen the City of Regina plan. We'll be bringing updates to Exec and Council June 10th, June 24th. There are a number of factors that we'll be considering in terms of, the reopening of City Hall, the return of our staff to our various facilities. Of course, there's still a desire, and I think an expectation that where people can work at home, we're going to continue to try and have people work from home. We are not out of this pandemic, and we need to keep that top of mind. And then there are a number of decisions that we will need to make in terms of the reintroduction of fees. So as an example, the reintroduction of transit fees and the timing of that. Looking at our parking and our parking fees and parking enforcement. So those will be a part of the broader plan, and we'll bring those to Council in June. So with that, we'll answer any questions that Council may have.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. If I could have someone move concurrence in the report.
O'Donnell.
Okay. Councilor O'Donnell, Councilor Barchiani seconds that. Any speakers to the report? Councilor Stevens.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair. A question for administration about how we make decisions on when to reopen recreation amenities. I think that might be the topic of a motion later, but I fear that we're making decisions based on the loudest complaints or the loudest barks, if you will. If I'm thinking about the dog parks, it would be helpful if administration, and I support the cautious approach, if administration could provide the public and council with a framework that tells us why particular amenities from the BMX track versus dog parks will or will not open.
Good question.
City Manager, comment on that, please.
Yes. When would you be releasing showing to us your reopen plan in its entirety?
So through your worship, we'll be bringing our reopen plan in June, and it will probably be to Exec Committee. But I think it's really important that the decisions that are being made by administration are driven by the public health orders, and that is what's driving when certain facilities can reopen or not. Now, there is some, I'll use the word inconsistency across the province in terms of how people look at, should we have our dog park open, should we not? We actually have the ability to send comments in to the health region and get a comment back. So for example, when we were going to reopen our dog parks, we ended up in a communication exchange in terms of whether or not, as per the health order, we could open dog parks or not open dog parks. So I think we are taking a cautious approach, but I think we're taking an approach that every decision that we make is driven by the public health order based on the advice of the health authority. And if we're uncertain, then we have taken, I think, the responsible approach to reach out and get a perspective from the authority that has the responsibility to manage this public health crisis.
Councilor Stevens.
Great, thank you very much. Through the chair, the MEEP funding, capital funding, I'd like to know if we can apply any of that money towards the environmental components of both the Maple Leaf pool and the Wascana pool. There were green initiatives. Are we able to use some of that money for these projects at all? Through the chair.
Holden.
So through your worship, so the MEEP funding, as Mr. Lacey indicated, there's about 14 different categories that we can apply that funding to. As an example, if we wanted to fund Wascana Pool from that MEEP funding, that's an opportunity that we could explore. So when we come to council or to exec committee and council, we'll be bringing our recommendations in terms of where we believe council would be best to invest those funds. There is an expectation from the province, that's the purpose of this program, that we are going to create some new opportunities for investment. So I think there's a balance in terms of where we can allocate to some of our existing projects that maybe we were going to look at pursuing debt. So we'll bring all of those options when we come in front of exec committee and council in June.
Thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Barshani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just quickly, so I had a conversation today with someone. Pools are closed, spray pads, are they open?
Mr. Holden?
So through your worship, it would be our expectation that when the restrictions off public gatherings are lifted, then we would have our spray pads open.
Sorry, and that would be the gathering of how many people? Like right now it's 30, are you saying?
So through you, your worship, that type of facility is in phase 4, and right now phase 4 is TBD, right? When we go to phase 3 on June 8th, the gatherings goes to 15 inside and to 30 outside. So the big challenge with it is, of course, when we get to a place where we can open playgrounds and we can open up spray pads, there's a public education piece in terms of, parents, children's, teenagers, youth, that personal responsibility in terms of making sure that we're still respecting whatever restrictions we have within the public health order. But spray pads would open as a part of phase 4. No date yet that's been announced by the province.
Councillor Barshani.
Thank you. Have you had, through the chair, or have you had any communication with the provincial government in regards to the outdoor courts that can be opened during phase 2 of the Reopen Saskatchewan plan under the outdoor individual recreation guidelines? There seems to be a little bit of a miscommunication between the government saying that falls under phase 2. Has our staff had any communication with either tennis, pickleball, any of those that are around courts, through the chair?
Mr. Holden?
So through your worship, we're in discussions on a regular basis with the health authority. Right now, those court sports, whether it's tennis, pickleball, etc., they are right now a part of phase 4. And it's because of the contact and the contact with equipment. So it's one thing for a husband and wife to be playing, they live together, but how do you know who's on the court and who should be allowed to participate and who shouldn't? So that is a decision of the Chief Medical Officer and the Public Health Order.
Okay, so, sorry, so I misunderstood. I thought under the outdoor individual recreation guidelines that fell within the phase 2, but you're saying that we're understanding that it doesn't. Through the chair?
Holden?
Yeah, through your worship, the only provision was made for golf courses, right? Even, our community gardens example, those are all things that we've had discussions. So there's very little in terms of recreation in phase 2. When you get to phase 3, that's where some fitness facilities can open, and those are more or less dedicated gyms, the private gyms. For example, we would not open the Sportplex that has a fitness area on the Lawson side, the Fieldhouse side, because we're not just a dedicated fitness facility. We have a whole suite of aquatics and court activities and track facilities. So we will wait until phase 4.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I understand, I appreciate the caution as well. The last question is with me. With some of the conversations that residents have reached out, they're hoping that with COVID that some of the 30 million is going to go into sidewalks or type of infrastructure that gets people out biking and connectivity with our pathways. So that's just my plug in there for connected sidewalks, so people can actually get out, ride, bike, and walk, whatever. That would be, I think, a big bonus and back to the residents of Regina, something they would see. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barshani. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. To the city manager, this morning I got a video from a 4-year-old in my ward that broke my heart. She was begging me to get the city to open the playgrounds. Are playgrounds in phase 3 or phase 4? What's the plan with playgrounds?
Phase 4.
Holden.
Through your worship, playgrounds are phase 4?
And no date for that yet?
And there's not been a date. So phase 3 is June 8th. Of course, you know, the medical health officer has said usually they like to see a couple of weeks of experience as to, you know, the results of opening up to phase 3. So phase 4, you know, crystal ball could be 2 or 3 weeks after phase 3 if, you know, the cases within Regina across the province remain somewhat flat.
I think I'll send her your name to answer. The second question is, when is Henry Baker Hall opening for council meetings? I guess for the revised seating plan.
Mr. Holden.
So through your worship, that's part of our reopen plan. So obviously on June 8th, when restaurants open and, you know, bars open, etc., you know, we have to look at what areas of City Hall we may choose to open in that regard. We have all kinds of considerations in terms of making sure that we can social distance appropriately. The one thing is we're a place of work. So we've been respecting public gatherings at City Hall, in Henry Baker Hall, for example. But we are a workplace, and we would have the ability to increase the number. We have chosen not to do that, to be, I think, very cautious. But when we look at reintroducing all of council and administration and the gallery, obviously we'll have to look at what type of, you know, precautions we need to put in place. We've talked about even putting plexiglass between the individual seats of council. So we'll be prepared, and obviously we'll communicate with councillors, with our staff, and of course with the general public as to how we will reintroduce and the timing of that reintroduction.
Thank you. Some of us younger councillors don't think you need the plexiglass.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll go on to Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I want to start by just saying to City Manager and staff, I appreciate the information that's before us. I appreciate the decisions that have been made. I'm in total support. I think you have a lot on your plate, and I just want to acknowledge that. I have one question, and it's about MEEP. MEEP was a program. It was, I'll say, loosely discontinued, and it's been brought back for this. Any indication from the province that this will continue, or was this a one-time program? Please.
Mr. Holden.
Through your worship, every indication at this point is that it is a one-time program. It's obviously been very well received by municipalities and by the mayors on their calls with, you know, Minister Carr, government relations. So I think there'll be, you know, it would be welcomed if it was continued, but it's definitely just intended as a one-time program at this point.
Thank you. I just follow that up, Mr. Mayor, with this comment. I think it's incumbent upon council and elected people to make sure that that case has been made. This money will make a difference, and I think we may need it in the future, as been alluded by Mr. Lacey. So I suspect we have some work to be done here as well. Thanks for that.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I think we're doing the right thing here. I think that we've got everything in line with what the province and the medical officials are telling us to do. So I want to thank everybody for doing that. I appreciate it. It is frustrating for people when it is so nice out, but we had 2 more cases again today in Regina. So we're not out of the woods yet, and I think that we're making the steps as the professionals are saying it's safe to do so. Our number 1 goal is to keep our residents of Regina safe, and I think we're doing that so far, and I don't want to see us going leaps and bounds ahead of things. Well, first of all, we wouldn't be able to. Second of all, the safety of the residents comes before everything else, so thank you for doing what you're doing, you guys.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you, and I want to bring this up because, well, I forget when we tried, or we were looking at doing an outdoor meeting in the courtyard for City Council. And you know what, to show a little bit of camaraderie and I don't want to say togetherness because we're supposed to stay apart, but in order to get us all together, that would be one way instead of having to cut the room up into 14, 15 different pieces. We could also do it outside on the courtyard. That's one thing. The second thing is talking about, I've got a lady that put together 500 signatures in Uplands to get us to open up the parks so they can get their kids out of the house, because I guess they're just, it's getting worse and worse. And I agree with what Councillor Bryce said, we've got to be careful of this, but do we have, and this is something I'll ask in the motion too, but do we have any jurisdiction over ourselves as opposed to provincial in terms of one-offs?
Mr. Holden?
Can I have the councillor repeat the question? Sorry.
Do we have any, do we have any jurisdiction over the province on a one-off situation if we wanted to take this petition of 500 signatures and run with it and maybe open up the parks and have the kids being able to go out and play instead of being stuck in their backyard?
Mr. Holden?
So through your worship, actually I just received an email today from the province about the process for those that do not follow the direction of the public health orders. Okay. In terms of, fines, etc. So, we're constantly in communication with the province. There's lots of pressure on, Councillor Stevens mentioned BMX, pickleball, tennis. If you can golf, why can't you do those other activities? So there's lots of questions being asked of the province on a number of those fronts. But I think it's really important that, our park spaces are open. People can get outside, they can enjoy our pathways. However, we can't have the gatherings, and we've got to make sure that we're respecting that physical distancing between people.
Right. Thank you. And one other thing, the staff issue in terms of bringing them back, are we at some point, do we know if, you and I had this little quick conversation about the elevator and only putting 2 people in the elevator and trying to get 400 people up 15 flights. They're going to spend half a day waiting downstairs. Do you just sort of go, okay, well, no, then we're going to leave them at home? Those 400, we're going to take 100 and they're going to come to work. And, I guess there's lots of different ways you can go a 2 on, 3 off, 3 on, 2 on, whatever, split up their work time. But I want to say that I think the morale, and maybe you can say that it isn't. I've run into some city staff out on the streets, and their morale's pretty good. So whatever you guys are doing internally is keeping them pretty happy. So I'm happy to see that, and I'm glad. And you know what, a good rainfall would certainly take away a lot of extra work for our staff. But appreciate it all. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fundura, you're next. Councillor Fundura?
Yeah, I'm just working this technology. It's good. So thank you, Worship. I just want to say, as everybody else mentioned already, thank you to the administration for keeping us informed. Thank you for informing the citizens of Regina. And I want to say thank you to the citizens of Regina for doing their part so we can get back to normal, to reopen. It takes a lot of effort from everybody to do their part. You can give directions and instructions, but as long as we as people follow, we get into this back to normal, as normal it can be. And as well too, it's the stores, the food stores, different places that they were putting up shields and protecting the employees, and then still giving us a chance to do our shopping and things like that. So I just want to say thank you to everybody for keeping being together by a part. I think I saw a sign there on the billboard. So I would say again, thank you to the administration and everybody involved, council and mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Findura. Councilor Mancinelli?
My turn to give thanks. I appreciate all the work put into this. I back all the administration's decisions. I really appreciate the portion provided about the direct contact with the province on recommendations and asking what's allowable and not. I know people really want to get to life, back to life as normal, but after the investment put forth from everyone in the world, and especially our community, patience is a virtue, and we really have to stick by that right now. So thank you for being assertive and trying to open up as quickly as safely possible. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councilor Mancinelli. Any other speakers? I have a couple of comments, and I want to start by thanking the administration for the report and thanking them for being very judicious and systematic in how they are approaching dealing with this COVID crisis. I wanted to confirm, though, that the city manager says he'll be bringing a report back on the entire reopen Regina plan, not just the component parts we're seeing in here, but the entire package, so we can look at that and understand where we're going. I understand it's we're not out of the pandemic yet, but that may slow things down or speed things up. But to know what that looks like is quite important. I want to thank, of course, the residents who have been very patient and understanding, especially in the summertime. While the people I speak to want to get out and do everything they certainly can to enjoy the nice weather, they still understand the absolute imperative of keeping separate and washing their hands and keeping that distance, and they're doing very, very well. Now, we did get 2 new cases today. I'm not sure if that's Regina or Regina region, but certainly it just goes to show you that we're not out of this by any means. So I appreciate the diligence on this one. I know we have a report coming in, or motion in a few moments about other activities that we can and may not be able to do, and I look forward to that conversation. Councillor Stevens brought up a point about Maple Leaf pools and making them green. I just want to raise that point. I thought that part of the design of Maple Leaf, and I believe also Wascana Pool, will have a green component to that. So I want to confirm we were already doing that, or is that something that we didn't have before? To the city manager.
No, through your worship, you'll recall that we came back to council and got some additional funding to advance the Maple Leaf pool. And we did that in part because we did not want to forgo any of the design elements that were going to ensure that we could meet some of the green options. And of course, those are also being built into the Wascana pool design. So we are doing those. The flexibility of where we allocate that MEEP funding, like I indicated, that'll come forward in June.
Last point I'll make is, and others have made it, just that our primary focus here, of course, is the health and safety of Regina residents. Everything flows from that, and that's our primary purpose of this. And so I certainly support the report and the actions taken by the administration and our council colleagues as well. So I'm not sure who moved the motion. Councilor Down, do you want to close debate on this?
I do not, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, you want to do the vote on this, please?
I will start with you, Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor, please.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor?
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor?
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote in favor.
Carries 11-0. Your worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So we'll move on to reports CM 20-14, appointments to the elected officials compensation review commission. If I could have a mover and seconder, please.
Mayor, I'm going to step out for a few moments because Justice Rama School is mentioned, so I have a conflict.
Understood, Councilor Hawkins. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be happy to move this. Mike O'Donnell.
Okay, a seconder, please.
Councillor Stevens.
Okay. Any speakers to the report?
If I could speak to it, please.
Okay, you want to just make sure you use the chat room, Michael? Councilor Down,
Yeah.
please. Okay.
Yeah,
Councillor Dowling, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment that I thought the candidates who are before us are outstanding, knowledgeable people who have lots of experience in municipal world and have appeared before us many times. Great choices. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dowling. Other speakers? Any of the speakers to the report? Well, I'll say a few things. I am not in favor of pursuing the Compensation Review Commission, and certainly the individuals selected are outstanding. I agree entirely with that. But I also continue to say that the optics of us looking at a review of our salary, and to be clear, we will not be reducing the salary, we will be likely increasing them, salary and benefits, is the wrong time. And we are in the middle of a pandemic. Our finances have fallen through the floor. We have another wave of financial insecurity and concern in the fall with taxes and whether we have delinquent taxes or not. So as much as this might be important to do this for members of council, I would urge that we table this until after, at least till we get through the pandemic and understand our finances. Symbolically and optically, it's just, to my view, the wrong priority, so I will not be supporting the report or the bylaw. Other speakers? Councillor Findura?
Thank you, Worship. I voted against the last time we were debating this for the same purpose, that the money is going to come from somewhere. This is not the right time to do this. I know there's never a right or wrong time to do it, but for the same reasons, Your Worship, you've mentioned, I'm not going to repeat it. I am not in favor of this, and I will do the same thing. I will not support the report nor the bylaw. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you for that. Councillor Massanelli?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to take a moment to point out that when it was a vote for my own salary that I am currently collecting, I voted against taking the increase to make myself whole, as my own personal viewpoint of integrity and the position I hold. What's before us isn't for me, it's for the future council at a future date. This vote in itself might make sure that I'm not a councillor anymore. This isn't for my wage, this is for a future wage. I do have one question in terms of the report. I noticed that the people selected are very well represented, respected. Was there any thought given to a layperson being on the commission to actually vet what people are paid and to see what the common man might think of what goes on there?
Mr. Holden?
Or common woman?
Well, we'll put the clerk on the hot seat.
Thank you, Your Worship. To your question, Councillor Mancelli, it was a decision of council based on past precedent with respect to who to appoint to this committee, and so this mirrors what was done back in 2001. However, there have been some initial meetings of the commission with respect to staff and research, and it's very clear from the members that they are interested in conducting comparisons across the country. They are looking at cities, for example, I believe it is the City of London, where the council salary is pegged to the average salary and wage in the City of London proper. So they are looking at it. It's not just where do elected officials in other jurisdictions make. They are looking at how does that relate to the last 20 years of CPI index increases and what other jurisdictions do with respect to trying to relate salary increases to the common person or the average worker.
I'm very pleased to hear that. Another comment I have is upon election, I discovered that a portion of my wage wasn't taxable, and that's something that a common person wouldn't know. So to have this reviewed, looked at, and brought forward, I think is important for people to have confidence in what we do as a council and what goes on with the wages. So I intend to support this, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Councillor Flagel?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm in support of this too. This has been something we talked about for years, and just to get the proper pay structure or whatever, and not to say this is not going to be a decision that the 11 of us are going to make. It'll be 2020's council 2021's council that will make this decision, and they can take it forward. This report this has no bearing on COVID. This has no bearing on anything to do with anything other than finding a formula or finding a resolve to any issue that regards compensation. The other thing is that, you know, when you look at it, and I'll just say this, the mayor, your position is the only one that's not going to be affected, because if you look at what Saskatoon is doing, the mayor's salaries between two people is very similar. So there's 10 others, but we do reports all the time that we might not get this. We might not get this report back for 6-8 months, which is maybe outside of any one of ours time limit. So to have this report sitting there and ready to go, I mean, I look at the core service review. We did that 3 years. It took 3 years to implement it, but we had it done. It was ready to go when anybody ever wanted to start it. So I don't see this as any different, and I'm agreeing with Councilor Mancinelli that it's another piece of the pie that, regardless of the times, and Councilor Kundera is right. There's no right or wrong time to do this, so it's not like we're going to make the decision next week that everybody's going to get a big pay raise. It's not that at all. It's just to find out where we sit as a city. So I'm for it, as I was before. So.
Okay, Councilor Bresciani?
Thank you, Worship. I too support this. I think this is long overdue. I think it's been at least 20 years or something that this has been looked at or has not been looked at. You know, there's something that I think even the general public has said many times over to me. You guys are not paid enough for what you do. This is coming from the general public. I'm disappointed that, you know, Mayor, that we as the council colleague across the table here, we're at least $20,000 underneath Saskatoon. When I looked at the mayor's salaries in Saskatoon and Regina, I think it's maybe $2,000, $3,000 difference. I don't know how this came about that the councillor's salaries could be so far apart and the mayor's salaries are so close. So somebody or something, somehow you know, it's been, the ball has been dropped. I also want to go back to Louis Brown, who came to council. He was a councillor for many years on council here in Regina, and he spoke about he wore the shoes as a councillor and now is looking back and reflecting and saying, this is exactly what we need to be doing. So I agree that timing is of the essence, but I think this is going to be something that we're not deciding my own salary now. It'll be the next council, and that will be determined at that time. But I do think that we need to understand that how vitally important it is if we want to get people also to run as candidates. There's two dimensions here. So we have to stay in parity with other municipalities, whatever that means. So I absolutely support this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Bryce, you're next.
Thank you. There's never a good time to look at our own salary, and it's always uncomfortable to look at giving yourself a change in your salary, whether it be an increase or a decrease. So I've been on council for a really long time. It hasn't been looked at since before I was elected. I think it's responsible of us to do this, but actually to have a component where it's done on a regular basis, that we don't have to go through this uncomfortable conversation every 20 years, but have it done so that we don't lag behind everybody. We would never let our own staff, we would never treat our own staff the way we treat ourselves. And as I said, there's never a good time to do this. That's all I'm going to say about it.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Murray?
Thank you, through your worship. I'll just speak to my own experience. It's very challenging to have a full-time business and to also fill the role of a full-time counselor. People say, well, it's not a full-time job. We're at the point where a capital city in the country, where, we're closing on a 250,000 population. I believe this position should be full-time, and I believe it should be a full-time paid position in the future. So I think whatever future council goes forward with these recommendations, I hope that they're able to fulfill that job completely and not have to rely on a second job. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Anyone else? Okay, we'll ask for a vote. Clerk?
Councillor O'Donnell as the mover of the motion.
In favor, please.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Young.
In favor?
Councillor Hawkins. Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
Opposed?
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote no.
The motion carries 8-2, Your Worship.
So now we have the bylaw. Councilor Young, would you like to introduce that, please?
Yes, so this is the elected, am I on? Yes.
You are.
So this is the elected official compensation review commission bylaw 2020-35, and I move, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, that bylaw 2020-35 be introduced and read a first time.
Anyone opposed?
Yeah, hang on. Where are we here? I oppose, Your Worship.
Okay, I'm opposed as well. I'll take it as carried, though. Councilor Young?
I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaw 2020-35 be read a second time.
Anyone opposed?
I oppose.
I oppose as well. That's
I move
carried.
second.
Sorry, that's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Murray, that council hereby consents to bylaw 2020-35 go into third reading at this meeting.
Anyone opposed?
I oppose.
Okay, the bylaw doesn't move forward. Requires unanimous consent. Okay. We'll now move into executive committee. Councilor Young, you want to begin with the extension of the Integrity Commissioner?
Yes, CR 2037, am I on? Yes,
You're
I
on,
am.
yes, yep.
The Executive Committee discussed and approved an extension of the appointment of the Integrity Commissioner, Mr. Randall Langard, for a further period of up to 4 years, and authorizes the City Clerk to execute any necessary amendments to the agreement. I ask for concurrence.
Seconder, please.
Jason.
Okay, Councilor Mastinelli, thank you so much. Okay. Any discussion on the report? Ask the clerk for the roll call on this, please.
Councillor Young as the mover.
Approve.
Councillor Hawkins. Has he returned?
I think he's still gone.
We should perhaps wait for him then.
Okay. I'll move to Councillor Stevens.
Approve.
Councillor Bresciani.
Yes.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
I'll return to see if Councillor Hawkins has joined. Mayor Fougere.
I vote in favor.
It carries 10-0.
So just on a point of procedure, if we have a way to get a hold of Councillor Hawkins, let him know that he's been, I don't know if he uses his cell phone or not.
We could try some smoke signals.
just going to try and get a hold of Councillor Hawkins to let him know where we moved off the report.
I'm back. Hello?
Speak of the devil.
I'm back.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. So we'll move on to the supplementary report for Canada Day, CM 20-15. And if I could have a motion to receive and file that report, that will inform us on the main report before us. Someone want to move up concurrence?
Jason?
Thank you, Councillor Messina. Seconder, please.
Fundera?
Thank you, Councillor Fundera. On the receive and file, anyone opposed to that? Motion's carried, so we'll move on to the main report. This is the 2020 special event grant for Canada Day celebration. If I could, Councillor Young, you want to start us on that?
Yeah, CR 2038 Special Events Major Grants. Executive Committee recommends that City Council approve the Community Investment Grant up to $25,000 in eligible expenses and beyond those covered by the Canadian Heritage Funds to deliver a virtual Canada Day celebration. Funding for the grant will be provided from the general operations budget allocated for other Executive Committee grants.
Can we have a seconder for that, please?
Yeah.
A seconder? Just to get the report on the table.
I'll second.
Councillor Bryce?
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Okay. So Councillor Young, do you want to continue on?
I think the only thing I would add is that this is no change from what we looked at Executive Committee. It just approves the grant up to $25,000, but it's for anything not covered by the Canadian Heritage Funds to deliver a virtual Canada Day. So it's unknown what that budget might be.
Okay, that's good. Thank you for that. I think we do have other speakers. Councillor Stevens.
Sorry, through the chair, we had asked for more information. I feel like I'm missing something here. Could administration tell us how this has been revised and what exactly this money will be spent on in a virtual event?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So the supplemental report that was just received, we contacted the Regina Canada Day Committee, and as the report indicates, they couldn't provide us specific information with respect to how the $25,000 would be used because they're too early in their planning stages and they're working with Canadian Heritage. So the report that's before you right now is just the original report. And the way it was meant is that we would only provide funding after all of the Canadian Heritage funding had been used up. But at this point, you had asked us to get more information, and we reached out, and they couldn't provide us any details.
Councillor Stevens?
Okay. All right. That's what I had found. I thought I was missing something. I can't support this. It's basically a line of credit for a virtual event. And I see no specific request or where this money will go. I can't support that, sorry.
Okay. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I can't support this either. This is, to me, a virtual event is actually going to cost less than something that is live and we have our whole community there. I don't understand how we would be able to, somebody can request money and not know what it's going for. I'm not okay with this, so I will be voting against it.
Okay. Councillor Bershani.
Thank you, Worship. When we spoke at it with committee, same kind of thing. We wanted more information. It's a virtual event. I'm not sure what costs have to go in, and that's kind of what we wanted to know. But I think $25,000 should be plenty enough to do a virtual. I cannot support giving a penny because I think they could not provide any information as to where it was going to go. So I cannot support this either.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you. Thank you. I can't support this either for the reasons that have been given, and in particular, I just can't see giving out public money without a clear idea of where it's going, how much it's going to cost, without a clear budget. They haven't been able to provide that here, so I can't support this.
Okay, Councillor Murray.
Thank you, through the chair. This is just to administration. Has the Canada Day Committee reached any of the requirements that are generally required in order to receive funding for an event?
Charlotte?
Through you, Your Worship, I might start and then ask Ms. Shaley to weigh in, but because of where we're at with COVID and that we did look at it, and they do provide an event that would typically meet all of our requirements. At this point, we did bring the report forward with this subject to because of the need to have a decision before Canada Day. And I think that was part of the issues because everybody's, as you know, trying to figure out how things are going to operate. So at this time, the group did recognize that they couldn't provide the information that council was looking for, but they understand, so they would understand if council did not provide that funding. But I might ask Ms. Shaley to provide any additional information.
Ms. Shaley.
Through you, Your Worship, Ms. Hawryluk has answered the question well. I have nothing further to add.
If I could just a bit more, if there could be an undertaking, because I have a feeling we're going to continue to receive requests that may be for virtual events as opposed to traditionally held events, and if we could have a bit of a framework to determine, what we would give and in what circumstance, that would be just helpful to have a policy.
Ms. Shaley, for an undertaking.
Given what's happened now.
As an undertaking, Ms. Shaley or Ms. Hawryluk?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, we can take that away as we move forward with the new norms.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Other speakers to the report? Well, I agree with the comments by council. I'm disappointed that we don't have a detail of what the budget would look like. That being said, perhaps an undertaking as well, that if we are approached by the Canada Day Committee later on to say, or closer to the event, to say, look, these are hard, true costs that have not been absorbed by their budget, if they can describe what a detail that would look like and why they need that, I would entertain a discussion on that one. But for the purposes of this report, I just, we're only, 5 weeks away from Canada Day, and they don't have a budget yet, so it's a concern. So I'll support the not proceeding with funding, given we don't have a budget for it. Okay, so any other speakers to the report? Okay, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll start with you, Councillor Young.
No.
Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed.
Councillor Stevens.
Opposed.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor Findura.
Opposed.
Councillor Murray.
Opposed.
Councillor Bryce.
Opposed, strongly.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Opposed.
Councillor Flagel.
No.
Mayor Fougere.
Opposed.
It's defeated unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you for that. Okay, Councillor Young, do you want to take us through the annual submittals for the Economic Development Regina? Councillor Young?
Sorry, I'm speaking without my microphone on. Could be I'm tired. This authorizes the Executive Director of Financial Strategy and Sustainability to be the city's proxy to exercise the City of Regina's voting rights at the upcoming EDR Annual General Meeting. And this means that he would be voting on the audited financial statements, to approve the 2019 annual report, to approve the 2020 business plan, and to approve the 2020 operating budget, and to appoint MNP as the auditor of EDR for the 2020 financial statement year.
Okay, a seconder for that, please.
Jason.
Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. Discussion on the report. Anyone opposed to the report? I consider the report carried. The Regina Exhibition Limited Annual Report, Councilor Young, do you want to take us through that as well?
Yes, that's CR 2040, and this is similar, that we authorize Executive Director of Financial Strategy and Sustainability to be the city's proxy and to exercise City of Regina's voting rights to approve the annual report and audited financial statements, approve the 2020 operating and capital budgets, approve the revisions to the long-term strategic plan as presented in the 15-year strategic plan, and appoint MNP as the auditor for Real for the 2020 financial statement year.
Okay, seconder, please.
Hawkins, second.
Thank you, Councilor Hawkins. Discussion on the report. Anyone opposed? Motion's carried. Councilor Young for the RD bid 2020 budget.
Yeah, this is the CR 2041 Executive Committee considered EX 2015 report from the Financial Strategy and Sustainability regarding Regina Downtown bid, and concurred in the recommendation to approve the proposed budget of $1.3 million for the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. The Downtown Business Improvement District members fund 100% of these costs through fees that they pay, and these are collected by the City of Regina.
Seconder for that, please.
Second, Hawkins.
Thank you, Councilor Hawkins. Debate on this, on the report. Anyone opposed? Motion's carried. Councilor Young, on report to 20-42.
Executive Committee considered Financial Strategy and Sustainability Division report and adopted a resolution to concur in the recommendation to approve the budget submitted by Regina's Warehouse Business Improvement District for 2020. RW has submitted a deficit operating budget due to COVID-19 with a planned transfer from the operating reserve to balance the budget for City Council approval.
Okay. Have a seconder for the motion, please.
So moved.
Okay. Thank you,
I'll
Councilor
second it,
Price.
Councilor Murray here.
Okay. Any discussion on the report? Anyone opposed? Motion's carried. Now we have the Board of Directors appointments for the Economic Development Regina. Councilor Young.
Yes. Executive Committee recommends that City Council authorize the Executive Director of Financial Strategy and Sustainability as the city's proxy to exercise our voting rights in the upcoming EDR membership meeting to elect the following individuals to the Board of Directors for 2- and 3-year terms. Dina Grandi, Rachel Milkey, Elia Gallagher, Jason Drummond, Mark Lang, Eric Dillon, and Tina Spedall.
Seconder, please.
Brasciani.
Thank you, Councilor Bresciani. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? Motion carried. And the last report from Executive Committee is Report 44 on Real's appointment to their Board of Directors. Councilor Young.
Yes, the Executive Committee recommends that we authorize Executive Director of Financial Strategy and Sustainability as the proxy to vote at the Regina Exhibition Association Limited Membership Meeting to elect the following individuals to the Board of Directors for 3 years. And those are Kyle Anderson, Ken Budzak, Jim Hobson, and Patricia Thompson.
Seconder, please.
Jason.
I'll second Hawkins.
Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. Heard you first. Any discussion on the motion? Anyone opposed? Motion's carried. Okay, we have a report from the Priors and Planning Committee. If I could have someone move this motion on the Recreation Facility Amenity Partnership Program. This was, I believe, discussed before we had the pandemic hit us. So someone could
I'll
bring
move.
it.
Councillor Stevens?
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Seconder?
I'll second that, Councillor Price.
Thank you. Discussion, please. Okay,
Yes, I have a question.
okay, Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Actually, this has been some time. If administration could walk through the implications of this partnership agreement and give us some examples of what this would look like if we're going ahead with a new project. Can we look to other municipalities? Do we have something on the go currently? Through the chair.
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, I'll start and then I will ask Ms. Shaley to provide some more details. But so when Council approved the Recreation Master Plan, the plan took into account considerations for growth, changing demographics, and increasing recreational needs and expectations of citizens. It also considered the fact that infrastructure continues to age and require investment, but not only to repair and sustain what we have, but to modernize it and provide new opportunities. As such, partnerships are needed to move forward with recommendations through the approved Recreation Master Plan. So what this partnership framework being presented today provides the structured process for the consideration of future partnership opportunities so that we're ensuring that where we're investing is at the city's highest priorities. So in the past, there has been other situations where we've partnered with, like RMF is a good example, and other partners. And we get requests a lot from organizations to invest into facilities. And so this will allow us to have that criteria on how to evaluate them. So I might ask Ms. Shaley to add anything else.
Ms. Shaley?
Through you, Your Worship, Ms. Harlock has described the framework well. This is really a framework that will accomplish a few goals. One is to enable us to better support organizations we're working with them. Through the past projects we've worked on, we've learned that the more support we can provide to organizations early on in the process to help them understand what the city is looking for to evaluate a proposal and to help them understand the process really enables us to manage a more efficient process and to support them to better articulate the ask of the city. Secondly, the framework, as Ms. Harlock mentioned, does provide a formal process that will enable groups to understand what the process looks like. The specific criteria are, in addition to looking at the merit of the project, we'll look at the alignment with our vision and our strategic documents, alignment with priorities, capital cost savings, operational cost savings, social good, and the competency of the organization. And then finally, it really does provide a framework to enable us to evaluate each proposal in a consistent manner to support council when you're faced with choices among multiple projects.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, so for example, as we're envisioning what a new indoor aquatic facility might look like, this partnership framework would be a way of engaging the community to talk about the conception and the planning process right into the actual build. Is that correct?
Ms. Harlock?
So we might have that conversation with respect to if there's additional things that a community group wanted to add to something through the process. That's when this would come into effect. When we go out to do something large that we're going to build and we go through that design, it might identify things that aren't in our budget now, but perhaps through partnership we would be able to see through to fruition earlier than might be expected. I'm not sure if Ms. Shaley has anything else to add.
Ms. Shaley?
Through you, Your Worship, again, Ms. Harlock has captured it correctly with respect to the engagement on the potential aquatics facilities. we already have begun having conversations with local groups that are interested in raising funds to contribute to such a project, and we've used this framework to help with our preliminary conversations.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Other speakers to the report? Anyone opposed? Carried. So we have Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. Councillor Verdure, you want to take this on?
Yes, hang on, Your Worship. Yes, I'm just going to get myself ready to go. Okay, thank you, Your Worship. I move Public Works and Infrastructure CR 20-46. The City of Regina issued a negotiable request for proposal, NRFP, in January 2020, seeking the services of a water meter and automated master infrastructure AMI system consultant to develop and assist in the end-to-end management of the complete water meter and AMR system replacement project. Administration is seeking delegation of authority from the City Council to negotiate and award a contract to the successful proponent. So, Your Worship, the successful consultant will perform an assessment of city's existing water meter fleet, meter reading system, software, billing system, and resources of developing a project plan for replacement. They will assist with the procurement of replacement water meter fleet and the new AMI system software and hardware. During the installation process, they will act as a project coordinator and the liaison between the installing vendor and the city. Installation with this will take place in 2021 to 2023. When you work at the shift from the AMR automated metering reading or drive-by system to an AMI system will provide a water utility with a near to real-time consumer information and data via fixed two-way communication network. This will allow for more proactive leak detection, water conservation program, and demand management. As well, it will provide customers with a greater insight into their own water usage. The Worship Committee seeks concurrence with this recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Verdure. Do I have a seconder for the motion, please?
Second, Hawkins.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. That's good. I apologize. I've been remiss from having the clerk do a roll call on each report. So, first of all, I'll ask, are there any other speakers to this report?
Your Worship, can I take a quick...
Just a moment to see if there's any speakers. You'll be closing debate otherwise.
Okay, thank you.
There are no other speakers.
I'm in the line.
I don't see your name,
yes,
Councillor
Your Worship,
Bertrand.
I'm in the line. I'm in the chat line.
Oh, you're not appearing. Go ahead. You're just not on the line. That's all. Go ahead.
Okay, so
Councillor Bertrand, go ahead.
thank you. So if administration just want to be clear that this is $2 million for a consultant. Is that accurate through the chair?
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship, that is accurate. This is the consulting component of the project. The project is a multi-year project that will span over 3 or 4 years. And within our capital plan, the total project for the budget's in excess of $40 million. This $2 million is related to the consultant work.
Councillor Bertrand?
Thank you. So now I understand that this is taking going from the AMR to the AMI, and so if I mean we talked about this. Is this obviously an upgrade for technology? Is this going to be a possibility where it's going to be real time and people can access it from their phone? Is it? Just tell us a little bit about what this means through the chair.
Mr. Lacey.
Yes, thank you for the question through you, Your Worship. So the current water meter system and assets that we have is reaching the end of its useful life. So there is a requirement for us to replace that equipment and that infrastructure. And since we last replaced our infrastructure, there's been a significant change in technology. And so as part of this replacement, obviously it will involve new technology, and part of that is the ability to get next to real-time information and data. And so part of the work that we will be doing with the assistance of this consultant is with respect to how that data can be used, how customers can be informed on a more timely basis of their water usage, in particular water leakage or exceptions to what you'd normally see in their usage. And part of this review, I think, well, I know will entail whether or not that information would be directly accessible by the customer, or whether that information would be provided to the customer through the city. That is yet to be determined through this project.
Councilor Brashani?
Okay. And thank you. I know Saskatoon, they started this conversion in 2016, and they're going to be completing it here in the end of 2020. So as part of our game plan here to reach out also to Saskatoon to find out what they've done, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel in that way. Through the chair.
Through you, Your Worship, one of the reasons why we need a consultant on this is obviously cities only do this every 10 to 20 years. And so it is important to have an expert in to help assist in that decision-making who's involved in that. And so I would presume as part of those discussions that we will be having with that consultant and advice they're providing is certainly knowledge of what is occurring with our neighbor to the north of us, and whether that makes sense for us or whether there might be other solutions out there that might make more sense for Regina.
Good. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor Brashani. Other speakers to the report? Councilor Findura, do you want to close debate?
I had a question or two, but thank you, Your Worship, that the question was asked, and then I got the answer on that one, so I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, we'll do the call on this one. Vote on this.
Councilor Findura, as the mover, I will ask for your vote first.
In favor.
Councilor Murray?
In favor.
Councilor Bryce?
In favor.
Councilor O'Donnell?
In favor.
Councilor Mancinelli?
In favor.
Councilor Flagel?
Yes.
Councilor Young?
Approve.
Councilor Hawkins?
In favor.
Councilor Stevens?
In favor.
Councilor Bresciani?
In favor.
And Mayor Fougere?
I vote yes.
Carries unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you. So we now move to another Planning Commission report, closure of a utility parcel. Report 47. Councilor Young?
Thank you, Your Worship. Regina Planning Commission recommends approval of the closure of a utility strip. It's shown in Appendix A1. The strip is no longer required as a municipal utility parcel, and removal of its designation is required in order to register it as a road right-of-way. And the road right-of-way will accommodate the future road connecting Fleet Street to Ross Avenue. The new road right-of-way will create 3 new lots to be sold, and $2.75 million be directed to the city's land development reserve. So I ask for concurrence.
Okay, the seconder, please.
O'Donnell.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Any discussion on the report? Mr. Clerk.
I will begin with you, Councilor Young.
I approve.
Councilor Flagel?
Yes.
Councilor Mancinelli?
Yes.
Councilor O'Donnell?
In favor.
Councilor Bryce?
In favor.
Councilor Murray?
In favor.
Councilor Findura?
In favor.
Councilor Bresciani?
In favor.
Councilor Stevens?
In favor.
Councilor Hawkins?
In favor.
Mayor Fougere?
I vote yes.
Carries unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you for that. Now, so we do have 4 notices of motion. So I'd ask the movers of these motions, as I identify them, to simply read the resolution of, but there is no debate. These will be handled, of course, at our meeting next month. So we'll begin with Councillor Hawkins on the roll call recording voting.
Thank you, Mayor. Resolved one, that the city solicitor be directed to prepare the necessary amendments to the procedure bylaw number 9004 to require that all council votes be conducted by roll call recorded vote of members of council, and two, that such roll call recorded voting be done electronically where possible.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Young, on your motion.
Yes, be it resolved that the administration report to Public Works and Infrastructure Committee and to City Council, one, on the condition of residential roads by ward that are rated from poor to excellent. Two, that the role of Water, Waste, and Environment Department in coordinating water infrastructure projects with roadway projects. And three, the costs of each type of treatment applied to residential roads, including the underground water and sewer infrastructure rebuild or rehabilitation. Four, the projection of the number of years it will take to remove roads from the poor category. And five, a communication plan to inform citizens of the status of the residential road work and an update on the plans to decrease the number of roads in the poor categories in Regina.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Stevens.
Therefore, be resolved that administration prepare a report for Public Works for Q1 2021 that outlines options to help offset the cost of water and sewer for low-income residents by way of means-tested grants, billing options, and fee waivers, established as a political advocacy strategy aimed at the federal and provincial governments with the aim of alleviating the financial burden for low-income residents with regards to water and sewer billing and costs.
And Councillor Flagel.
As a point of order, can I do the second one first? Because we'll discuss the first.
No, this is in the right order. This is the one for the fencing setback regulation, which you said we could discuss next month.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. Sorry. I'm reading it backwards. My mistake.
Yeah. So
Therefore, be it resolved that City Council direct administration to prepare a report for the next Public Work and Infrastructure Committee that outlines any potential implications to amend Schedule H2 of the traffic bylaw, bylaw number 9900, as follows. Set the minimum setback measurement for fence and other obstructions from curb only, no sidewalk, from 2 meters to 0.6 meters, and that if approved, city solicitor prepare the necessary amendment bylaws for this to take effect, and authorize suspension of all current pending non-compliant violations or orders to comply until the above noted report of potential amending bylaw has been considered by City Council.
Okay, thank you for that. Now we'll go to the motion that we've agreed is urgent business. Councillor Flagel, this is a motion number 8.
Yeah.
So you have the floor, and you'll need a seconder.
Yeah, thank you. And if I could, this is whereas the physical and mental health of our citizens is at risk due to the impact of COVID. If I could get a seconder, I'd like to speak to this.
I'll second it. Councillor Murray.
This whole thing here, and if you look at the newspaper of May 9th, if you talk to anybody at 811, they're getting a lot of mental health and physical health calls because people are, for lack of a better word, are getting cabin fever and are not being able to get out. And part of this is, and the government, don't get me wrong, everything has been going good, but it might be an opportunity for us to look at some of, and expand on, say, phase 3, phase 4, into tennis, pickleball, lawn bowling, cricket, figure skating, some track and field, modified versions of baseball, softball, slow pitch, and anything else that is an organized sport. Keeping in mind the 6-foot social distancing. And in my motion here also it talks about the use of masks if necessary with no spectators. So if you look at June 8th, we're going to have 15 people inside, 30 people outside. So 15 figure skaters or 14 and a coach is quite doable in the hockey rinks. Evraz's ice surfaces, they have 2 available. And who knows how many different figure skaters or different groups and clubs and organizations can use that. This is where I was, and the one whereas is the government of Saskatchewan revealed pillars of life. And I'd like a comment from legal on, do we have the availability to open up some of the facilities, not indoor like Mr. Holden was saying earlier, but tennis courts and pickleball and lawn bowling. I mean, again, here we go, you know, and it was mentioned golf is open, but they congregate around the clubhouse or not, you know, within the distancing regulations that they're allowed. But it says, whereas the Saskatchewan government revealed pillars of life, the Saskatchewan Suicide Prevention Plan on May 8th due to mental health calls being on the rise. And as a citizen, it's important that they have the mental health and the availability to get out and maybe go back and enjoy. And you know what, a lot of it is the, you know, and I won't even say seniors, but the 50 plus that are not being able to go and play their sport, whether it be, you know, tennis, lawn bowl. And I've even talked to the pickleball people, and they said they'd be totally prepared to go bleach everything, bleach the paddles, the balls, everything necessary to keep things safe. Couples married, living together that could play doubles against another couple, cognizant of that. So I'll leave it at that for right now, and I'll close it off with a couple other little, but if anybody else has any comments, I'd welcome them.
Okay, speakers to the motion. Any speakers to the motion? Okay.
I'm in the line, Your Worship.
Just one moment. Councillor Stevens first.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, question for Councillor Flagle. Administration is going to be coming to council with an overview of how we're reopening. Is it feasible to wait until that motion or that report comes forward to go ahead with this?
Mike, through you, and I think what I would suggest is that if we could put this into play, because we have to go to the provincial government over and above whatever we decide we want to do to allow us to open up some of these facilities. I think ball diamonds and sports fields are something not in our purview. So I think that kind of a thing would have to go through. And I mean, you look at cricket, there's only like 15 people out of a 30, and there's a field that's as big as a baseball diamond. So, you know, distance, I'm not sure. I guess administration might be able to, Mr. Holden or somebody might be able to give us a better idea of that.
Mr. Holden.
So through your worship, I go back to the Reopen Saskatchewan plan. So, you know, the comments around that Councillor Berchiani was making, those were around individual recreation pursuits in phase 2. So that's where golf, and for whatever reason, the province deemed that as an individual pursuit. The other things that were allowed to open were shooting ranges. All of the other activities are identified in the phases. Phase 4 is where we reopen our indoor and our outdoor recreation facilities. There is, as I said previously, there's lots of questions that have been asked. I know that the mayor and the other mayors across the cities in Saskatchewan have asked on numerous occasions, what about tennis courts? What about pickleball? And the minister has been very direct in terms of those are phase 4. So our plan is going to respect what the Reopen Saskatchewan plan presents. And of course, it's very fluid in terms of there are some TBAs that have yet to be announced for phase 4 in terms of a date. But, you know, the province has indicated if COVID cases increase, then they would actually step back. So I don't believe we're in a position to try and, you know, approach the province to say, you know, can Regina be treated, you know, differently because we have some concern, and obviously the mental health and the situations and occurrences that are going on across the community are quite disturbing. But I think it's important that we follow the Reopen Saskatchewan plan, and our plan will align with that, and we will make adjustments even after we bring the plan to council. If there's a change to Reopen Saskatchewan, our plan will need to be adjusted, but we're looking to try and get things reopened as quickly as we can. But we've got to make sure we're doing it in compliance with the public health orders.
Thank you. City
Great.
Manager.
Just two comments, Your Worship. One, where there's a recent outbreak again in Saskatoon as a result of a small family gathering. And secondly, when COVID was first erupting, it was a result of curling bonspiel where they were taking precautions to avoid physical contact, et cetera, and it still spread. So I really appreciate the approach to mental health. I think it's a huge issue in the community. I'm genuinely worried about another outbreak, and that's my concern here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I really see some of the issues around mental health, but one of the things that I saw this weekend in a report is that the spread of the droplets when you're exercising or running or moving or skating or playing pickleball or something like that can go as far as 10 to 20 feet. And so that, plus I think we should stay with the province for now. People have even complained to me that when they're walking in the park, runners will go by them without masks on and breathing hard, and they're really worried about that. So I would not be able to support this.
Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Mental health goes both ways. There are people stressed out about being out there, and the anxiety increases when they do have to go out for things, like the people who have runners running by them, and they're stressed out after that. I understand the isolation, mental health issues as well from a professional point of view. But from a professional point of view, we've been told by the medical officer of Saskatchewan that this is the way it's going to go, that we need to follow these outlines and guidelines for when they say things are going to open. If we do something that's against that, they're just going to shut us down again. So I think that we need to follow, and we've been told clearly that that this is the way it's going to go, and this is the plan for opening Saskatchewan. And maybe through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could get the city manager, he talked about, we were also given another letter the last couple of days about clear direction, including fines. So maybe if I could get some more information on that, it might even make it clearer.
Mr. Holden.
So through your worship, I will have to search my email, but I will provide that information to council. But obviously, you know, the whole 1855 to report situations, those things get investigated, and, you know, it's important that people comply. So I'll have to follow up with that information and provide it to council.
Thank you. I just think we need to follow the guidelines that were set forward. They were set forward with some professional information, medical information behind them, and I think we need to follow through with them. I would love to say let's open everything up, but that's going against what the province is saying, and I just don't think it's appropriate.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you. I'd like to first thank Councillor Flago for bringing this forward. I know many people in our community are feeling frustrated and a little bit of cabin fever come the nice weather. Even though I still have to take the viewpoint that we are not the body that has the proper authority to give recommendations on this, we should follow the province's lead. And over and above, when the pandemic came upon us, we asked for intervention even earlier than the province was providing. And I think that's brought us a little bit of safety in our general area for some of the results we've seen so far. And I hate to throw away the investment we've brought about for our community safety. So thank you very much. I appreciate the feelings and the mental health aspect, but I can't support this.
Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Worship. So I just want to ask, in regards to right now, families who gather and go out, they go and play a little game of basketball, or they're in the park and they're playing soccer. Right now, the city's view, is that okay as long as they're from the same family? The chair?
Mr. Holden.
So through your worship, the information that we have is those facilities are closed. So families are not to go and participate in those types of activities. And it's just simply because it's too difficult for anyone to differentiate as to who's a family and who's a group of friends. And so the gathering pieces are in place, and families should respect that.
Okay, so that brings, I think the response that, I mean, we as a city, I think, have to follow the same guidelines the government is putting in. As much as I've heard from many pickleball and tennis players, because a lot of these also, why can golf be started and some of these other ones can't. So I guess that's up for the government to explain that. But I do think that we were one of the first ones to indicate how serious this was and that they take action. And I would be disappointed if we did move it too fast by pushing this forward, because people want to get out and play, and everybody does. But there's other things that can be done to help your mental health, and that's even going for the walk or doing other things that can help. So I think we have to hold the line here. As much as I know everybody wants to get out and be, even like an example, even with your spouse or your family. I mean, I guess the other thing is to who's going to clean it, right? Who's going to wipe it off? Who's going to know that you were there playing? That kind of stuff. So I would agree that I thank Councillor Flagel for bringing this forward, but I think we have to toe the line and stay and support, kind of wait. And I think today there was an announcement with Saskatchewan Health that there was a gathering of a barbecue and there was a transmission, and that's what happens, right? So I don't want to go back. I don't want to lose what we've worked so hard for, so I will not be able to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barchiani. Councillor Fundura.
Okay, I'm going to throw my thing on. Yeah, thank you, Worship. I hear from people too, we want to get back to work, I want to get the kids busy and all that. But I think we need to be consistent. I think when we did our part and then province came back a couple of days later and shut it down, I had several phone calls, everybody wondering, well, who do we follow? So I think the one thing is we all said the same thing. Consistency has to be, and I think we're not in the health side of things. So we are in the following mode here. So I think we've done it really well so far. I mean, you can hear the stories elsewhere. Excuse me. There's been gatherings and people transmit it, and there's a problem. So I think patience, there was conversation before, patience is going to yield us getting back to normal a little bit sooner. And it's never going to say normal, but so I think we should stick. Well, we have no choice in that matter. We have to follow, as everybody else, follow the province and the country, right? So I won't be supporting this, but I mean it's a good try and all that, but consistency and following the rules of our health district and making sure that we can get back to work, because we don't want to go backwards. It's going to be tough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Other speakers to the motion? I'd like to add my voice to this. I won't repeat what has been said, other than to say that we did have an emergency order that we put forward, and the province was clear they had the way they were going to do it, and they set ours aside. And I think that if we, as much as I support the spirit of what Councillor Flagel is saying, particularly the mental health side, as others have said, is quite important. I can't see how they would approve with tennis, pickleball, lawn bowling, or baseball slow pitch where the ball is shared with everyone. I'm not sure what kind of game there would be, so I understand the spirit. I just don't think they would do that. So I can't support that. I can say that there's been discussions with the Minister of Government Relations by mayors around the province about tennis, about baseball, and the minister has been very clear that they will not be allowed. Not that we can discuss it and see what happens because of the common equipment that's being used. They just won't support that. So we have come a long way as a province, following the medical officer's direction, and I think we should stick with that. So as much as I I agree with the spirit and the intent of what Councillor Flake is saying. I think we should stay the route that we are now. So, Councillor Flake, do you want to close debate?
Yeah, I just, a couple of comments.
Sure.
No worries, you guys. I'm just for this. What I would have really liked to have, I've heard a few things that have, there's been conversations going on that maybe we should be privy to in terms of information, and then maybe we wouldn't be coming forward with these kinds of motions. But there was a couple of comments made where there was meetings and nobody, and we as a council were not informed of them. So I think maybe we need to tighten that up a little bit and give us some more information. This needed to be discussed. This needed to be brought up because it is a huge, I know the physical side and the mental and the COVID side and everything, but anybody that thinks mental health is not an important piece of the pie for the citizens of Regina is sadly mistaken. And I'm not saying any one of us do, but we have to remember that there's a lot. This was not a demand for the province to do this. This was an identification of issues and sporting and different ways for the people to get out, no different than how golf is set up, no different than how they look at other areas and other sporting events or gatherings or whatever. So I'm totally good. I appreciate the comments. I think that's all good for food for thought. I just want to make sure that everybody knows that this needed to be discussed, and even if it goes no further than today, it's been put out there because we need to show our citizens that we're actually thinking about their mental health as well as the physical health to keep them out of the hospitals. And I totally get the whole COVID picture. So don't get me wrong. And I mean, the petition from the lady who 500 people signed to have their kids being able to go back out into the park. Precautions were on this motion to be put in force, maybe wearing masks, keeping your distance, and everything else would stay in force. So I brought it up for a good discussion. It needed to be talked about because there's some things, again, that I just heard that we didn't know about. Some of the things by Mr. Holden that were just brought up, and no, nothing against that because he just got the information. So all this stuff was already in place. So appreciate it, and I'm going to support it because I brought it up, and I think it's still a good idea.
Thank you, Councillor Flake. You closed debate, so I'll ask the clerk to do the roll call on the vote.
I'll begin with you, Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Against.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Opposed.
Councillor Bryce.
Opposed.
Councillor Murray.
Opposed.
Councillor Findura.
Opposed.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor Stevens.
No.
Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed.
Councillor Young.
Opposed.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote no.
It's defeated 10-1, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So our last section we have is bylaws and related reports. We have reports from Finance and Administration and a property tax exemption request at 5,000 in 5800 Armour Road.
Yeah, so on behalf of Finance and Admin, I'd like to bring forward CR 20-48. We ask that City Council exempt the properties identified as 5,000 and 5800 Armour Road from property taxes, and direct the city solicitor to prepare the bylaw. This is similar to other annexations that have not moved forward with development and are still being used as an agricultural farm. So this, we as a council decided we would look at these individually as they came forward. So as a committee, we decided that, yes, we feel that this meets those requirements that we talked about. So that's why it's here today.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Have a seconder, please.
I'll second it, Hawkins.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Debate on the report. Mr. Clerk.
Councillor Bryce, I'll begin the vote with you, please.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
Against.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
It's carried 10-1, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next report is CR 20-49, Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. Councillor Fender, you want to take us through that?
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. I would like to introduce Public Works Infrastructure CR 20-49 for amendments to the Regina Traffic Bylaw 9900, which contains multiple recommendations approved by Public Works Infrastructure Committee, including the establishing of a lower fee amount of $400 for non-motorized push cart style food carts, the establishment of a separate fine amount for U-turns in school zones to correspond to the previous council approval addition of this new offense for school zone safety. Amendments to bylaw 9900 section 10, speed limits are also recommended by committee. These amendments are needed too for adding road missing from section 10(1)A, where said roads are posted and designed for speed exceeding 50 kilometers an hour, adjusting speed limits on peripheral roads to transition motorists into the city road network, adjusting the commencement point of exiting speed zone to better align with road geometry, to improve safe merging, to accommodate new residential development and pedestrian crossing amenities. Your Worship, Committee seeks concurrence with this report.
Thank you. I have a seconder for that, please.
Jason.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Any discussion on the report? Mr. Clerk.
Your Worship, can I...
You want to close debate?
Give me a floor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Worship. Through you, at the Public Works Infrastructure meeting, I asked a question on to have an undertaking, or I just want to hear it to make sure where that went to. I had a comments that there were several requests that went to the administration about looking at the ring road between the Victoria Avenue Bridge going north to the I believe the CP Bridge, and on the east and west side of the road. Reason for that is, and I know that the comment was made about the noise attenuation, but that's going to take a while. But this particular road here, it's abutting residential, and the road is higher than ring road is higher than normal. The houses are right in the line of the noise. So I've actually had an email yesterday from a resident that lives right across on that side and saying, are we going to do anything about this? So I'd like to find out from the administration if is this my ask from the Public Works, has it gone to the committee that's reviewing the speeds and all that stuff, or where's just so I can be reminded where it's going to go, and who's going to handle that? Thank you.
Mr. Onrait will do that.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. That'll be a part of the, we'll make that a part of the undertaking. Traffic will do the review and then take it to the Traffic Review Committee, and then information will be brought back to Public Works.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Public Works, would that be within the month, 2 months? Would you know what the timeline would be on that?
Mr. Onrait?
I don't at this time, but I can find out and follow up with you, Councillor Findura.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Your Worship. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so you've closed debate, so I'll ask the clerk to do the roll call on this report.
I'll begin with you, Councillor Findura, please.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
Favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Carries unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you. Two bylaws on the two reports we just considered. Councillor Young?
Yes, 2020-34 and 2020-36. 2020-34 is the properties exempt from taxation, and 2020-36 is the Regina Traffic Amendment Bylaw. I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that bylaws 2020-34 and 36 be introduced and read a first time.
Anyone opposed? That's carried. Councillor Young?
I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaws 2020-34 and 36 be read a second time.
Any discussion on those two bylaws? Anyone opposed? It's carried. Councillor Young?
I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that Council hereby consents to bylaws 2020, 34, and 36 go into a third reading at this meeting.
Anyone opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that bylaws 2020, 34, and 36 be read a third time.
Anyone opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Young. And finally, I want to note the responses to inquiries on renewable Regina and the procurement policies. I'd ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Hawkins.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins.
I'll second it, Mark.
Councillor Bryce. Anyone opposed? Surely no one's opposed.
No.
Motion is carried. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a great evening.